So arguably,
can I stay back? I'm just gonna fill in the other side, just so.
I can also go to the other side.
No, don't worry. I'm just not sure if more people will be coming.
and arguably hypocritical if you think that it's going to make a difference. But I think if you don't think that this is about us. But you're, I think it's a waste of time. Unless you to meet people who are here. I couldn't, I had a lunch invitation I couldn't refuse this time, but I came. And so since I was here and, I know Dominic and Eva and Kristen, and this is a topic that's very important to us, I wasn't going to miss this session. And then I'm leaving out for lunch. So no illusions.
No expectations.
And what brought you here?
We have a family foundation in Brazil, and we invest in
See, maybe it wasn't useless for us.
we work a lot with democracy, but we also do finance. I know him not from Luca, but from
His mom is like this.
I know the brothers because we've done a program together, so I know Lucas and Andrew. And I know Carol as well. We work together as well.
Blue Pro. No. No, I thought it was blue.
Where are you based? You're based in Paris. What are more on the investment side? Is it bread making or it's renewable?
So the collective is primarily what systems investing or
Everything.
okay. Human, social, philanthropy. So the purpose of the collective is primarily investing, but we also have small-ish philanthropic arm that only supports systems change and systems investing. So we support TransCap, we support Twist, we support Labs, like that. But and then each of us has
Are there more coming?
direct investment teams.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming to this very first session of the day. Great to see some of you here, and I'm hoping that we can fill the space as the session goes on. Before we get started, I wanted to say a few words about Climate Hub and also GreenUp, which is the NGO that's behind it. So Climate Hub is really an open space for connection and collaboration. But most importantly, what we want to do is we want to move from ambition to action here. So we really want to incentivize people to actually do something concrete. And I hope we can talk about this during our very first session. And GreenUp is actually a Swiss non-profit that is empowering communities and also companies in order to live and act in a more resource-light way. And since its founding back in 2016, the NGO has actually supported more than 10,000 people to avoid more than 100,000 kilograms of CO2. Now with that, we have to say a few words about safety, so it's really important to us to keep you all safe. So I just wanted to remind everyone that we have 3 emergency exits here. One is to the left-hand side on the rear, one is to the left-hand side on the front, and one on the right-hand side at the front. So in case of something happening, a third of us will move out to the rear, a third to the front left and front right. So thank you for that. And what I would like to do now is to get you waking up at this early hour. So I would like to invite everyone in the audience to actually turn to your neighbor now and share why you came here in the next 60 seconds. So every one of you has 30 seconds to talk, and turn to the neighbor preferably that you don't know and just share some thoughts. You got the time. 60 seconds. Okay, thank you very much. This is great. I can already see how we are sort of moving from passive, just sitting there, to actually collective thinking. So thank you so much. So with that, I'm very excited to announce this very first session for today. This session is hosted by TransCap, Climate Kick, and Metabolic. It's organizations that are working at the intersection of finance, systems change, and real-world transformation. And the idea behind this is that if we actually want to transform our economies, we also need to think about how the financial system can actually support that transformation. So it's really moving from financing individual projects that are doing something on renewable energy and regenerative agriculture to thinking how can we actually think about the financial system supporting that systemic change and collaborating in a different way. So I'm actually very excited to learn more about this today. And yeah, with that, I'd like to announce this fantastic lineup of speakers that we have. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Dominik Hofstetter. He is Executive Director at TransCap, Kirsten Dunlop, CEO Climate Kick, and Eva Gladek, founder and CEO of Metabolic. The stage is yours.
Good morning. Is this on? Yeah? Okay, wonderful. I leave it up to you whether or not you want to stay here. It might be weird, but if you don't, you know.
Oh, while you're talking.
While I'm talking.
Yeah, should we do it in sequence?
Maybe we'll do that. Hi, everyone. We're going to go sit back down.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here. We'll do a little huddle over here.
Welcome, and congratulations. You're the 12 people out of roughly 180 who have signed up for this session. 200. Okay, so we possibly have broken 2 records. We definitely have broken the record for highest sign-ups and lowest attendance rate. It's the same mathematical formula. Unless there are millions of people around the world watching the live stream, right? That's always a possibility. Yeah, apparently it was party night at the WEF last night. I don't know whether that. Show of hands, who got up before 5 a.m. this morning? Real troopers. We're bringing back some of the hope in our ability to tackle climate change, which has been tested over the past few months. But so let's get started. So thanks for coming. Welcome again to this session on systemic investing capital orchestration. We'll do a theory practice double punch. I'll tell you a little bit about the theory. So we'll get the technical bits out of the way at the beginning, and then we'll go into practice and what it means to do this kind of work in the real world. Because we're a smallish audience so far, we'll do the Q&A quite in an interactive way. I know half the people in the room, and I know what you're working on, so we might call on you to weigh in so that it's not a kind of a bidirectional affair only. So I'll do a bit on the theory, and I give a short example, and then Eva comes on and talks about Metabolic's work in North Carolina, and then Kirsten will come and join us for the fireside chat and to moderate the Q&A. We good? Yeah? Let's go. Okay. That's us. Okay. Quick context setting. So we're doing this work in sort of the concept of climate action and sustainability more generally, and it is all steeped in this recognition that the transformation of real economy systems is what the challenge is really about, and increasingly that question of how to do that becomes a question of strategic capital allocation. So how do we need to deploy capital in the broadest possible sense to allow the transformation of energy systems, food systems, built environments, industrial supply chains, transportation systems, etc. I'm doing this as part of what's called the Transformation Capital Initiative, which actually had started out as an initiative within Climate Kick. At the time in Climate Kick, we're trying to figure out how do we deploy innovation for systems change? How do we do systems innovation? And in the wake of that, a bunch of questions arose around the role of financial capital in enabling that. And that question was handed to me as a strategy project by Kirsten, but it very quickly turned out that, or became clear that, in fact, there's not a lot of good answers to the question. So we said we needed to incubate our own sort of innovation initiative to really understand what's there at this intersection of systems change and finance. And that's what the TransCap initiative exists to bottom out by doing conceptual work, by prototyping, and by doing the sort of relational aspect of field building, or network weaving as it's called. Shameless plug, we run an annual convening called the Systemic Investing Summit, taking place this year in Rio in April. So if any of this stuff here strikes you as interesting, reach out and consider joining us there. So, all right, here's the theory, okay? So I need you to be sort of switched on for this, and only for 2 minutes, okay? I promise. This is the most technical bit. But I got to start with the logical argument for systemic investing. Otherwise, capital orchestration won't make sense. So the starting point for all of this is sort of this recognition that environmental and social issues are complex systemic challenges which call for a particular quality of change. Not incremental change, but structural change, deep change, irreversible change, or what scientists call transformation. That kind of change is most often the result of the combined effects of a great many things happening in the system. New technologies and business models, changes in social norms and values, changes in policy and regulation, etc., all strategically aligned toward the same goal. The interventions that trigger these shifts tend to have their own specific financing requirements. Some are investable with market rate investment capital. Some require concessional capital. Some require philanthropy. Some require the government to change tax incentives and subsidies. Some require de-risking through insurance or advanced market commitments. Which means that if we want to fund or invest or finance systems change, we actually need to solve a matchmaking problem, matching the right kind of capital to the right kind of intervention at the right moment in time. So that's the essence of systemic investing, which is in essence, just a capital deployment approach. It's the evolution of more established impact finance approaches like impact investing, blended finance, etc. And the work that we do on it is always in the context of sustainability challenges. One way to make sense of this is that if you take systems thinking and systems innovation and mission-oriented policy and all these sort of financial approaches, impact investing, blended finance, development finance, etc., and you put it all in a meat grinder and you turn the crank, you get this thing, this sausage called systemic investing, right? So it's basically the result of a blending of different approaches and concepts that are at the forefront of us understanding how to do systems work. If you want to learn more about this, we've published more on this than anyone would ever read. These are good starting points here on the why, the what, and the how. But the thing to hold for this conversation is that there are basically 3 strategic imperatives that's at the heart of systemic investing. The first is that capital needs to flow strategically. So in service of a transformational intent based on a theory of change and informed by systemic intelligence. The second is that it needs to flow in integrated fashion. So across the capital spectrum into those, what we call multi-lever portfolios, strategic portfolios that act upon the technology lever, the policy lever, the social norms lever, etc. Often through multi-stakeholder coalitions. And that's the thing we're going to come back to, particularly for orchestration. And then it's really important that capital flows in a highly contextualized manner because each system is somewhat unique. So in agriculture, for instance, the agricultural system of Spain is very different from the one in the Netherlands or in Switzerland. And they all have different transformation pathways. And finance is not very good at contextualized acting. It wants scale and it wants universally applicable models and all that, which sort of stands in tension with this idea that all systems are local. And then increasingly, what we're coming to understand is that you actually need to work across system scales. So again, agriculture, a field or a farm is sort of lives on the micro level, but the decisions made by the farmers depend on stuff that exists at the meso level, like supply chains and the behavior of buyers and consumer preferences. And then at the macro level, policies, subsidy schemes that the federal government sets, food trends, etc. And all of these things matter, so you need to find a way of integrating across these scales. We'll stay with food and ag. So here's just to make this a little bit more tangible. Here's a bunch of stuff that needs to happen, a long list of things that needs to happen to transform agricultural systems from extractive practice to regenerative practice. And again, different interventions with different financing needs. And to make this even more tangible, here's what we call a transitions map from our work on regenerative agriculture in the American Midwest. This is sort of a blend between a theory of change and a causal loop diagram. And it shows us what the leverage points for moving that system from an extractive, unsustainable present to a regenerative future would look like through the lens of capital and financial levers. And so what we figured out is that this transformation of this system doesn't depend so much on new technologies, which would lead you to conclude that you have to have sort of more venture funds. But it's actually a lot about de-risking in the supply chain. It's about infrastructure finance. It's about market making. It's about changing consumer preferences, all of which require money of different kinds. And that's sort of represented here. And this is also what people sort of sometimes say working across the capital stack or working along the capital spectrum. The idea is that different types of financial levers have different DNAs. They operate in different logics, and you need them all in an integrated, contextualized, and strategic way. Okay, which brings us back to this. And some of you may have spotted before the box in the left-hand corner there. Because if the essence of systemic investing boils down to strategically coordinating or orchestrating these different financial levers. The question becomes, who does that, right? Who is responsible for that sort of strategic orchestration? Whose role is it to do it? And the answer is not really anybody's at the moment, because that sort of actor type doesn't exist. So over the past 12 months, we've worked with 25 partners from our community to bottom out, what does capital orchestration look like conceptually, and what would entities whose primary role is to orchestrate capital, how would they need to be designed? So we call these entities financial backbones. And we've published a white paper on this, which goes into the details on the why, the what, the how, the who, and a summary of which has appeared in the Stanford Social Innovation Review. It's basically an executive summary. So start there if you don't want to read the full thing. The essence of it is that financial backbones dwell at the intersections of two things, two fields, where there's a gap at the moment. On the one hand, on the left-hand side, there's systems orchestration, and on the right-hand side, there's capital deployment. So let me unpack this a little bit. We have long understood that systems work requires somebody to play some sort of orchestration role. There's a great body of literature and a lot of practice examples of backbone organizations, backbone organizing. That's a thing, has been a thing for 10, 15 years. Backbone organizations are great at convening, coordinating, translating between actors, and advocating with government. They typically don't do any finance or investment work for a long list of reasons, including skills, including compliance and regulatory burdens, but also including kind of because of a lack of understanding of the role of financial capital in driving transformation. Financial institutions, on the other hand, are great at mobilizing capital, structuring capital, deploying it, managing it, but what they typically don't do is the wider convening, translation, and advocacy work. So in between those two worlds sits a gap. We call this gap the capital orchestration gap, and we believe we need to see the emergence of a new kind of financial actor, financial backbones, to close the gap. The activities that the financial backbones will perform, somewhat obviously, are sort of a blend between generic backbone organizing and capital coordination. Here's a sort of a list of what that could entail. But what it will entail or should entail specifically really depends on the context, the system you're in, the gaps that exist. And that's oftentimes something that needs to be worked out first through analytical work, through strategy work, through coalition building work. And I'll give you a flavor of what that could look like before we hand it over to Eva to go into even more depth. So going back to regenerative agriculture in the Midwest, this was the blueprint that we used as a starting point to convene 20 organizations with interest and activity around regenerative agriculture in the American Midwest, which is one of the world's breadbaskets. Those organizations included family offices, foundations, farmer representatives, NGOs, innovation initiatives, and also a relatively large corporation. And we took those 20 organizations through a pretty rigorous design process to figure out what is needed and where could a financial backbone add additionality, where could it be really useful. And what we landed on is a model that initially will have 4 pillars. The first is a systemic intelligence platform. So this is where the strategic intelligence will come from in terms of where capital is needed, where it can make a difference, the gaps that exist. It will entail mapping existing capital flows, identifying leverage points where the deployment of capital could be catalytic to the mission. But that sort of intelligence platform doesn't exist yet. The second pillar is a matchmaking platform, which is a function that we as a sort of community have more experience in. Those things sort of exist, but it is a critical sort of gap in this particular system. Might not be in others. But the idea is that we bring projects and capital together in ways that facilitate capital flows. The third pillar is a catalytic finance facility. So the idea there is that you need a financial backbone benefits from having agency over its own pool of money for a number of reasons, including to be seen as a peer of investors, to be seen as somebody having skin in the game, but also, and perhaps most importantly, to be able to place capital in highly strategic manners into places within the system that really need that kind of catalytic first investment. So there's a lot of sort of signaling and norm setting that can happen if the backbone has agency over its own pool of money. Doesn't mean that the core team running the backbone needs to manage the money, because again, that's usually regulated activity. Oftentimes you need an asset manager with a track record, with the processes in place. But there's some really interesting work that has been done in this space around how to design a governance model that takes care of all the seemingly competing interests, particularly sort of the interest between having an investment facility and remaining loyal to the mission, to the impact mission. And then finally, there's a role to be played for field building, for storytelling, for case studies, for investor education. And the thing to highlight there is that the educational need, the technical assistance need, oftentimes doesn't just exist on the project developer side, which is where a lot of technical assistance money goes to, because there's sort of this belief that projects aren't investable yet, and you need to sort of restructure them, repackage them to make them investable. We actually believe there's a lot of technical assistance to be also provided to capital deployers, because they don't necessarily understand the risk profiles of investments that well. There are misconceptions there. And so the need is on both sides. So this is the model in a nutshell. And we have a relatively large event next week in Minneapolis with an even bigger community or representation of the community for this, that will hopefully sort of initiate the implementation phase of this work, which is a pretty heavy lift. The grant application for this spans 5 years and about $17 million in budget, just to give you a sense of what it would take to pull something like this off. So you can't do this on a shoestring. But we believe that if we can implement it, it could be a really interesting reference case for not just other agricultural contexts, but other system types around the world more broadly. So with that being said, I'm going to invite Eva Gladek to the stage, who will tell us about Metabolic's work in North Carolina and perhaps other contexts, where they're doing a version of this work in the trenches.
Yes, thank you, Dominic, and thanks for this. All right. Hi, everyone. Seems like a few more people have shown up since you started. So, indeed, I am going to talk about how Metabolic, my organization, has transformed in the last couple of years, really, to focus on becoming a capital orchestrator of the type that Dominic is describing, but we're doing this in a very trial and error, very kind of practical process. And we also are doing it out of necessity, because as an impact-focused organization, having tried working to drive systems change in many different ways over the last decade and a half, this is where we've come to, that actually this is the fundamental unlock that's needed to really start to drive large-scale systems shifts. So, sorry, my slides are not here. Is that because it was not reloaded? Okay. Well then, I'm going to talk about it in theory without any pictures, I guess. Unless someone can also reload this. Do you want to take a look at that? Okay, so So first I'll talk about Metabolic briefly and the whole kind of reason why we ended up in this space. So I set up Metabolic 14 years ago in Amsterdam after having run a sustainability consultancy for several years. And I was doing, I had followed this pathway of, wanting to drive systems change toward an economy within planetary boundaries, but progressively facing different limits. And with consulting, I was getting really frustrated by the fact that we were providing all of this great advice, but then watching it not get implemented. And so I set up Metabolic to be a systems change agency where we would analyze systems, identify the places of leverage where we could take action, and then actually commit to taking that action. So in our first year, we went really hardcore on implementation. We did a lot of project development. We built an urban mushroom farming company that was taking waste brewer's grain and turning it into mushrooms for high-end restaurants. We actually built the first circular economy living lab in the city of Amsterdam. So we got access to a polluted plot of land, eco-retrofitted 17 old houseboats, put them on the ground, and we did this with a number of amazing partners, and also used that to demonstrate how circular material flows could work like in urban contexts. But after this really deep dive on implementation, we realized, okay, now we're getting kind of lost in the weeds, and we need to also be able to translate these things that we're learning into more systemic effects, so ways that policy can shift, or ways that actually organizations can shift whole value chains. So over time, as we started to act on different areas of leverage, Metabolic became a group, and we developed a significant consulting practice that was mostly focused on corporate nature impacts on the built environment and city transformations, so working both in places and value chains. Started to codify that into software, working on policy through our research institute, and then building a venture builder to actually fill gaps where we were finding this. But the issue was that we were working in very uncoordinated ways because we were responding to who was able to pay us, either the European government or companies who was able to pay us for this work. So we maybe were working on adjacent problems that were part of one larger problem space, but we would be doing a project for Pepsi on food system value chains and a European policy project that were not speaking to each other or not solving things that were coherent. And as a result, the kind of vision behind this wasn't really gelling. And in combination with a number of market shifts that have happened and lots of things that have gone on, in the last couple of years, we came to the conclusion that we wanted to reorient most of our activities toward this one way of working, becoming a guest capital orchestrator in specific places. So I'm wondering if this is now... Okay, no worries. That's fine. Well, it's a pity. Okay, so the whole idea behind that was to actually say, okay, where do all of these issues come together in a single place? Because if you are looking at a downscaled whole economy in a particular region, then you're able to start actually taking action on these different nodes and flows and barriers in one specific region of action. And for a variety of reasons, we decided to focus on, we've been very interested in this topic of bioregional transitions and bioregions as an appropriate scale. So we have a long history of working in cities in our advisory practice. We've worked with around 200 cities over the last 14 years and helping them develop various types of circular economy strategies, et cetera. But we really wanted to go beyond that urban scale to say, okay, well, we need to consider the hinterlands as well. What are the kind of productive regions that are fueling those cities, because that's often this kind of disconnect, and also the kind of cultural disconnect that happens to occur in many places, where you have the rural populations that feel left behind, that are often politically on the more right side of the spectrum. There's lots of these dynamics that are replicating across the United States, across Europe, et cetera. And so we really wanted to work on that larger scale, and we thought maybe bioregions are an interesting lens. And we selected Southern Appalachia in the United States as our first kind of foray into really doing this guest capital orchestration in a particular place, for the reason that 9 years ago, the city of Charlotte sent a delegation to our crazy houseboat project in Amsterdam. They were super inspired, asked us to develop a circular economy strategy, and since then we've been working across many different layers of government with many different stakeholders, building lots of relationships in that field in order to create a foundation that we felt was a really good mandate to start working there. And interestingly, after we had selected this particular focal point, so Charlotte as a kind of central entry, a devastating hurricane occurred around a year ago in the western half of North Carolina and that region, Hurricane Helene, as they call it there, which really destroyed huge amounts of infrastructure. I mean, even now, over a year later, if you're driving through, you can see that 60 to 70% of the forest cover in this very forested, woody area, the Appalachian mountain range, is just like clawed out of the mountains. That created a really interesting dynamic because it was like a raw, new landscape in which we could start testing ideas. People are very open to change, actually. And so we are following a kind of process that is both informed by a lot of the theory developed by organizations like TransCap and the very few others who are doing this type of thinking, but also the practice that we've been applying across many years in venture building, in urban transitions work, in policy, et cetera. We started with a kind of, now another thing I want to mention is that the only reason this work has been possible is because we have been able to get a small amount of unrestricted funding from a collaboration called the Collaborative for Systemic Climate Action that Kirsten and I are both co-founders of. But that actually gave us the seed resourcing to start on this journey of a three-pronged process. On the one hand, deep community building, so really going into the region, developing deeper relationships with existing stakeholders, starting to understand possible pipeline and opportunities, mapping things, and organizing convenings. So we started with some light touch social convenings, like a fish fry and a meeting in the Innovation Barn, this place that we were actually involved in helping build, this kind of physical innovation hub in Charlotte as a result of our advisory work there. And then next to that kind of deep community work, we've been bringing our kind of hallmark systems analysis piece. So not quite like what Dominic showed. There are different causal loop element pieces to it, but really looking at the material and capital flows in the region across the 60-plus counties that we have selected as a starting point to connect to the broader Appalachian bioregion. We have actually created hundreds of different layers of maps looking at where water quality issues are occurring, where people are not accessing healthcare, where there are housing pressures, et cetera. So really looking across social and environmental dimensions to understand what the pressure points are. And if you start to overlay these, try to see what are possible opportunities that can act as multi-solves. So where a critical investment or resourcing can actually start to unlock solutions on both the social side and the environmental progress that we want to see. So over the last, we reached a very important milestone just a couple of days ago. We launched a community-facing website for the initiative under the name the Resilient Futures Collab. Now, this is a kind of placeholder title as we further work into the region. We're currently working with around 200 stakeholders, but there will be more that are brought in, and the governance process is also evolving as we are bringing in more parties into the space. And we have launched a microgrant program where people who are in the region are able to submit ideas or initiatives that need small amounts of funding in order for us to start to map out what is happening that can potentially be put together to start shifting the system in a more meaningful way. Now, the launch of this has been underpinned by a series of workshops that we did last quarter, where we worked with the members of the community from across government and business to really local NGOs to shape what we were calling transition pathways, identifying how the system is currently performing, the things that are keeping it in place that need to be potentially unlocked and removed, and where they would like to collectively move toward. And that has surfaced certain priorities. And we have also identified anchor initiatives, so potential really large-scale interesting projects that are already active in the region that could use additional resourcing. But we've talked to those initiatives and said, what would actually make a really big difference that you can't handle and that you don't want to handle because it's out of scope for you, but that if there were other businesses or other organizations doing that, would really help you accelerate and move faster. So for example, there's something called the Industrial Commons in this region, which is a project that has already gotten tens of millions of dollars of capital, and they are trying to build an end-to-end textiles value chain across North Carolina. Now, in 1970, the United States produced 98% of all of its textiles. Now that is around 3%. This region was the top textiles production region in the country because it was a center for cotton production. And there's a challenging history with that, but because of plantations and slave owners and that all of that. But in any case, a lot of the knowledge and infrastructure is still present in the region. They have been setting up worker-owned cooperatives across different parts of the value chain. They've been really putting together interesting technologies, so they have the capability to take post-consumer textiles and turn them into new fiber. But the other thing is that they're missing certain parts of that value chain. Hemp is a perfect material to blend into the post-consumer recycled waste because it has longer staple fibers. And local hemp production could also be used to help recover certain degenerated soils in the region. But they do not have enough hemp production, and part of the reason is that hemp, if you produce it, only 15% of the product by volume will go into, or by mass, will go into textiles. The rest is either food or needs to go into things like hempcrete, like concrete products. So there's the possibility to create this kind of adjacent value chain that can start to address all of this. But the more interesting thing for me, too, is how you cut across deeper layers of the system. So in order to facilitate farming, you actually need to create stable living situations and housing for some of the people who are doing that work. And so it is actually in assembling this really interesting stack across all of those areas that I think we start to really unlock things. And, Dominic talked a lot about this in theory, and we are largely behind what has been emerging from that work. We are doing a kind of, we're following a process where as we go through and really do what we know at that moment, kind of like trial and error, we are continuously adapting and adjusting our next steps based on what we have encountered. And with this microgrant program, it's similar. We're trying to see what we don't know. So basically trying to surface opportunities and asking people, how do you think we may be best able to get to these outcomes without presuming that we know, so that we open that opportunity space and really enhance our options for filling this portfolio. Our next step is that we are going to be working toward launching a first it's not a fund necessarily, but we want to deploy an amount of capital of around 50 million to test this hypothesis and really show how this works based on this anchor initiative approach with these different adjacent opportunities. And so we are going to be raising that capital this year, and that requires a certain amount of grant and concessionary money, as well as investable capital, but we're also partnering with local CDFIs and other institutions that can provide loans. So really performing that blending orchestration function in partnership with other institutions. I'm very sorry that I didn't have my slides because there were lots of cool pictures, graphics from the analysis, and a QR code that you could scan to follow along. But if you're interested in that, please come and find me after so I can bring it to you or show it to you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Eva.
Should have known that they were serious about the timeline.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, Eva, for those insights. Let me see if I have a slightly better slide for this. Okay, your speakers. Wonderful. Kirsten, you're one of the OGs of systems innovation. Where does the need for capital orchestration or systemic approaches to capital deployment show up in the work that Climate Kick does?
And well, pretty much everywhere. And this question of who plays that role, what is that role and who plays that role is is material. But let me give you, say, two or three concrete examples. Metabolic and Climate Kick are both working on one of the boldest, well, I continue to call it one of the boldest transformation initiatives in the world, which is something that the European Commission launched some time ago, inviting hundreds of cities to apply and see if they could commit to completely decarbonising by 2030. Actually, in the end, over 350 cities applied and were eligible, but the Commission didn't have enough money to put them through. So in the end, they put through 100 and then added 12 on the edges of Europe. So there's 112, 100 in Europe and 12 on the edges of Europe. And they were now in the third year of that process running. And those cities have now gone through a lot of the more extensive analytics process, as Eva is describing, although there's much more that can be done there. But where they have arrived is precisely at the point of knowing that there are a series of interventions, areas where they need to address emissions that are captured within the perimeter of this initiative is not individual projects, but in theory, the entire city decarbonising by 2030, which provides the opportunity for the kind of scale economics that you were describing, but the challenge of the fact that those economics are unlikely to be unlocked only if you do the kind of multi-solving that Eva is describing, because you really would need to look at how do you simultaneously think about the energy infrastructure, shifts in planning, materials, digital infrastructure, for example, digital infrastructure to enable energy efficiency and health. How do you unlock budgets that are not normally travelling together? So those cities have arrived at a point where they now begin to know that there are anywhere between 50 and 200 or 300 initiatives, implementations in that city that they would need across the built environment, the mobility system, the energy system, water, waste treatment, digital infrastructure. And in theory, the way in which they could actually implement that effectively within that time frame would be to manage an implemented portfolio. But that would require capital to be willing to engage in a kind of a pre-money logic all the way around those intervention points, and particularly in the way that Eva's describing, in such a way as to allow the implementation to progress and learn as it goes, so that you can start to understand how to dovetail in particular contexts, in Madrid, metropolitan forest, or in Leuven, capital infrastructure into social housing plus water and waste. How would you actually start to come up with the kind of synchronized efforts that then unlock very significant investable opportunities? And that kind of world is a real thing. It's happening right now. But capital orchestration is the single biggest blocker, because we partner, for example, in this situation with the EIB, which has committed a massive amount of money in comparative terms for its own history to this particular initiative, but cannot quite manage to get its head around the notion of that sort of multi-solving, multi-deployment of capital.
So let me double click on this, because we've done a pretty rigorous piece of work with the city of Dublin, which is part of the Net Zero Cities mission that you mentioned. And the city of Dublin has a net zero target, and it also has a housing target. It wants to build 40,000 units of housing, whilst not blowing through its carbon budget. And I would argue that this is a challenge faced by probably any city in Europe, right? Now, what we've noticed is that beyond the intent, there's nothing. There's no strategy, there are no resources, there are no collaboration models. There's extremely little to build on, which I would argue is probably also true of most public sector actors with an ambitious climate strategy. And what you're saying about this sort of pre-investment work that needs to happen is 100% congruent with what we've seen in Dublin, but also in Munich, where we were involved in a similar project. And so, let me just finish my thought. What we're also observing is that a lot of finance support infrastructure that exists is ready to engage at the level of structuring a particular project or a particular deal. And almost nothing exists in that pre-structuring stage. And you've been saying this for years. So why is it so hard to get across this idea that there's this sort of middle, there's a new missing middle, the kind of the capital between sort of the high level intent setting and strategizing and the point where you can actually structure deals? Why is it so hard to get that infrastructure designed and resourced? I guess resources, you know, we sort of know what the design would look like, but to find the people understanding this issue and saying, we're going to resource it.
There are lots of answers to that. Let me see if I can organize. So one of the principal ones, and I'm just trying to think also causally, one of the principal ones is the lack of an agent able to hold the space. So I think what I was about to just reflect on, it's not that there is no strategy, is that there are a whole lot of disconnected, incomplete, partial strategies. So it's not a complete vacuum, it's actually worse. It's full, it's a kind of a picture full of everybody's got their sense of how this should be solved, but only in a tiny, tiny piece of a vast landscape, which is actually part of the problem. But if when I sit down and talk to the EIB and explain this is what we really need, they say, right, fantastic, this is what our advisory team does. And you talk to their advisory team, and their advisory team says, okay, but we don't really, no, we need to have projects. We can't have, otherwise, what are we investing in? It has to be concrete, it has to be bankable, it has to therefore fit all of these criteria, we have to be able to see the return. So what's the thing that we would invest in that does this pre-money portfolio, multi-intervention, multi-simultaneous, multi-solving type of thing? And secondly, what is return in that logic? And of course, there is no one thing. So agency starts to be a very big problem. And then you say, okay, well, so let's talk about setting up an SPV. So we'll set up a special purpose vehicle that can be the proxy for the city, as cities like Bristol or Leuven are starting to do, or have done, or starting to do already. But then that becomes, and it flips over to the other side of your work, your picture, that then becomes a financial orchestration thing, which doesn't actually deal with what the city needs, which is a continuously negotiated space of arrangements between what the real economy and its real complexities need and how finance and different financial levers might be deployed. Now, one of the things that we are trying to do to solve this, because indeed I'm extremely tired of going around the world and saying, until we solve for this, we will keep having a whole lot of individual, sectoral, siloed, bankable investment logic things that never really add up. It's like those that wonderful cartoon from ages back where you kind of see this spider web that's completely messy and you have no sense of what the logic is, how it will ever come out. One of the things we're trying to see if we can solve, given the current geopolitical context, is get industry and cities in this program together at the same table, supported by AI that is starting to translate city demand into industry supply language so that you can begin to look at, all right, if we can't solve the capital orchestration yet, can we at least create the picturing of a supply and demand landscape in the form of lead markets that you could then perhaps begin to educate some form of capital orchestration around, probably still very structured in sectors because it seems that managing to think beyond multiple asset classes is impossible. Although, never say impossible. But that's the other big option, the other big challenge, because I'll also be told, okay, but you can't possibly do that. It's way too complicated. You know, we can do one asset. So let's just take housing, and then we could do that. But we can't possibly talk about housing and water and waste. That makes everything too difficult. So, you know, you need to kind of simplify it. But I'll stop there and pass to Eva.
I'll bring in Eva, because that's, it's my number one pet peeve, that whenever we go out to funders and, ask for support, the number one response is, oh, it's not concrete enough. What exactly are you going to do? And then my response is, well, systems work is like walking through a swamp in a thick fog, right? It's hard to go forward because you're sort of bogged down by like the unsteady surface. and you don't really see where you're going. And every now and then there's a big boulder in front of you that blocks the way. You can't climb over, so you kind of have to find a way around it, right? But that's the nature of working in emergence, right? In complexity, you don't have a 3-year linear plan of how to execute that, which is why I think.
But one thing, maybe you do have more elements than that. So it's more like a labyrinth, actually. If you are running through a labyrinth from within, it looks like you have no idea where you're going. But you know that there's another perspective on that. You can get up above it and see the pattern. And it is possible to see that pattern. And there are a couple of elements that, if I use the analogy of the labyrinth, what would make it possible to go through easier is a different use of insurance to de-risk some of these as you go. And what makes it possible to see the pattern from above is starting to put in, for example, the Marshall Plan was, in effect, what we are describing. It was a deployment of capital to solve for hundreds of different interventions across hundreds of different asset classes to reconstruct fast. And something like the capacity to think in those terms and finance in those terms is what we need to re-trigger.
It's interesting because defense comes up every now and then as an example where strategic capital allocation is happening, right? When it's about defense, a lot of it becomes
all of a sudden it's possible.
I want to go back to the practicalities of doing this work in the trench.
Can I just say a few things about this before
Sure.
you ask me that? Okay, because I mean the thing when you're describing this messy middle problem of like, okay, on the one hand there's some level of funding for concept theory, etc., and there's then funding for projects that are defined, but in this kind of middle orchestration space where things need to be brought together in these complex different ways, there is no resourcing for orchestration as far as we know. And I think that part of the problem is that indeed there is not a product. It's not, you need to actually follow a process, and you need to trust a certain emergence and level of uncertainty in that process. So what you're describing with the swamp or the labyrinth, I've found over and over again in various fields of work that people generally don't like financing processes. They like to have clarity about the outcomes, the product, the finished thing. And that's one of the things that I think is very fundamental to why it's so difficult to get resourcing for this work. So I just wanted to at least add that.
Yeah. So how do you do it in North Carolina then? When you said you're in sort of this design build mode, this emergent mode where you try stuff out. How do you keep your coalition together? How do you keep finding the resources to keep going, even if maybe the path ahead is still a little unclear?
Well, like I said, I don't think it actually would be very easy to find these resources without something like the collaborative. So we had a really strong foundation for this work because I didn't get into it so much, but when we did the circular economy strategy for the city of Charlotte, from there, one of the recommendations was to build this thing called the Innovation Barn, which is this physical innovation hub where there's now dozens of different businesses operating, and they have like a kind of interlinked value chain. So that's a very concrete physical place where we've been able to bring people and convene and show things in practice. That's been quite instrumental. Relationships with different levels of government, including, very importantly, the city manager of Charlotte and the board of Envision Charlotte, which is one of our local partners, have been essential. So really deep relationships in this region and continuous storytelling around where we're going, why we're going there, et cetera, have been really important to keeping people together, moving in the same direction. But I have to say that even for people who are really close to the work, they find the complexity overwhelming sometimes. They don't necessarily understand the need for going to a process and want to continuously flatten it into, like, okay, so now when is the moment where we say, like, we're only investing in sustainable or affordable housing? Or, like, everyone's always looking to simplify, and it's continuously a lot of hard mental work for people. Is that from my... I don't know.
No,
keep going. Ignore.
Okay. I do not mind.
Can you turn this off in case it's this?
Is this on? Okay. Where was I? There's this tendency and a desire for people to continuously simplify. And I think continuously moving to concrete painting pictures of pathways, of concrete examples of what it could look like is quite critical. But I think what we're really missing in this space, in the systemic investing space, the capital orchestration space, is what we're at the cusp of now doing, of what you're now trying to do in the Midwest, what we're getting to, we're ramming in North Carolina in this very like low resource but scrappy way, is to actually get to cases of implementation where we say, here, this is the logic, this is how it comes together, here's how it translates into real benefit, here is how you take risk and reward that is normally mismatched in these real in these situations, and create these equalizing, re-evening portfolios, and how you actually can do the blending across different types of capital types in a different way than the normal blended capital logic.
I want to build on where have I actually seen this happen, because one of the reasons why I continue to work to try and create and structure a space in all of the different ways we're doing this is because I have actually witnessed something work, and it's the reason why I came back to agency. Years before, a lot of the original thinking that fed into doing this work came from 2 extended periods of working in my experience, of working in a corporate context, one both in insurance, and I was working first in Generali and then in an organization called Suncorp in Australia, where what was set in place was a strategic determination, so it very much goes back to the top of your diagram, to pay attention to a discontinuous future and the possibility that the future would cause issues to that particular business and to its financial viability and success, and a determination to therefore set in place a strategic function for business model renewal and survival, which was called at the time in both organizations a strategic innovation function. I was responsible for building the thing and getting these functions running and making them work. What they became, and particularly in Suncorp, over an extended period of time, was a strategic capital deployment in options. And we used the language of options very deliberately because the entire thing was structured, was kind of pinned and run and hung from the apex point of this is an organization seeking to maximize its purpose in the world and maximize its kind of performance, its success in the world. Its biggest issue is not going to be financial markets, forex, and so on. It's going to be that it fails to understand that the world will change the structures of need that it meets, and it will just become irrelevant, as we have seen so many often times. In the case of insurance, I was paying attention to climate. Climate, AI, the emerging points of distributed ledger, and so on, the things that are so structural to the future of the insurance industry, as indeed we actually see now play out. And that what happened there was two organizations in this case, that set themselves up with a capability, both capital and competence, because these were structures that fed leaders into these literally they were departments of the organization. And in Suncorp, we ran secondment models, so we pulled in people for a year at a time from all across the business, risk, legal, claims settlement, tax, the whole works. And those people became part of creating and understanding what kind of investments in alternatives to our business model, alternative ways of understanding technology, policy, fiscal innovation, new ways of thinking about capital, do we need to understand in order to work out what we would actually commit the core capital of the organization into and a business model pivot. Now, that actually worked. And in fact, when you look at those organizations are streets ahead of understanding what is happening in the collapse of insurability and so on. But the learning from that was it was a deliberate decision to put the whole system together, to understand you're going to need to have a form of systemic intelligence that is not just about what's changing in the world, but is about the relationship between you and what's changing in the world, because that's what matters. And you're going to need to have a way of thinking about deploying capital that you can take to the board. And the way in which that unlocked was to take a value at risk perspective, to say our net present value, annual revenue of this business is X. Do we want to self-insure by assuming there's nothing we need to worry about and we'll be fine? Or do we take a percentage of this present revenue and invest it as a capital deployment in learning how to become different, ahead of competitors, ahead of the curve, ahead of the change. And that logic unlocked the board's willingness to take what in the end was a tiny percentage of what would be at risk if you didn't change. So one of the logics that I think is still untapped, and I'm still continuing to try and work at the edges of, is how do you translate something like that into a city or into a region where you have value at risk, but it's a multi-party, multi-owned problem as opposed to a single-party owned problem?
I'll respond with a provocation, and then whatever you can chime in then. I've always found that model extremely compelling. My own observation is that it might be beyond, it's so sophisticated, it might be beyond mainstream ability. And the anecdote I can deliver to that is the work, again, that we've done in Dublin, where we've done 9 months of really rigorous, collaborative, analytical and strategic work. And then we're granted a grand total of 30 minutes with the chief executive, the bulk of which was meant to be conversation. So we had 5 minutes to present the outcome of a 9 months process that was trying to make sense of an extremely complex problem. And one of my conclusions from this, admittedly anecdotal experience, was that the models we need are beyond, they're too sophisticated, they're too complex. They're not, you can't make them land in practice because people don't have the attention span, they don't listen the right way, they don't, have the resources.
Maybe just before you answer, the one difference that I would argue that was made, because I have a difference between those two organizations, is the embodied experience. So the secondment model made all the difference because those people did that work themselves. So it wasn't you go and present to some faceless thing that says, well, sorry, I've got 30 minutes, exactly what have you got to tell me? They had been on that journey. And that, I think, is the key.
Well, that experience is a pretty common thing if you've ever done high-level advisory work. You do months and months of work, also very complex, and then the person you're presenting to, the CEO of a corporation, is like, I need a stoplight, red, yellow, or green. Okay. And you're like, that's not necessarily the answer. But I think that also gets at one of the issues is that, and it harkens back to what I was saying, that people are uncomfortable with open-ended processes, with complexity. There aren't that many people who are able to continuously manage and hold that level of, I think the cognitive load of it is pretty high. And I think that in order to make it land in reality, we do need to find translation pathways that, someone takes care of that part, but then there are different ways that it translates into clear action signals so that people can spend some time in a setting understanding why all of that background information is important and necessary, the logic behind these types of processes, buy into it in principle, but then you shield them from that continuous complexity load. I also wanted to say something before when you were talking about when you had seen this type of thing work. Actually, I have a lot of, there are reasons why I so deeply feel that we are going to be able to unlock huge amounts of value through this type of orchestration work. I can see those opportunities like a field in front of me when we're working in this region. There are things that are just out of reach of each other, but if you just connect them up, they're going to magnify each other's value. And even basic things like we learned from, we've been partnering with this or starting a partnership with this organization called Mechanism that does like mapping of whole value chains and understanding what the gaps are. And they've identified that the food system in this region really requires co-investment in processing facilities. But the levels of trust in individuals are so low that they're not really suited to, they don't know how to come together to actually form these types of joint venture initiatives. And so even just like upskilling them in basic things like trust building will allow for these joint ventures to emerge more readily. And there are these processes that are they're willing actors, there are things in place that just need a little bit of coordinating and resourcing to put together to actually transform these whole value chains. But to the point of where I have seen this type of logic and this type of work happen in practice is actually in design processes, in complex design processes for urban areas, in architectural design processes. We used to run a circular product charrette for companies where they would take a product and then bring people from across their entire institution, from marketing, finance, et cetera, to work on the reconceptualization of that product. And that was really effective. And it's where you actually see this type of logic landing in practice. And your example from the insurance company made me think of that.
There is a thing that so I'm personally also sitting here feeling very uncomfortable about one thing, which is the implicit judgment on a whole bunch of random people who don't get complex systems change or complex systems finance. And that also is a large part of the problem. This kind of sitting in judgment on, but if you could just see this is how it works, it should work like this. Because I think there's a real sort of sense of so much of the problem here, or so much of the issues we're dealing with, is about experience, perspective, embodied understanding, proximity, being able to see things. And very often there's a kind of a quick response of, okay, but it's just so clear. If you could do that, then we'd be all fine. And of course, it's never just so clear. And in fact, when I think about, if I go back to sitting in not 30 minutes, but long board discussions going through how you're going to pivot the entire model of the insurance industry, in the end, the decisions are not taken because of the quality analysis. They're taken because of the quality of the relationship and the confidence in the person around that table and the kind of very, very kind of human way of making sense of things. But I think one of the things that is kind of troubling at me is people have a very good understanding of complex systems responses and the way in which we need to think in terms of multi-solves. But they have it in their body. And a large part of, I think, the job to be done is to try and get more individuals involved in an experiential way of working on this, and to unlock the idea that this is really about building capability. There isn't like a simple silver bullet solve just because it's a complex systems, capital orchestration, or it's a systemic investing solve. There is a capability to be built through the experience of being in the problem and starting to work on the problem from within. And that it's one of our collective blind spots to work out how do we get past not just the theory of it's this, but the sitting in judgment on people not understanding it, and actually try and build the capability into it.
Very quickly.
Okay, two really quick things. It's not necessary. I hear you, and I also have that discomfort. But maybe it's not about judging people's capabilities. It's more also, does everyone have the time or the ability to do this? And it's about kind of splitting that up. And second, I saw 4D systems mapping in practice, where people enact a system in their region, and I found that to be incredibly effective because people actually act out the different roles, and then it really clicks for people.
Wonderful. Okay. Wow. A lot more people than at the start. Wonderful. Welcome, everybody, who I haven't acknowledged yet. We're just about to transition into the last part of the session, which is where you come in. We're going to do the Q&A a little bit more dynamically. We're going to ask you to ask questions or make statements or build on what's been said. So think about it. And if nobody volunteers, I will just nominate people based on what I know they do for a living. I want to close with actually, Kirsten's going to do that. So she'll make the rule of the Q&A. But I want to ask you a last question and actually ask you to help me solve a problem. I'm trying to establish a national level financial backbone in Switzerland to do strategic capital orchestration for its climate strategy. The problem here, as elsewhere, is that people still sort of care about the state of nature, but they kind of no longer want to pay for it. They don't think it's not as high on their priority list as it used to be. There are other concerns now taking precedent. Unfortunately, one of them, the biggest one, is cost of living. That's unfortunate because insofar as climate action is more costly than to keep running the fossil fuel economy, there's a problem there. So the problem I'm trying to solve is to find kind of an argument for why capital orchestration is a possible pathway to keeping us somewhat on track, or preventing us from going even further off track, in context of this issue that cost of living has been rising and the willingness to pay for climate action is now lower than it used to be. So is there an argument, or is it wishful thinking on my part that maybe capital orchestration can be an answer in this situation?
Well, I mean, I think Dominic wanted you to take it, but I
no,
want
both of you.
Oh, yeah?
You can go for it.
Okay. So personally, I think it can be an answer. I actually, on the slides that I never showed, I had a reference to this program that we ran here actually over the course of a couple of years called the Missing Trillions, which showed the kind of fundamental problem that we're facing in the environmental space and financing initiatives that support nature, that support decarbonization. And, you know, the kind of basic image I had was this Venn diagram of, on the one hand, all the things that need to happen to restore nature, to improve health, etc. And on the other hand, the circle of things that are maximally profitable. And the overlap between them is very small. And there are lots of different forces that pull them apart. I believe that capital orchestration can be used to increase the overlap of those circles, which means that actually you are able to more effectively and cost-effectively deliver both outcomes for nature and for people, and in so doing, reduce cost of living long-term by doing this kind of risk and reward return, let's say, re-evening. And I am missing a word for kind of like the blending and of the kind of risk return piece. But in any case, I can talk a lot more about that, but that's the basic idea. So I have a lot of reasons to support that, but I don't know if maybe that comes up in conversation.
I think again, this is going back to the same question of a little bit, as you were saying, you can see the pieces are just there and close enough how to bring them together. But if I think about, a context where cost of living is going up, Switzerland also, you have a series of climate risks advancing in a kind of a sleeper way. People are systematically underestimating their impacts, like water loss and droughts and so on. There are ways, if you look at the entire system, if you have economic instability, i.e. cost of living goes up to the point where we have social unrest, you really start to pull out the wiring of ability to have normal businesses or normal economic life functioning. So there's a stability function that starts to really become quite important, because that stability function, the length of stability, the passage of, the period through which you have enough stable economic conditions and people able to kind of do some form of business as usual work, is material. So starting to bring in a risk lens as a way of unlocking some sense of how do we think about, it's the kind of logic of can you think about the value at risk of stability of the businesses, of their revenue streams. Can you add them up? Can you start to kind of get some form of thinking about de-risking that then gives you an investment stream into doing things that then mitigate that risk, and you create a positive reinforcing loop around it. That means you really need to be starting to work then with insurers and working with institutional capital and sovereign wealth and thinking about what is the totally irrelevant amount in the scheme of the total capital available, that if you actually deployed it in more accelerated investment in sustainability transitions, more affordable energy and so on, you would de-risk what might be not well understood as a catastrophic risk, but is still there. And even if you don't think it's plausible, if it's possible, a percentage would help. The other is to think about there is so much capital actually there. And one of the frustrations of working in cities and regions is it's there in so many ways. It's not brought together. Health and climate are two huge kind of health, a lot of the budgets associated with health, the costs associated with health, untapped. when you start to pull them together, one thing easily funds the cost of another thing, whether that's my example of digital infrastructure that enables energy efficiency, but also enables in-home healthcare for aging populations. And we have that across Europe, and we can't afford for people to be going to hospital as they get older and start to have a number of illnesses. We actually need that. So you can bring those together. One of the things, I don't know whether Goran Yeris is here in the audience, and I will start to facilitate a Q&A, but what Goran is doing in setting up a not-for-profit bank across Europe, which I am now going to see if we can partner with, because that may be the solution. Can you get lending at a non-profit logic to be the capital layer that's missing, that then unlock the more patient institutional capital? Can you aggregate the effects at a country scale? You can bring in institutional capital if you can aggregate a scale of patient long-term certainty of municipal bus infrastructure and so on. But the thing is, it's the tapestry of all of those things coming together, indeed. I think the question is there enough? I don't know that people are not coming to the point of realizing that. I think we are beginning to understand that there are things happening with such extreme volatility and unpredictability that it's no longer a quick dismiss to say, well, okay, but this is just complex, ridiculous stuff. People are worried. The world is looking very, very unpredictable. And you can see that risks are coming. So starting to work out what is the process that might enable me to begin to learn just faster. And if that requires money, then where do we find the argument that says, so let's get some money behind learning? What would a sustainable
I can see that argument on the stability front to land in the capital system, particularly within the long-term minded capital allocators like pension funds, right?
Or governments, who are the taxpayer of last resort when it comes to a bunch of these critical failures.
I mean, okay, but there are some governments, not this one, but some.
Maybe. Maybe it's that, you see, part of it, I think, is about trying to get people into the same room. It's the big institutions plus the...
I agree. I'm trying to do it. But yeah, okay.
All right, so I think it's my job now.
Your job.
Are we able to get a little bit of light on the audience so that we can... See each other a little bit. Thank you. So I think that what we've just done is have a conversation that for anybody who's sitting with a piece of expertise in this field will probably sound frustratingly naive and irritating. And you may be sitting there with, but this is ridiculous, you guys don't understand, there's this, or there's this to solve it. And I would be really interested in what those perspectives are. I think there might be other people sitting there with a sort of a sense of, welcome to the exhaustion. But I would be very interested, because for me right now, I'm sitting with a very real thing of hundreds of cities. The whole other untold story is all of the agricultural, agri-food and fibre work. We're setting up a place finance lab to do that, very kind of related to some of what Evra's doing. There is so much actual real economy work to be financed now. So I'm very interested in what our collective intelligence might start to do to piece some of these pieces together, because I really see with Eva, the pieces are just so close to being able to combine, but not yet combining. So if you are interested in making a comment, a critique, a riff, a poem, please say something.
Hi, Gerrit Zinderman from Green Digital Finance Alliance. I was just wondering, about actually the last question that Dominic had about, or the comment about the decreasing willingness to pay for nature or climate, but linking it to the capital orchestration. And I found that, a lot of the discussion was, of course, about systemic solutions and decarbonization, and that's exactly what I feel is sometimes either boring off or tiring people. That's these negative and sacrifice narratives. They are not triggering them anymore. And so isn't there maybe also more of a need of translating it really into desirable, aspirational future outcomes? Like instead of talking about decarbonization of cities, speaking more of livable, family-friendly cities and making the discussion more a positive one.
let me take that question. I think there's an immediate yes, but anyone else who just got a few builds? And by the way, if you hear someone ask a question that you would really actually love to answer yourself, please, can you go for that?
It's really well. Sorry, that was louder than I expected. It was well related to Garrett's question. My name's Kaylee from Sustainable Finance Geneva, and we're trying to build a capital orchestration model at the local level in Geneva and also potentially replicable in other cantons. And so, Kirsten, I really identified with what you said about the need to start kind of pragmatically with certain asset classes and certain investors. That's certainly the approach that we're taking, because what we're seeing is you have to demonstrate and then build. So we kind of have an overall picture and framework that we're thinking through, but we're going to start with some of the low-hanging fruit with some of the investors who are amenable, namely pension funds, to looking into these types of things. So my question is, could you expand a little bit on, you said something about matching supply and demand, and I think you said something about AI. And so I'm just curious if these are things that we could learn from or be inspired by. So if you could expand on that, that would be awesome. Thanks.
Yep, and come back to that. Thank you. There's someone at the back there. Oh, a couple of people, actually.
Hi, I'm Ina Hoxha. I'm the Deputy CEO of Climate Bonds Initiative. But previously to this, I used to work at Macquarie Fund Management and raised a lot of money from pension funds globally for infrastructure. I only said that because I think another missing piece of this conversation, which I kept thinking about, is that a lot of the pension funds that we would raise money for climate would say, but there isn't enough scale, and we are still looking for capital formation that is scale. And then we thought, when we said, well, we could do an urban fund, and they were like, yes, please. So I think in some ways, I think there is a lot of what you're doing that is new, but there is a lot of what you're doing that actually can be going through very normal capital formation, which is fund management. That's, of course, it doesn't always, have that additional sort of public coordination, I think that Kirsten, you mentioned, but you can add that. You can still do capital formation and create scale for 10 cities. You can find a fund manager, Macquarie, I'm sure would love it, that actually goes and says, I'm going to raise significant amount of money on a strategy for urban healthy living, and then maybe add an add-on to it that says, well, there's an additional public coordination there that maybe you need, almost like a TA facility. And I guess maybe my bigger point here is when we speak to pension funds, they're actually saying, we have actually made 5% capital allocations of our assets under management for climate. We just can't find enough pipeline or supply or enough funds or enough sort of, scalable platforms where we can actually deploy that money. So I think, to your point, I can see the pieces. They're like, there's all this, like, if you can have 10 cities that somehow, and convince a fund manager to have a fund and then go to that strategy with the pension fund, I think that would actually already utilize whatever the financial system already does, with maybe a little bit more help on the sort of some TA facility for public coordination. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Joshua Haynes. I co-lead Masawa, which is a mental health impact investment fund, where we're investing in not only approaches that help to lead to a more mentally healthy world, but also through our nurture capital approach, investing in the founder well-being themselves. We know, for example, from the climate crisis and justice movement, that climate anxiety is at an all-time high. We also know the effects of climate crisis on mental health specifically. In all of this, thinking about the people, and how are you thinking about the individuals, the actors in Minneapolis or in North Carolina or in Geneva or Zurich, and their own mental health journey and their well-being journey? Because if they're burning out, and if these now newly created, and I can imagine a world where in 3 or 5 years we have orchestrator warriors or champions, where if they're burning out or if they're creating organizations with toxic cultures, we're not going to get to the point where we need. So how are you also thinking about that mental health element of these actors specifically in the orchestration of your various endeavors? Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, let's reflect on some of those. Is there one more? Okay.
And I would love
Yeah. No.
Oh, sorry. It's just a comment, but I also would love to hear you on that. Yesterday, we've been listening here to many people working and directly in the field of regenerative agriculture, and many of them told us, stop talking about big numbers and big capitals, because actually we need money, but we need some money, a little bit here and there. And we need also the other players in the system to be enabled together to make that money work for us with capabilities and with other things, and also some autonomy in doing that. And that's what is missing. And then when I see, by the way, Karima from Advantica, I'm also a system thinking trainer, and I love systems. I love to embrace complexity. I think that's great. But I also recognize that when you do system thinking, the magic is in simplifying those systems to the really big levers and understanding that uncertainty will always be there. And when I see all that you're doing, I find it fantastic. And at the same time, I ask myself, aren't we making it overloading and overwhelmingly complicated and forgetting to go to the more, like what they said yesterday, we just need a little bit of capital here and a little bit more dialogue and wish to help us through. So I would love to hear your comments on that.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to start?
Yeah, maybe I'll start with a couple of things kind of joined together, including a response to your last comment. I actually don't know how many people were here while I was presenting either. But what I was in talking about the pilot initiative that we're now, where we are guest orchestrators in Southern Appalachia and North Carolina, and the fact that we just launched this microgrant facility, it really goes to that exact point, that we're trying to also identify initiatives that don't necessarily need huge amounts of capital, but need some. And in translation to, sorry, I forgot your name, but you were talking about pension funds and how they often complain about the fact that there isn't pipeline. This is one of the most common things that you hear, is that organizations say there is capital, but there's no absorptive capacity, there's no pipeline. In fact, there are lots of projects. Some of them are just small or immature. And actually, a lot of this orchestration work, part of what I see that we're doing is we're creating a translation layer where we're able to aggregate, bring together different types of smaller initiatives that together have real power to shift whole systems, to actually create regional prosperity and longer-term wealth, but actually are completely incompatible with a lot of the larger scale systems. It's that orchestration work is what unlocks some of that compatibility layer. And for us, it's really critical that we're not just talking about capital. In fact, we talk about a polycapital approach. And when we say polycapital, we mean also seeing what is actually needed for those different initiatives to thrive. And maybe that's, in some cases, political connections or removal of a political barrier or capacity building, indeed, or even something that might be completely outside of the scope of that value chain, but that provides fundamental stability. So we're really taking that type of perspective. And it's that I think starts to really create those magnifying effects in these regions that we're working in. And one thing I wanted to note is, like, North Carolina is very specific. It's a very unusual place to be working now with the whole kind of situation in the United States. But in some ways, people in the United States really need that support right now, because lots of people are turning away in some ways from what is happening there. And this kind of regional level organization is what actually people around the world are turning to as larger institutions are failing around us or becoming unstable. But the work there is just a kind of prototype, and we're actually creating this learning infrastructure between our organizations for how these different types of things can propagate across different regions.
Maybe a builder would, you want to go next? No? Okay. A builder would, so a couple of things just to reflecting on what, on these different questions. Gareth, to your point, I mean, it's, please don't hear in the fact that it's referring to decarbonizing cities that's the sell. You sell whatever floats people's boat. The biggest problem, though, is that if we don't get emissions down, we have a very serious problem. But it's totally entangled with adaptation, so actually adaptation is often the lever. But if I want to go to this kind of what does it look like in aggregate, and what does it look like if you're talking about lead markets and so on, and then this piece around then, but why does it have to be big, what about small? If I give you the really kind of the real living examples right now, and I would love to understand whether Macquarie would come to the table, but this is exactly the real thing. Here you have Rome, Paris, Madrid, Amsterdam, those cities, right? Very complex, real spaces where, property, in some cases in the Nordics, is owned in public hands. Most of it is in private hands. You have littered with the examples of the way in which this works. A city, for its public procurement, has enormous market power. Malmö, for example, runs 1.5 billion of public procurement per year, one city. So you add that up, you've got immense power. But usually is selling to whoever's sold. So, City Madrid bought 5G traffic lights. They don't integrate with any other piece of infrastructure. It's ended up being a totally obsolete sale. And that is a pattern happening literally everywhere. You put in place because somebody wants to invest in a single asset class housing, so they want all of the housing to look in the way in which they look at, and they want aggregate, so it needs to look the same. So then it doesn't actually add up to a local solution that works with efficiency. The biggest problem we have in climate is that almost all the solutions are multi-solves. The solution to our high hydrocarbons world is hyper-efficient, multi-solving, multivalent properties of materials, processes, circularity, and our entire financial architecture doesn't do that. So yes, aggregate is ideal. I've got 112 cities, and I'm running this lead market process to take all of the data from those cities and say, can we get 100 cities to procure from, for example, a Saint-Gobain or another, on materials that would allow retrofit in insulation cladding that would also actually be useful for digital infrastructure, so that we can get a graphene use, we can get a couple of multi-sols. As soon as you get there, as soon as you say yes, then all of a sudden you're into, okay, but there's no one entity that's going to buy, the returns are not high enough, the returns are not specific enough, who is going to de-risk this? You're in this world of, no, can't do. Can you give me the one investable thing? And that's the block. We actually need to do investment willing to say, I will invest in the city or the hundreds of cities procuring all of these things, but in a way that has at least two elements of cross-investment or cross-valency or cross-purposing, because that would actually get the efficiency and the returns. I know I'm sounding very complex, but the reality of this is... Yeah.
Because the complication with the pension money or institutional capital is that one of the big blockers there is asset allocation. And this idea that they will need to know the risk-return profile ex ante of what they're going to invest in. Ideally, from a systems perspective, it would just be a carve-out with a dynamic asset allocation over time, right? So that maybe a bulk of it ends up in real estate or infrastructure, but maybe there's also some private equity and maybe there's some debt, some fixed income. So what you need is sort of pension funds that have the size to say, okay, we actually, we have 40 billion assets under management. We can do a carve-out of 100 million, that's easy, and we don't have to classify it ex ante. But that's a very different mindset, right? And then you add on top of that the need for track record per asset class in a multi-asset facility.
In a multi-city perspective, in a multi-jurisdiction.
Possibly multi-jurisdiction, possibly multi-currency. And that's when people's head explodes, because most people in finance, particularly in institutional capital, are asset class specialists. They do one asset class, and they do that well. And so that's one of those sort of structural points of tension that we need to overcome.
However, I do think aggregate in cities, aggregate is a solution, because one of the discussions we are having in the infrastructure is, can you pull enough with, say, 80% of commonality on process, even implementation process? That would be enough. And as we see, as you start to get the market running out of money, we have, not enough fiscal room to cope with all of the crises, and we begin to really see the real economy come under strain. looking to invest in something where there is, in an urban context, actually long, slow, patient conditions for implementation starts to get interesting. It's the technical unlock on what's receiving the money, what the return is, what the guarantees are, and how you solve for the different asset classes that we need to solve for. But if I then come to your... And so, yes, the AI answer is we are using AI to do this translation work, to kind of get the numbers out on... So, X cities, well, how many heat pumps does that mean? How many metric tons of green cement? How many surface area of green glass, and so on? Because that would start to form lead markets, and maybe that's just very loosely held as a cluster effect, but at least it starts to create some kind of investment lines. On land, however, I think it is a very, very mixed and interestingly different perspective. The Place Finance Lab that we're working on is about something much more similar to North Carolina, very, very proximate, much smaller scale investments from those who have kind of skin in the game into their own agri-food and fibre returns, in circular logics, in regeneration logics, so close to soil, close to regenerative practices, close to materials supplies and revenue outcomes. And that is a completely different structuring. But it also has a lot to do with the human factor of trying to keep people on the land and keep people with livelihoods connected to land. There's kind of a different sort of logic. I think we haven't answered the mental health question. It is absolutely at the core of much of what we're dealing with is how are people able to hold this space from the sense of the immense opportunity that there is in beginning to even just the basic intuition around systemic investing has a core intuition at the essence of it, which is you start to get benefit from things that are correlated and mutually reinforce one another. And if you are doing the kind of work we're doing, you can see what is going to mutually reinforce and correlate because you can see what technologies and infrastructures and sequencing depend and are in play in even just implementation. So there's a huge opportunity space. The question is how to help people see that and engage with that. I find it very interesting, the idea of deliberately interlaying or interfacing in, as you can see in the community work that Eva's doing, this kind of notion of investing in mental health as part of the investable assets. And it's a little bit the stability function. You know, how do we keep people
There's
acting
one more
well?
thing I wanted to say about this idea of overcomplicating things. I think the nature of the work here is one of dancing. It's a vertical dance between the macro and the micro, the top down and the bottom up. There's always when you do kind of complex conceptual work like this stuff here, you have to make it tangible very quickly for people to stay engaged, right? So, which is why there's always sort of this dual, what we call it, design build or theory practice. There's like a need to do both the thinking and the doing in practice. I think one of the structural problems is that we're trying to wish the complexity of it all away, and it just doesn't go away. And finance is extremely good at reductionist action, right? It's sort of it's highly specialized, it's highly structured, it's highly streamlined, it's very efficient, but it doesn't do well with complexity. And just because we wish it weren't so, the nature of the problem is not going to change. But I think the smart thing is to do this dance between the macro and the micro and to get into practice very quickly and not overthink things. And so the key skill becomes one of finding where is action possible, where can you actually make stuff happen. It might not be the place that has the highest impact, but it might just be the place that's ready to engage. And so you go there and you execute and you learn something and you bring that back. You use that to create momentum, to grow the coalition, to build a track record, and then hopefully, progressively, you will be able to tackle the harder parts of the problem. But there is a sort of a temptation to give in to sort of this simplicity narrative and just getting on with it.
I think this question around, if you're dealing with very complex work, abstracting up to the really big elements and the causal pieces that matter is critical. But as Dominic said, I mean, if I give you another cities example, when you add up, when you do run the numbers on what European, for example, cities are going to need, everybody is assuming that they're going to electrify. Everybody is making a set of assumptions about the access to the materials that are going to be needed to do that electrification. And when you run the numbers on where those materials are and who has access to them, we do not have access to the materials at scale. For example, renewable energy with solar panels in the way in which we're assuming, and so on, the metals and the minerals. So that you kind of suddenly then have to come back up to then a set of questions on, well, okay, so there are alternatives if we don't just assume it's one way. You know, modular geothermal, for example, geothermal, but particularly modular because it actually means a pipe in every house. So that is, there are models in Sweden that have already proved to be extremely affordable and possible on doing that. It's a shift. What that does to come up to really abstracting is, however, modular geothermal as an example, as a solve in Europe, would be energy democracy. So it totally changes the entire power structure. I don't mean energy power, I mean positional power and ownership power structure in the whole system, which unlocks a whole other set of implications. What it would mean in a European context, what I'm describing, and it's actually at the core of this work, is some form of almost managed commodity trading to say, in Europe, Poland will not be able to do solar, so it's going to have to be privileged to do something different, versus the Nordics, which can, versus that, and so on. You need to start thinking continentally about an entire spatial energy transition, and that's just one vector, energy, mobility, and so on. This is where it starts to matter. But if you are holding institutional capital, Europe in the scheme of things is tiny, you need to start thinking like that and choosing to invest like that. And that's the invitation. That kind of orchestration of strategy, of business model choices, of investment needs and infrastructure and returns, we need it now. Okay.
I'm confused about how much time we have, because do we end at 10 or do we end?
We have 2 more minutes.
Oh, yeah?
Or we're out of time. 1 minute.
Okay.
Bring it home.
Well, what I want to say is that I feel like on some level this has been like a heavy discussion of a bunch of practitioners being like, oh, this is difficult, that's difficult, blah, blah, blah.
Exactly.
But I actually feel really, really hopeful and inspired and excited about what we're doing. And I feel like we're actually getting to the cusp of unlocking certain things. And I want to say that any of you who are interested in this or are working in this, please do come and speak with us, engage with us, because I actually think that there are ways to get involved that are practical, that are inspiring, and actually that are focusing on a future that we are looking to build, because that is for sure, to your point, the angle that we're taking with all of this. You know, here this is almost like the private airing of grievances with friends, but actually in practice, we are really, I think, bringing people along on a journey of hope that is actually unlocking things that have felt impossible in the past. And the volatility of our times is almost fueling that, because it's allowing people to allow to test things and take more risks in different ways. So to end on a positive note, thank you all for coming.
Wow, thank you so much for this very inspiring and thoughtful discussion. I can only say that I really learned a lot. I want to just kind of say a few takeaways that came to me. We learned about what we actually need to enable that systems change. We need to think about systems intelligence. We need mapping actors in an ecosystem. We need to think about continuous storytelling, so really bringing together people and thinking about not just the capital that we need, but to actually also think about the transformation that is needed in the head. Trust building is very important. Thank you to Eva for taking us to Charlotte in North Carolina and learning more about what capital orchestration could actually look like, with a case study that we learned about on regenerative agriculture. A few things that also were mentioned here: multi-solving, engaging in a money, in a pre-money logic in order to synchronize the system. So I think there were so many things in this session. So I think really thank you so much. And also I want to end on Dominic's point that, we need to come together, and actually this could be a dance. We could actually make this in a more light way. So what I would like for the audience to do is, when you go out, there's going to be post-it notes, and it would be amazing if you could share what your main takeaway is from the session when you actually exit the theater. So we would like to thank you all for coming to this fantastic session. Now it would be great to actually take a final photo with the speakers. And I think that's it, right? Anything else? Oh, we have a present. Yeah, so I'll hand out a little present. This is a caramel walnut tart from the canton of Graubünden, where we are in. Thank you so much, Eva, and sorry about the slides again. Sorry, I have more.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kirsten. Thank you, Dominic. And thank you all. Yeah, please, let's take a joining us to this next session. My name is Anja, and I'm supporting Climate Hub Davos this year. So I'm very happy to introduce this next session. And before we start, just a few words on the Climate Hub. The Climate Hub is actually a space for connection and collaboration. But most importantly, what we actually want to achieve here is to move from ambition to real action. And the Climate Hub is hosted by a non-profit organization here in Switzerland called GreenUp. And GreenUp actually is all about empowering people, communities, and organizations to live a more resource-light way. And since its founding back in 2016, the NGO has actually empowered more than 10,000 people to avoid more than 100,000 kilograms of emissions. Now, I don't know if I don't know if you're aware the space that you are in right now, but it's actually normally the cinema of Davos. And the cinema was a bit concerned about safety. So before we start, just a housekeeping item on safety. In this theater, there's actually 3 emergency exits. One is to the left-hand side on the rear, one is to the left-hand side in the front, and one is to the right-hand side in the front. I feel like a stewardess now. But in case something would happen, a third of us will exit in the rear, a third of us in the front left, and a third of us in the front right. So with that out of the way, what I would like to do before we get started, I actually would like to warm you all up. And I would like you to turn to your neighbor, in preference the neighbor you don't know, and actually talk to them about what brought you here today. And each one of you has 30 seconds. Please go. Ja, ich soll die Slides machen, ja. Can you give me a sign? Thank you so much. I can already see that we have moved from listening to actually collective thinking, so this is really great. And with that, I'm very excited to announce this next session. It's hosted by the Global Alliance for Banking on Values, so thank you very much. And at a time where fossil fuel expansion actually remains still the single greatest driver of climate change, this session is all about finance policy and the systemic shift that is needed to accelerate a just transition. So I'm very much looking forward to the discussion today and learn more about how we can move towards solutions that actually support people, communities, and also long-term economic resilience. And with that, I'd like to hand over to my session partners. Oh, sorry, I forgot one thing. We would like, because one of our speakers needs to leave early, so we actually have a very special thing. We want to take a quick picture. So can I ask you all to come on stage quickly? And we take the picture now. We can just stand here in the front. Okay. them to all. Okay, super. Thank you.
Should I stay?
I'll hand it over to you, Katarina.
Yes. Am I working? Yes. Yes, very good. So my name is Katarina Wangler-Björk. I'm the Chief Impact Officer of Exponential Roadmap Initiative, which is an exponential think tank and corporate network accelerating climate action with both large corporates, but also the climate solutions that we see to enable this economy. And I'm very pleased to be here. Let's see. Now we have. Should I be over there? We'll see. I thought I was here, but anyway. So I'd like to start with inviting the brilliant leaders and speakers that we have to discuss this question. And I mean, it's not a question, it's a challenge, but it's a huge opportunity, and it's a choice. Also, given that we are here when in the center of geopolitics at the moment, we have a choice to be determined. We have a choice to look up for each other and find new solutions, new partnerships. And I think that is what is going on, and that is what's important when we're here. And we are going to deep dive into those topics with the brilliant leaders that we have at hand for this conversation. And now I need to remember my son's password to the... Anyway, so I'd like you to join me on stage one-on-one. I have Anne-Sophie Castelnau, Head of Sustainability, Global Head of Sustainability at ING. Much welcome up on stage. Looking forward to this conversation. I have Dr. Amira Sawas, Head of Research and Policy at Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative. Much welcome up to the stage with me as well. And Martin Roer, Executive Director, Global Alliance for Banking on Values. Please join me on stage. And also the arranger and organizer of this panel. And finally, Ingmar Rentzog, the CEO and co-founder of We Don't Have Time, and a lot of other things. Yes. And to start off, I try to follow the news and reports that are launched during this week, but there's so much going on. But anyway, the other day there was a new report launched looking at that there's only 32 companies that stands behind 50% of the fossil fuel emissions. And that has decreased only the last couple of years from 36. Also interesting for this conversation is that many of those companies are owned by countries, which also puts a spot on why is this such a difficult challenge? Why does it play out in the COP30, for example, where we had an initiative on how to phase out fossil fuels, but we had 80 countries supporting that, but we had a lot of countries opposing it as well. So why is policy and collaboration between countries important, and also companies and business, and the finance issue, of course. But that is one part of the side. I think that is important, both looking at when we talk about global headwinds, it's not always global. We have a lot of positive things happening in the world as well. So we need to see that there's parallel tracks. There are different futures that we can choose from. Futures that really belong to history, and futures that could be a well-being society for all. We did, with Exponential Roadmap, launch a paper a month ago on crocodile economics, where we identified a lot of countries and a lot of companies that actually have succeeded in decoupling emissions and financial performance, or GDP. So we can see that there is a positive pattern, and we need to focus on how could this be done? How can we accelerate those positive developments? How can we scale the solutions? How can we scale the right policies, etc.? And that is what I want to deep dive into. So how can we create an earth-positive economy and go to a post-fossil fuel economy, but more focus on the positive sides. And how can we make that happen while we're here? We still have 2 days to go. Yes. So with that, we're going to start with these speakers and leaders to introduce themselves and what you bring to the table and what you see and how you work, each one of you. And after that, we're going to have a conversation, all of us here, but also after a while invite you to ask questions. And we will end on a note where we probably have some actionable insights. With that, I'd like to introduce Ingmar Wentzel. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Katarina. And I was told here in the green room by Martin, we need to be positive, focus on the solutions. I will not start by being positive because I think we need to face the reality. I mean, the geopolitics and what's going on here in World Economic Forum at the center of everything is not really positive at all. We live in very troubled times. And it's very much fueled by those that wants to stay in power. And as you said, there's not many. It's a special interest of very few companies, leaders, and some countries. But they have huge influence. And they have been using this influence for many, many years, for decades. They have always tried to deny climate change, get people to believe that there is some kind of debate, or as Donald Trump says, it's a scam. We are all scammers in this room. But that doesn't really work because people can feel that the weather is very sick outside and you don't believe that anymore. So they have moved on and changed strategy, saying that, yeah, we need to change, but we can do that when I'm not in power or when I'm dead in 2050 or something. But that strategy is not working either because the economy are changing. So if you're an oil CEO, you're very worried that no one will buy your fuel because cars are now electric. 100% of all cars sold in Norway were electric last year. And that's an oil country, so something is happening here. But this means that what we feel now is that they are getting desperate. So what are they doing? They actually try to cancel science itself. That's where we are right now. And it's not just talk. I mean, it's very worrisome. If you talk to scientists in the United States, they are fleeing the country. They are taking the data with them to Europe to save it, literally. When we were in New York for Climate Week, we talked to scientists that said that we have the suitcase packed, we're ready to leave the country. And some have already done that. If we focus on climate, there's an observatory in the United States, in Hawaii, the Mauna Loa Observatory. How many in here have heard about that observatory? Almost everyone. It's the ground zero where you measure carbon dioxide every single day since the 1960s. And it's going up, it's record high, we all know that. So what are the US administration doing about that? They try to cancel and shut down the observatory. And they also shut down and burn up satellites because they don't like the climate data they provide. And it's not just the United States, it's coming to Europe as well. In Germany, AFD wants to tear down all wind power plants because they're ugly. In United Kingdom, I just read an analysis that most media has been positive to transitioning. They are now, a majority are negative. So the information war are actually happening. And that's really dangerous. So why is this happening? It's happening because fossil fuel are starting to lose. We're now at a shift. Last year, clean energy were actually surpassing fossil fuel and all other energy in electricity production. 96% of all new electricity in the United States are fossil free. And if you see the economy, $5 trillion are invested in clean energy. And according to World Economic Forum, that will grow to $7 trillion in just a couple of years. That's about 7% of all money that goes around in the world are now going into clean energy. And this backlash we feel here in Europe, many companies are maybe still doing climate action, but they don't dare to speak about it because they can be hurt by Donald Trump. But this is a thing here in US and Europe. If you go to China, they're not stopping. They are accelerating green solutions. If you go to the Middle East, same thing there. They're investing billions into green transition. So what we need to consider here, what we need to see, we feel the resistance because we're starting to break through. But I'm very worried that we are not going to make that breakthrough, because if most people are not aware of this, we will not get through. And what we see now is US and other powerhouses, they try to control the information. And if they succeed with that, we will never break through. So now is the time to work harder than ever. Our job is so important because we just need to keep pushing harder and we will break through. But in order to do that, we need free media. And today, if you see just Europe, we don't even have our own social media, for example. So that's one reason why I'm here in Davos. We've actually launched and presented a social media that will be coming here in Europe later this year. That's just one thing we need to do. But overall, we just need to keep pushing and make our money invest in the solution.
Thank you very much, Ingmar. And I'd like to ask if we can have the timer on so it makes it easier for us before we go further on. Thank you. Amir, please introduce yourself and why you're here and your work.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? I hope so. My name's Amira. I'm the head of research and policy at the Fossil Fuel Treaty Initiative, which is basically an effort to address some of the challenges that have just been highlighted. But I think before I tell you about the initiative, I think acknowledging the context is really important, and acknowledging the agency and role we all have in this context is also really important. So we're going to look back in a few years and probably think, oh my goodness, I was right in the middle of witnessing this like global turning point in power dynamics, right? And I feel like we just can't put our heads in the sand anymore, or we can't expect that others are going to deal with it, because this is going to require a lot more than individual sectors, individual governments, individual communities to address it. And we're going down this fragmented path. We're seeing an increasingly polarized debate, which is being captured by negative forces. And ultimately, the end of this is going to be not only, of course, in the long term, the world effectively burning up, but all along the way, the majority of the world will suffer more and more, not just from climate change and environmental degradation, but the conflict and insecurity, which is deeply tied to the fossil fuel industry, the lobby, and so on. So we can continue going down that way, or we can choose a different path, a path that actually the Swiss president, Pamela, hopefully pronounced that correctly, said in his speech this week, which is we need society, science, economics, and a spirit of partnership with politics working together. Otherwise, problems can only be addressed in a partial and imperfect manner. And I think many of you know that even the topic of fossil fuels only made it into the UNFCCC climate negotiation space very recently. So, you know, we're in a situation where we need all hands on deck, and we need to realize that no country, no sector, no individual stakeholder can do it alone. And particularly the climate environmental movement, which has not been super diverse in the past, right? So we've struggled to speak to those people who are being captured by the right-wing narratives. And I'm not undermining the role of the media in this. The media, the corporate media, the right-wing media is absolutely huge. But I did work for 3 years doing research with people who have been taken by those narratives, and we're just not doing a good enough job of engaging people in the story of like the future, like what we can do differently, why we need this transition and how they're a part of it, what it's going to do for them. We're just not doing that. So at the Treaty Initiative, we believe that we can be a part of this different path, which is a vast, just, democratic global transition to a fossil-free world, which is an ideal that lots of people are thinking about right now, right? But we don't actually have a plan. So we are thinking about, like, the plan that we have is basically premised on 3 pillars. which are ending the expansion of new fossil fuel projects, because we can't keep growing the problem, right? At the moment, we have 120% more fossil fuel projects planned than's actually compatible with the 1.5 degree warming threshold that we all agreed to under the Paris Agreement. We've actually breached that, so we kind of need to come back from that as well. So we can't keep building the problem. We need to phase out existing projects in an equitable way. So that means recognizing that there are different players in the world that have different levels of responsibility and capacity and need different kinds of support. So we have to phase down in line with global justice and equity. And we also have to enable and support a just transition within those contexts for workers, communities, economies, and businesses, so everyone can feel like they're part of this solution, right? Part of this story. So these pillars make up the basis of a global work plan, which is complementary to the UNFCCC process, because the UNFCCC in its Paris Agreement told us what we need to do, but it doesn't actually have the what. So we're saying, let's build the what, and that is a binding global agreement ultimately, right? We need there to be accountability, but we also need multiple stakeholders to feel like they're a part of building that. Because if they don't feel like they're a part of building that, they're not going to get behind it, and it's just not going to be sustainable. So one of the things I'm working on, if it's helpful to share, is that the economic side of it, right? Like, there are a number of countries that, you know, came up in this bifurcation or this polarized debate around the transition roadmap at COP. And because I've played quite a specific role in the negotiations, I was talking to a lot of those countries on both sides. Those countries, there are the disingenuous players, but then there are the countries who are dealing with major debt crises, not able to get capital investment into renewables projects. And instead of leapfrogging into renewables, which they could do, like the science tells us it's possible, they're being sold fossil fuel projects that are giving them kind of a sense of not only security, even though it's not necessarily true, energy security for their communities, but that there are other states that are there for them, who are going to trade with them, who are going to work with them. They're not being left alone. And many of those states are petro-states who are going and having those conversations with them. So what we need to do as part of the initiative is to build mechanisms, working with finance, working with business, working with governments, civil society and others, that can remove those barriers to investment. And we've done that with Colombia, for example, the country. They have developed a plan for their fossil fuel transition. They're the 5th biggest coal exporter in the world. So they've developed a pathway, and now they're asking investors to come and invest in them. Obviously, it's been very difficult in the past because of the reasons that I mentioned before. So we've been having active conversations with investors and others about the risk. You know, what is the real risk that there is in investing in countries that are looking at the future of life itself, which is what they're talking about, and actually coming up with plans to do that. So we've got mechanisms that we're working on addressing debt, a debt resolution facility. We've got mechanisms that we're working on the financing piece, how to ensure the financing can move to different countries so they can actually put these plans in place. And in the longer term, of course, there will have to be mechanisms that are going to be built around accountability, transparency, grievance mechanisms, and so on. I don't have time to talk about that now. I just think what I would like to say is different, possibly, about us, is that we're both bottom-up and top-down. So the idea emerged not only from Pacific leaders in Pacific states, but also from civil society. So we now work not only with 18 countries who've endorsed the idea of a fossil fuel treaty, who are working with us on some of these ideas for mechanisms, but also over 4,200 organizations, almost 200 cities, numerous. I could talk forever. We've got a million people who've signed up to the idea. And so another, key partner in this is business and finance, and super happy to be here with our partner, the Global Alliance on Banking on Values, because this is we're really going to need the financial sector to be able to support this. So we believe that change is possible, and we're doing our best to be the change that we want to see in the world. And it's not easy. It's difficult. It requires us having difficult conversations, but taking the polarization out of it. So we're not judging the fossil fuels of the past. They were there for a reason. But what we're saying is we need to now make a transition away from them, and we need to do that in a way which has empathy and an actual solid plan, rather than just kind of putting our heads in the sand and hoping that this is going to get fixed by somebody. Thank you.
Thank you, Amira. Very thoughtful. And looking at some of the things that you highlighted, we have you, Anne-Sophie, to contribute with the corporate and finance perspective and all the things that you do. Please.
Thank you. And indeed, I'm the bank around the table. But I'm also a bank that is convinced that indeed we have science, and science is leading our actions. And that's why we want to continue doing what we were doing for the past years. In 2025, maybe to start about what we've done recently, we were the first global systemic bank with targets approved by SBTi, so the Science-Based Target Initiative. So just confirming that what we are doing is science-based and is the right thing to do. So that was quite a milestone, and very happy to have that at our credit. Next to that, we've continued to make progress in the DNA of the bank, which is financing. We are a big financing institution. Our balance sheet is 1 trillion euro. And by the way, we are Dutch, but we are active mostly in Europe, and we have also activities in the US and in Asia. And what we do is financing clients. And what we are building now is ability to scale projects that are part of the transition. So we have created a transition accelerator team that is really looking at how to accelerate some of those projects where the technology is just at the point of becoming mature enough so as to take over from fossil fuel. And I will come back to that at a later stage. And the third thing we do and we will continue doing is engaging with our clients. Because stepping away from one day to another doesn't have a real impact. What has impact is supporting the transformation of the economy. And this is really at the core of what we are doing. We are looking at our clients, analyzing your disclosure, building your view on your transition plan, and engaging. And we make sure that our bankers are able to have the right conversation year after year, and indeed monitor the progress those clients are making. We do that because we consider that the transition, again, cannot happen from one day to another. Unplugging the economy from fossil fuel is going to take time, effort, and that's not easy. Today, we are still 80% dependent on fossil fuel. And that's what we want to foster by financing and building an alternative infrastructure. So we dedicate a lot of our funding to that part. We've taken the insight, and our methodologies are built from, originally, this is the IPCC, and behind that, that's the International Energy Agencies that is I would say, sketching those scenarios. And we've taken those insights and from COP in Dubai, where IEA was very clear about the acceleration required for renewable, and we've committed to follow that. And that's why last year we've reached 7.5 billion of funding during the year only to the renewable sector. Basically, we've tripled our commitment in 3 years. That transition requires the transformation of a system. So this is not something one single party can do alone. So we see ourselves as a participant to that system, and we really look into how to collaborate with others so as to get there. Collaborate with CS, so civil society organization, collaborate with our clients, with regulators. I mean, banks are heavily regulated. So all that, and our peers, because indeed I spend also a lot of time with our peers so as to share approach, methodologies, and views. I'm part of the UNEP-FI, so United Nations Environmental Programme for Finance and Institution Banking Board, and where we discussed about the progress we make, but also the struggle we face. Because we face quite some struggle, but the good news, and in spite of that, I would say, context that is complicated these days, what we see is that our clients are keeping the good work. And that's quite reassuring, frankly. That's a question we were asking ourselves 18 months ago when we started seeing that shift. And I remember New York Climate Week in 24 with those conversations with some parties where I came back to Europe very, very concerned, and it's only deteriorated since then. But we've monitored what our large corporates are doing. And frankly, they are not changing. They are not changing the course of what they are doing either, because they see the risk, they see the importance and what's happening in your value chain. So that's very reassuring. And those large corporates, they have taken medium to long-term decision in terms of strategy, and they are extremely happy that we continue pushing them and accompanying them in that direction. Another point, very important, is that those transitions have a lot of impact on people. And ultimately, we are not doing that only to save the planet. We are doing that for society. And I would say transforming the system, we really need to put people in the middle and ensure that that transition is also beneficial to the people. So this is really something that we put in the middle of our analysis so as to ensure that the social dimension and the ripple effect on people is taken on board when we finance a new system. And finally, we see the complexity, so we want to engage even more with policymakers. We have dedicating much more time than before in understanding what can help that transformation to accelerate, basically identifying the stick and the carrots that are needed so as to really continue moving forward. So much more time spent with governments, with again, decision maker, so as to feed them with insight and with what our clients are telling us and to our support, so as to support your transformation.
Thank you very much. Very insightful. Yes. So Martin, looking at you and what you do.
So really great to be here in Davos, and also very interesting listening to all of you. And it's true what you're saying, Ingmar. I think there's a lot of negativity out there, and there's a lot of destructive discourse. Having said that, I think I'm very privileged because I work for an organization called the Global Alliance for Banking and Values. We are a movement of over 70 banks in more than 45 countries around the world, which is really putting people and planet at the center of everything they do. They're not working in finance for the profit primarily, but really to have a social and an environmental impact. And I also have the privilege that I'm in touch every day with people from literally around the world. Our movement goes all the way from Bolivia to Norway and from Canada to Papua New Guinea. And so I hear what's happening in those parts of the world as well. And then when I look at the media and I see Mr. Trump and I hear all those views and opinions from around the world, there's a huge disconnect. And I think that gives me at least a lot of energy and also hope that change still is possible in the world. Now, what does the GABV do? We are bringing our members together at the level of the chief executives as well as at the level of the non-executive directors to talk about values in finance and how they can strengthen their business models so that they're really focusing on what they want to achieve, whether this is financial inclusion, whether this is reducing climate change, whether this is promoting SMEs in their markets. And we do this through various ways. We have workshops, we have peer events, we have leadership development programs. We also connect them with funders, investors, and expert organizations. And more recently, we've actually also started to engage and work with policymakers and regulators, as well as with mainstream banks that are starting to get interested in a different angle to their sustainability strategy because they want to better understand how could they put more emphasis on the values in their business strategy. Now, our members, many of our members from the very start have been operating with very strict exclusion criteria. And so probably they are not really that much engaged in the first place in the fossil fuel economy. They also have the benefit that very often their owners, the investors, they are invested because exactly that reason. They want to put their money where it has a positive impact, rather where they can have the maximum return for their investment. And that gives them, of course, a much different room to act and to try things out and to innovate. And we see ourselves really as the kind of innovators that can try out things that maybe large banks like ING might not be able to do so easily. And then hopefully, eventually, when we find the transformative solutions, we can either ourselves scale them up, but also share them with the wider financial industry so they can pick those also up and work with those. In the climate space, we've been, since 2019, we had launched a GABV climate change commitment and started a partnership with the Partnership for Carbon Accounting Financials, which is standard methodology for greenhouse gas accounting. We were the ones that were helping PCAF to become a global initiative, and today, in the meantime, there's more than 700 financial institutions from around the world, and actually including ING, that have signed up to PCAF. So we've been partnering with them to move forward this notion of really measuring also your greenhouse gas emissions and setting targets to reduce your greenhouse gas emissions. And we're also a very natural partner, as we heard from Amiera, for the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, in the sense that we were able to bring 25 member banks that have signed up or signed on, because the treaty doesn't exist yet. The goal is to create the treaty, have signed on to supporting this. We're the first global network of banks that have signed on. Now, the title today is really to look at also what are the benefits of being front runners, what are the benefits of being proactive rather than defensive when it comes to moving into a post-fossil fuel economy. And I think what we see in our membership of values-based banks is that there are a lot of benefits in many different ways. To begin with, by being really coherent and consequent in our actions, our members are building a lot of credibility, and they can use that credibility, they can leverage that to engage with policymakers and regulators on these topics. They can use that also by building client loyalty, which again gives them tangible financial advantages in terms of financial resilience, better asset and liability profiles, etc., etc. They are also more keenly acute about the climate risks that their clients are facing. Our members are all really deeply grounded in the communities they serve, and so they very quickly see when the communities are being impacted by the climate change impact. And so they start working with those clients to help them adapt, to help them reduce the risks, maybe through insurance products and other means. And that, again, then has an impact on their default rates. So there's a lot of really tangible benefits that our members are seeing. Now, having said that, and I think Anne-Sophie has also spoken to that, I think there's also a huge opportunity, a commercial opportunity out there. So to just take maybe one example, Triodos Bank in the Netherlands, they have been the lead arranger in number of renewable energy transactions over the past couple of years. So they're really going deep into that space. They have a huge expertise, and they are developing a lot of new projects to help with renewable energy. So I think that's a very beautiful example to show, again, this commercial opportunity that is also out there. We're not in it per se just to make a lot of profit, but we also, of course, want to be resilient financially in the long term, and for that we also need to see the commercial opportunity, and we're really digging into that as well.
Very interesting. Thank you. And thank you also for segueing into the next part of the conversation, where we're to look more at the opportunities, but also, of course, explore how can we overcome the challenges and obstacles that we actually really have here. It's a long journey. I've been in this world since COP3 in Kyoto, and sometimes when I look in media, it feels like, yeah, we're still writing the same stories, but on the line, there is a lot of things that has happened since. So looking a bit more on both challenges and opportunities and how we can act. Ingmar, looking at science and the evidence, how can we come through? Can you elaborate a little bit on the thoughts that you started earlier?
So we created this campaign, Make Science Great Again, and that is to get people aware about two things. Number one, science are currently under attack, and that's very dangerous. Number two, the reason for it is not because we are losing, it's because we are winning. It's because science works and it's powerful. And that is key, I believe, because if we need to break through this resistance and these powerful people working against the green transition and a fossil-free future. I mean, they even invaded the neighbor country to Colombia and threatening to invade Colombia, where this fossil fuel phase-out conference are hopefully going to be hosted. I mean, will it be hosted if it's a war? Probably not. So this is what we're up to. I mean, Donald Trump is like an oil CEO with an army. That's really dangerous. So we need to take we need to stand up and do a lot of things that are quite risky. All of us needs to get out of our comfort zone and challenge those that are resisting us. And of course, it's very hard to do it if you're in a country that is not free, like United States. It's a much bigger risk. But I mean, Donald Trump, he's coming here and saying that, okay, the only reason I'm going to Davos, but you need to cut everything that is woke on the agenda. We shouldn't do that. I mean, come on. The risk is that it's getting a little bit uncomfortable. When he was presented on stage yesterday, no one challenged him. Come on. I mean, we don't need to say something rude, but we can say something like, I believe in science, Mr. President. Maybe you don't. I don't know. So we need to get out of our comfort zone. But here's my main point. It's a risk of doing that. And people are only willing to take risk if they believe it's worth it. When do we believe it's worth it? When we are convinced that we are winning. And the climate movement, all of us, needs to be a winner. Because we are on the right side of the history. We will win. And we have that in all the stats and what we're talking about here. The fossil fuel future, those that are building that are the winners. But we need to believe in it. And the other side, they do everything they can to try to get people to give up. Don't let them do that.
Thanks a lot. Continue with you, Amira. You've been going on with this for 5 years, a bit more. Can you please tell me about both the progress that you've done, but also the obstacles and opportunities you see going forward, and what your focus is now?
Sure. So as I sort of quickly ran over before, the idea emerged actually from different places. It emerged from academics who were looking at supply-side policies on fossil fuels. It emerged from Pacific leaders. It emerged from activists like the chair and founder of the Fossil Fuel Treaty, Zipporah Berman, and others. So this idea for a binding agreement on addressing fossil fuels was there, circulating, but nobody had really put it out there with a bang, you know. So about 5 years ago, Zipporah and others decided to do that, to really challenge, particularly the fact that the biggest space for negotiating, or at least the biggest formal negotiating space for addressing climate change, is the UNFCCC space, and at that point, fossil fuels, which is, we all know, the major driver of the climate crisis, was not even in the text. So all of the, games of the fossil fuel lobby, we all know now, have been around for a very long time. So we sort of came with a bang. I only joined 3 years ago, but I was witnessing this happening in my other role. It was amazing, and it really challenged the space. And it said, we need to start addressing the root cause of the problem. But we were seen as quite radical. We were seen as like, oh, these crazy activists just talking about something that's totally unrealistic. And that has been a thread consistently throughout this. But it's not that, like, what we've done is we worked with a lot of people who've actually been involved actively in successful treaties. And so we've got that expertise. We've analysed what worked, what didn't work. And we're learning a lot from the past. And those people were also told, you're crazy, this will never happen. So I think it's really important to note that we've come a massive way. We still have detractors, for sure, we do. There's no doubt about it. But we're not willing to kind of put our head in the sand and step back and say, this is too hard. We're saying, we're going to do it. We're going to put our energy behind it, and we're going to make it a big tent, because we can't do this alone. No country in the world can do this alone. No business can do it alone. No, science can't operate on their own. So we need to come together. So I think that the belief in our vision and our energy is starting to build, because we now have 18 countries on board. I mean, some of these countries, when we first spoke to them, were not able to engage with us. And why? Because they felt, do you understand the challenges we face? Do you understand that how difficult it is for us to get investment into this renewable transition, to economically diversify? Do you understand how unfair the global macroeconomy is? And we're like, yes, we do. And we're going to go away and do work with key partners and understand it more. And we're going to come back to you with proposals. And that's what we do. We come back with proposals. And we work with, for example, we're doing a lot on debt because it's such a huge barrier. If I just give an example of the African continent, right, it has the greatest renewable energy potential in the world, but it's had less than 3% of the investment globally. 85% of the investment into renewable energy, although it might have shifted since that stat was released about 2 years ago, but probably not significantly. 85% has gone to the global north and China at interest rates of like 2 to 6%. But the weighted cost of capital investment, the interest rate across the African continent is 15.6%. So how on earth do we expect countries in a continent that's public debt has doubled in the last 5 years to over $1 trillion to be able to make those choices? It's not even a choice, right? For them, they have to serve the interests of their populations. So we're saying, okay, we're going to speak to debt experts, and particularly from the global south when it comes to those countries, because we need to show that we respect the expertise emerging out of the south as well, right? Because there is a knowledge production issue. This is one of the reasons why, again, I come from a climate science background, have a PhD in it. Like, one of the reasons that we're not trusted always is because of our positionality. People think, well, they're sitting in their ivory tower telling us to sort our lives out, and they don't understand the challenges we face. So the knowledge production piece is really important, that we speak to experts from all different backgrounds when we're talking to countries that face the biggest barriers and develop solutions accordingly. I think the other thing that's happening, and that we have the privilege of being able to do, because we have such a wide civil society network, including partners here, is that we can be bold. You know what I mean? We can be whatever we call the radical flank or whatever. And I know that because I see it in the negotiations on these topics, that does create more political space for leaders to say, hey, hang on, yeah, okay, maybe there's something in this roadmap that we need from fossil fuels, but it also has to be just and equitable. And we're going to get behind this if it is just and equitable. And that's something that we're talking about. I think the final thing that's really exciting that Ingmar mentioned before is countries that are willing to step up now and take leadership positions in this conversation, even those that haven't necessarily endorsed the treaty proposal yet, but they're willing to drive the conversation forward on how you actually make this work plan happen. So, for example, the conference that was mentioned, this is going to be at the end of April in Santa Marta, Colombia, which is a very significant symbolic place for fossil fuels in the country historically, because a lot of the production was done there. This is Colombia and the government of the Netherlands are co-hosting the first ever diplomatic conference on the just transition away from fossil fuels. What is that going to be about? That's going to be about talking about those barriers, talking about the opportunities, what needs to change, what can we do? And it's outside of the UNFCCC space deliberately, because it creates more space for really getting into the nitty-gritty, the challenge, the opportunities, the partnerships. And so that's going to be, currently the agenda for that. The Colombians and the Dutch government are actively seeking, consulting with various stakeholders, including business, financiers and others, about what should be the way that we go about having this conversation. And it's going to include tracks on economics, the economic side, tracks on energy access, which is a major concern for many, many governments, and also tracks on the kind of international cooperation and the legal responsibility side. Because let's not forget that the International Court of Justice has now given an advisory opinion that climate justice is a responsibility of states, and they specifically name fossil fuels and fossil fuel subsidies. So states are actually they have an international legal responsibility now for the first time ever to address fossil fuels. And you will be aware there's lots of court cases emerging, right? And this is only going to strengthen the resistance. So I would encourage everyone to engage with the conference if you can, or keep an eye on it. Feel free to ask questions. There are many of us who are involved in one way or another. And yeah, I think that's going to be a really productive space. Thanks.
And very soon. Very good. Going to you, Anne-Sophie, you already highlighted both the role that you take with your clients, and helping them co-creating and leading the transition, but also how you collaborate with other stakeholders, institutions, etc. So could you highlight a few more opportunities and challenges going forward that you see that we need to overcome and that we can explore together, and what is needed to do that?
Yeah, and maybe starting with the opportunities, because this is how we look at things. We see that transition as requiring a massive, I would say, amount of financing. There are many studies that have been done on that topic, but I think that there's a sort of consensus around 4 to 5 trillion of additional capex that are required if we want to get to the targets we've set for decarbonizing and ultimately being net zero. So this is massive, and that needs financing. So that's for also banks to think, okay, what can we do and what kind of role can we play? I refer to renewable. I can talk also about infrastructure. I mean, there's a lot of needs also, and to decarbonize, we need to build more capacity for the grid, for instance, but we need also to organize a new system. And for instance, we finance EV charging infrastructure that needs to be in place so as for the electrification of the automotive sector to be happening. So this is really for us as a financier, something on which we want to play a role, understanding those technologies and discussing with our clients how to get there. But indeed, that's not completely easy. And in terms of challenge, this is, as I said, the complexity of having very many stakeholders who need to play a role. That's why we really work on collaborative approach. We have, for instance, designed new approaches to determine how banks can decarbonize their books. We've been involved in the Poseidon principle for the shipping industry. We've designed or co-designed the sustainable aluminium financing framework. So for each of those heavy emitting industries or sector, we've helped and we've provided resources so as to, together with experts in those sectors, together with scientists, really think what can be the realistic pace of that transformation. And this is really required. And now we are using those insights to discuss with policymakers, really trying to pinpoint what are the specific actions. One key example, for instance, is the work we've done on decarbonizing the residential real estate sector. Because indeed we talk a lot about the big industries, but I mean we are all citizens, and many of us have a home, and emissions coming from those homes need also actions. But the complexity is that in each country the quality of the real estate is very different. How energy is brought into house is different. So we need to think that through, and in the various markets where we operate, understand what can have impact, because ultimately this is about impact. So we want to provide financing, but also we want to discuss with peers, with governments, with regulators, how we can accelerate that. What is useful? What is the incentive that works in the context in which those customers are located? So this is really what is making us busy, but indeed we are happy to take the flag and advocate for that.
Very interesting. Thank you so much. Yes. And I'm inviting you also to tell a bit about what you see going forward. And you can think about if you have any questions, because after that we'll invite a few questions and then in 50 minutes conclude. Please, Martin.
Yeah, I was struck by the remark you made, Ingmar, around you only go in attack mode when you can judge the risks and know how far you can go. And it made me think about different models I see around and challenges and opportunities also I see around our network. So to take the example of our member in Bangladesh, BRAC Bank. In Bangladesh, there was a very oppressive regime, and they made a point of always being apolitical, just doing the right thing, focusing on the impact, focusing on financial inclusion. They were also doing climate work, climate-related work. Bangladesh is a country that's heavily affected by climate change. But they weren't making a big point about it. And then when the revolution happened in Bangladesh and there was the regime change, what happened was that most of the other banks that were dealing with the former government imploded. And today, BRAC Bank is the largest bank in Bangladesh because all the money went to that bank. And just as a case in point, to show the opportunity of doing the right thing. Another case that I wanted to bring to this room is our other member, Climate First Bank. They're sitting in Florida. And I think when I say Florida, you can imagine what the political context is. They are a startup bank that within 4 years grew to $1.5 billion in assets. And in the last years, they've put solar roofs on 80,000 homes within 3 years. I mean, it's absolutely impressive what they have achieved. Again, in a very challenging environment, as you can imagine, they just veered forward and went ahead. And then maybe the final case is speaking to also what Ann-Sophie mentioned. Our member banks can do as much as they can do within the frameworks and the situations and contexts that they're operating in. But if we can get the policymakers to make those changes, we could all go so much faster. So this collaborative piece with the policymakers and regulators, but also with educating consumers and clients to take the right decisions is absolutely crucial, especially in the residential area, for example. If you don't have the right building codes in place, you are fighting windmills as a bank. You cannot really move very far. You can maybe work with the most convinced consumers, but it would make such a big difference. And ultimately, I think it's also in the interest of governments to have those building codes in place, because it would also create a much bigger independence of the fossil fuel economy with all the benefits, the political benefits that you will eventually reap as a government.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to invite questions from the audience, and I think we'll have space for 2, 3. Can I have some? What?
26 minutes to go.
26 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, are you I thought we ended 11:45.
Yes, actually, Ann-Sophie has to leave at 11:45.
So. Okay, yes. So, yes, let's go to the questions.
Hi, I'm Richard Tarperton from the World Resources Institute. Thank you for all those really inspiring ideas, and it's great to see so much progress being made in tackling this issue around how to transition from fossil fuels. I've been in the banking sector for the last 5 years, and we've been trying, when I was in banking, I'm now in the NGO sector, but previously in the banking sector, we were trying to get transition finance to flow. And it's flowing in some areas, like renewable energy, electric vehicles, and batteries. But in key sectors that need to transition, like food, heavy industry, steel, aluminium, cement, the business case is a lot stronger, and the financial return tends to be in double-digit figures for high-carbon products. But for low-carbon versions of those products, low-carbon steel, low-carbon aluminium, the business case is almost zero, in some cases negative. And my question is mostly, I guess, to Anne Sophie from ING, as to what you were saying. You're keen to get more transition finance to flow through ING's work, what you're doing in the space. What do you see as being the key actions that are needed that banks and industry can take to make it more possible for those financial cases to turn positive?
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. For some sectors, I mean, things are moving and we are more or less on the right direction. For other sectors, and heavy industry is a good example, it's much more complex. And our clients are coming to us saying, yeah, we share the views, but the business case is not there. So it doesn't make any sense. I'm a listed company. I cannot go to my board and get approval for those projects that are far less profitable or that requires much more investment than the current situation, where indeed I'm working based on let's say, connected to fossil fuel industries. So this is typically the work we are doing in specific sectors, engaging then with policymakers. Yesterday, I was in discussion, for instance, with Wopke Hoekstra, who is the commissioner in charge of energy, and who is very keen and very open to hearing our insights. So when it comes to the role of EIB, for instance, to complement the role of banks so as to de-risk them and to facilitate access to, cheaper funding, or when it comes to indeed designing the right incentive or the right regulatory limitation for some sectors, this is what we need. I mean, again, we need more regulation. We need governments, basically, to step in. They have committed to the Paris goals. So they have to put the right economic system in place so as to get there. Otherwise, indeed, that's very difficult for the private sectors, and in particular for listed clients, to make those trade-offs. They can do that marginally, but when it comes to the core of their activity, that's much more complex. So we are really deep diving now, and we are deep diving on sectors where we have a significant market share. For some sectors, we are less relevant, but for instance, shipping is a very good example. We have identified what can really help decarbonizing the shipping sector, and now we have a work stream working on where we can play a role and how to get there. When it can be indeed using different types of alternative fuels, for instance, and who can be a partner there, or it can be indeed how to, I would say, create a less risky ecosystem of financing for our peers also to join us in that direction. So this is heavy, this is not super sexy, but this is necessary at this stage.
Martin, you wanted to?
Yeah, maybe if I just can bring an example from the Global South, and thanks for the question. I think it's a very important question. At the end of the day, banks are all regulated, and even the values-based banks, they have maybe a little bit more room than banks that are listed on the stock market to do things that are maybe not quite as profitable, but there's a limit. So ultimately, there's also a need for governments to step in and provide blended finance, and we're seeing that already now. It's maybe easier in the Global South, where you have the development finance institutions and also the multilateral development institutions that come in with concessional finance, for example, to help transform agricultural practices, where you really need to have this collaboration and a systems approach rather than just a transactional approach that runs by itself.
Thank you very much. We have
hello. Thank you all so much. My question is for Martin, please, because you mentioned Bolivia as an example and the Global South, and I'm from Bolivia, and I'm leading Amazon Biodiversity Preservation Initiative with top innovators. So my question is, how would you define a new economy for a country like Bolivia? How is this transition possible for a country that is so rich, but has a very poor sustainable chip right now? Corporations, organizations, is a mess. So please, thank you.
That's a very big question. I don't dare to answer it because I'm sure you know more about Bolivia, or 100 times more than I do. What I can say is that you probably know Banco Sol, which is our member there. They're really one of the leaders in microfinance and financial inclusion, and they've reached a size at this point that of maturity that they're really able to be a leader and a lighthouse also for other financial institutions in Bolivia. They are working with their clients on finding climate-friendly solutions, helping them adapt, helping them mitigate risks. But ultimately, again, I think it needs to be a multi-stakeholder effort, but I wouldn't dare tell you how Bolivia needs to go on that path, but maybe we can speak about that offline afterwards.
Thank you. Do we have any? Yeah, over there.
Hi, yes, thank you. Dominic Frangillo from Elected Officials to Protect America. Thank you for the panel. This has been incredibly insightful. I did have a question for Amira. We've been coordinating with the Fossil Fuel Treaty. We've organized 1,200 elected officials, subnational leaders from 47 states in the U.S. calling for international cooperation to phase out fossil fuels. I was really struck by your comments about the empathy needed in talking with countries to understand the reality about what does this mean in terms of attracting investment and diversifying their economies. And we're finding, frankly, some of the same conversations in subnational jurisdictions, states like New Mexico and the Permian Basin, where legislators see the funds from oil and gas going to fund schools. And the conversations, the sensitive conversations they're having as the fossil fuel industry is pushing back from some of the educational work that we've done, doing toxic tours, showing the health impacts. So my question is two-part. What made the difference for those 18 countries that have now signed on and support? What did you go back to them that convinced them, okay, now is the time to really support this initiative? And the second is, how can we collaborate to bring subnational leaders from legislators from the United States, like California, New Mexico, other oil-producing jurisdictions to the Columbia event?
And sorry for interrupting. I'd like to just invite Anne-Sophie to say a few words before you have to leave, and then we can go back to your question. So just if you bring anything from this conversation, what would that be, and what insights do you take with you?
Yeah, I mean, that's a super nice way to end up Davos for me today, because, I mean, we cannot just give up. All the indication we have is that climate change is there, that the situation is just accelerating. I mean, as a bank, and looking at, I'm originally a banker, I'm then a risk manager, I see the risk for our own organization, for our clients, just going up. And that's a big concern. So we want to play a role there, and I think that's a common opportunity. I think one item on which I think we need to do better, this is on bringing that narrative to citizens. Because for the moment, the buying from society is not there. When we look at how citizens vote, this is very concerning. So on that, I think we've all failed, and we need to rethink on how to market the topic and the importance of the topic to make it sexy and accessible, but also something that people really want to contribute to, because people want to take action. And when they are brought together in, okay, you can make the difference, I think they can be very motivated. So this is for me on my to-do list for this year.
Thank you so much. And thank you for contributing to this conversation. Safe trip home. And now back.
Okay, thanks. I'll try to remember your questions, but firstly, thank you so much for all the work you do, especially in the contexts, the multiple contexts within the US that you're working in. What made the difference? I think there's a slight nuance in every case. Every single time there's been a really strong push from not just civil society, but civil society have been critical, but also other key champions, business leaders, scientists, celebrities even. So this feeling of kind of a building consent, and I'm aware of this personally just because I've been involved in those, is like bringing tailored holistic economic analysis. So looking at the full cost of fossil fuels, right? You mentioned health. There's not just the impact on just the worst part of that, which is mortality rates, lived experience of health. There's also economic costs on the health system and so on. So I think sometimes we get specific questions, and we go back, and we usually go back with an expert from that country who's done some analysis that we've supported, and that they're able to present it to their own decision makers and say, look, actually, this is way more expensive if you continue down this track. But I do think you raise a very important point about the empathy. Like, we all have to speak to each other on a human-to-human level. And I think we've struggled a little bit because, and again, I come from this activist researcher background. Like, you want to scream and say, like, why aren't you bloody just... You want to do that, and I've definitely done that a lot in the past. But when I went into that research where you're actually just talking to people who are like, it's rubbish, or like, I'm never going to listen to a lefty tree hugger who eats beans. That was what Boris Johnson said, by the way, in his speech. Do you remember when he talked about bean tree huggers? He came around eventually to believing in climate change. So I think you have to start from a position of, we're all in this together, and we don't have to have the exact same set of political views to agree that we have something going on that's affecting ordinary people's lives, future generations. And I know from research that the way that works is there are certain central values that really work, and we have to adapt our narratives accordingly. The value of fairness. I believe in justice, but the value, when you talk about fairness, it works a lot better generally in most of the world. When you talk about, what future do we want for the future generations, our own families? You know, we want them to thrive. We don't want them to be suffering because of decisions we've made. And so I think that works. And then in terms of the conference itself, the conference is being organized by Colombia and the Netherlands. And of course, it's so much bigger than the Fossil Fuel Treaty. The Fossil Fuel Treaty will fall under one of the tracks, but it's much broader than that. Very importantly, because we need a really big, broad conversation with as many stakeholders as possible. I understand that there will be a website launched and hopefully some mode of engagement, expressions of interest and things like that possibly might be there. But it's a very dynamic process at the moment because it was just announced at COP. But definitely we can have a chat about what we know, the Fossil Fuel Treaty, and Irene, the minister from Colombia who's leading a lot of this now, and Daniela, who's another key stakeholder you'll know of. We held a webinar just before Christmas, which is on our YouTube, which explained at least where the thinking was at that time in terms of how folks could get involved. Thanks.
Thank you. I think we have one question more, and then we need to wrap up and conclude. Thanks.
Hello. Hi, I'm Justin Bogdansky. I'm at Sadara Incorporated. I'm really intrigued with accountability. And one thing that Amira, you spoke to was financing and debt relief. And while those really help reduce the friction on the way to reducing and achieving goals, I'm really curious about how to increase accountability for corporations, but then also individuals and governments. Of course, this is a big question, so we'll probably only cover some of this. And then how do we do that without scaring others away from setting goals in the first place or having them really be ambitious enough? And then even on the individual level, where governments and corporations might have a lot of pressure, which of course is important because they'll make the biggest impacts. But on an individual level, you know, with your friends and family and things like that, how should we best hold each other accountable for having the conversations, putting the right pressure on the right people to then make the necessary changes that we need?
That's an amazing question, and as you've all observed, I talk a lot, so I won't be able to answer all of it, but happy to have a chat. So with regards to the kind of idea of a global work plan, accountability and transparency are two critical elements. The thinking on that is it's underway and it's evolving precisely because we need all the stakeholders involved to want to have certain mechanisms on accountability and transparency. So we need to have a lot of conversations. We did a mapping last year on, for example, potential safeguarding mechanisms, which underneath would include things like accountability. So, for example, if you're a member of this initiative, there will be benefits. So one of the things I didn't get the chance to talk about is like mutually beneficial trade relationships between importers and exporters or consumers and producers who can plan a phase down over time and have, mutual benefits. But that also is going to come with responsibility, right? So how do we ensure that the stakeholders involved comply with what they've committed to. And there are certain mechanisms we'll have to develop, and there are many we can learn from already within the EU, for example, within human rights mechanisms, within other treaties. So we're looking at those. Transparency is another piece, which, you know, a lot of the deals that get made related to fossil fuels, even related to debt as an issue, are done under the cover of darkness. The terms and conditions are not necessarily fair. That's part of the reason why we have escalating crisis, because there's no ability to hold states, businesses and others accountable if there's no transparency on the deals and things that they're making. And sometimes that involves kind of undue pressure on certain stakeholders. So there would have to be some form of transparency. And there are examples of transparency that are useful to learn from. There's, for example, the Extractives Industries Transparency Initiative. So we're looking at that. What can we learn? Is that something we would want states to comply with if they're part of this? And then there's, of course, the mechanisms for state actors to raise grievances or concerns, for example, potentially have a seat at the table in some of the conversations. There's a lot of work we need to do to explore that. So again, it's really, we're in this massive consultation mode. We want as many ideas as possible, what's worked in the past, what hasn't worked. So really open, please reach out. On how you hold people in your life accountable. One of the things I worked on in the last role I did, which I'll have to see if it's up to date because it's been a few years, was literally a toolkit on like how to talk to your family and friends about the climate crisis. Like one of the things I wanted to work on, because I was working with some folks in the finance sector, was like how to talk to boards and shareholders about this. And so I think there's some tools and guidance out there, but again, the world has like really, some of the polarization has ramped up. So I can have a look at some of the organizations who work on that stuff and see if they've done anything. I'm sure they've done some really awesome stuff. And a lot of it is based on evidence, you know, active research with people. So I do think polling and engagement, or like, I should say communications and engagement, are two very different things. And often when we're trying to understand, or we put communication strategies out, they're often based on these kind of on polls, but they're not based on like research processes that engage people in the action that they're going to take. So we can often, I will do it. I'll say, I believe in this, I'm going to do it. And then when I'm acting out my daily life, I'll cut corners. I'm talking too much. Sorry. I told her to tell me to be quiet. So I'll share some details with you. Thanks.
A well of knowledge here, as you can see. So I'd like to conclude, and I just want to highlight briefly the themes that I've seen been highlighted here. Both, put people in the center, put the possible futures in the center, but also don't neglect where we are. We really need to take it from here and go forward and create and reinforce those partnerships that we already have, but also explore. Last week I started to read Kahane's book. I don't remember the exact title, if it's Collaborate with Your Enemy. I'm not looking at enemies, but just reinforce our ability to collaborate where we don't always agree, to find that friction that actually will help innovation and help fuel that future society and economy. So with that, I'd like to ask all of you to just name one insight, one takeaway, or one ask you have to your fellow panelists from here in one sentence.
In one sentence?
In one sentence, maybe two.
We have 6 minutes. I do a few sentences. Yes. I think the main thing we need to achieve here, we need to create winners. It's a risky business to form a fossil fuel treaty. I mean, your colleague that were supposed to sit in your seat, he was arrested in India because the police there thought that they were interfering with energy independence in India. And he's not an activist, he's a policy, UN person. I mean, it's not like someone gluing himself on the street. That's what we're up to. And Colombia, very bold oil country, one of the first members of the fossil fuel treaty that have their own oil. I mean, it's not so impressive if Sweden joined the fossil fuel treaty because we have no oil. I would like that to happen. But Colombia, that's bold. So we need to create winners if they do this risky business. So I think those countries and and like Colombia, I want to buy the oil we still need to use from them, so that we create winners of the bold people on the other side that wants to phase out fossil fuel. So create winners are my last sentence. Here, not forever.
I feel I've said a lot, so I'm going to pass and give the space to Martin. Thanks.
That's very sneaky. Yeah, I think for me, really, in this time of upheaval and where nothing seems to be like it used to be, I think my message really to everyone is, don't despair and focus on the positive and focus on where you can actually act. I really enjoyed this panel because we have such a diverse panel, and yet I think we're all fighting for the same thing and in the space that we're in. And so always be aware of the space you're in and what you can do in that space. I think also I like the question the gentleman said before, how can you really get people, create that understanding of people's situation. And I think this, one thing we practice in the Global Alliance for Banking and Values is really listening to each other. We spend a lot of time in CEO conversations, just listening what has the other one experienced. And it's always surprising to see how much you can learn just by listening, and then come up actually at the end with much better solutions. So I guess that's my message to you all.
Thank you so much. And I'm asking you to, while we conclude here, think about the one thing you take with you and maybe bring that out of this box here, and in the next conversation you have with someone, what can you take? What next steps can you take to enable this transition? And
perhaps move the money to a bank that has values.
Move the money to the bank that have values. And for my side, it's about determination and curiosity to create those crocodile economies, both when it comes to countries and companies, but also when looking at citizens. How can citizens find the well-being in this future that we're creating? With that, I want to thank the speakers, also including Anne-Sophie, who had to leave earlier, and also the arrangers and organizers of this seminar, which is Global Alliance on Banking and Values, and too many words, Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, and we don't have time, and GreenUp. Yeah. Thank you so much, and thank you to the audience.
Thank you, Katarina, and thank you to all the speakers for the engaging discussion today. And if I may, I also have a personal takeaway from this session. So for me, it was really about learning. We have this huge, despite the huge disconnect that we have, we actually have heard from a global bank, ING, that their clients are still transitioning, and that actually makes me very hopeful. And what I'm also learning is that what is critical is to preserve the integrity and transparency of our data, and that we should work really hard on doing that. And that's for me a personal takeaway. We need to act on that and also keep people accountable. And as Katarina said, when you go out of the session, there is going to be some post-it notes. So would be fantastic if you could share the main takeaways for you. We will collect all of that and publish it later on. And then finally, I would like to hand a little present to Martin for hosting this session. It's a caramel walnut tart from the local canton. Thank you, Martin.
Bündner Nusstorte. Thank you very much, Anja.
And thank you for being here. Thank you so much.
Works. Hi, everyone. Very warm welcome on behalf of GreenUp and the Climate Hub. Welcome to this inclusive space where we prepared some very interesting sessions for you. Before we deep dive into the session of today, just a quick reminder on some safety measures. Just in case we have an emergency, just follow our guidance and also be aware that we have 3 emergency exits, one at the back end and one on this side and one on this side. But everything will be fine. And with no further ado, I would like to welcome on stage, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Tom Crowther, who's the founder of Restor, and we can start the session right away. Thank you very much and enjoy the session.
Cheers. So I think it's going to play the video now. And I don't actually want to be on stage for it.
Simply it's life. Without forest, without trees, no life will continue. So for me, it's life.
Oh, I could spin you one hell of a yarn. I could tell you about how waters once teemed with life and grasses rustled, parting for the bodies of big beasts and the nudge of small ones, and how we now often find ourselves
in silence. But by now, you know that story. So I'm going to keep it simple. And simply, I want to introduce you to Restor, a home for hope and collective action. A global community working to protect nature.
Because all I know, and I know for sure, is that if we don't protect biodiversity, we're in deep.
Coffee is one of the most industrialized, cultivated crops. And for me, it's important to show that there is another way. The more diversity we have, the more safe a system is. So you embed the farm in the forest, in an ecosystem that sustains itself. Yeah, to get that soul again, we have to acknowledge that we need each other for growth. A human being, our communities can only grow in exchange with each other.
And there are hundreds of thousands of initiatives like this across our planet, led by local farmers, communities and businesses.
Imagine a platform that allows us to see this entire movement, where we can engage with just the click of a button. A platform that not only allows you to help the movement, but to become a part of it. Because when you know exactly where your goods come from, you have the power to impact global restoration with every product you choose.
We have a chance to not only imagine, but to enact something different. This time we're in will be looked back on. So the real question is, what did you do?
Mr. Bean finishes it off. Thank you. Starting again.
Simply without forest life.
One moment. Sorry.
No, I want uncollected.
I mean, that is better than the speech I'm going to give, so we can just redo it. I don't actually know how to get off it. Here we go. Oh, we're in. All right, we're straight in. Change is mental. We are all facing astronomical change. And I think what's worth noting, it's worth remembering that change is also the only constant in our universe. And if we're going to really create the change that we want to see on this planet, it's worth noting what we really mean by change. And I think in order to do that, we have to go back to the beginning. The start of the universe is when it all started, really. You know, we had matter distributed everywhere, and it's subtle fluctuations in that early matter that gave change the toehold to get moving. And that toehold happened through these immense forces known as feedback loops. When matter, regions of high density pulled in more matter, making them more dense, which pulled in more matter, making them more dense still. And this process grew exponentially until they created stars and all of the matter all the structure in our known universe. And it's these feedback loops that a few billion years later ultimately gave rise to the magic of life on our planet. And it's those continuing feedback loops that allowed it to spread. The more life spread, the more habitable it got for more life. And the more species that emerged, the more niches and opportunities there were for more species. This magical feedback loop of life creation ultimately created the Eden that we are all aware of today, this magnificent system that provides every single thing that we have ever depended on for our entire existence. But as we're aware, the sounds of nature are now fading, and they're gradually turning into this. This is a real image generated by artificial intelligence to show the impact of a human feedback loop, where increased growth leads to increased exploitation, leading to more growth, leading to more exploitation. But this isn't just an environmental challenge, this is a social challenge. Because there's not a single location on the planet where a degraded landscape like this is more valuable to the local people who live there. But if we're going to revitalize these landscapes, it's critical that we understand the feedback loops that underpin this pattern. Because if we don't, it can give rise to very misleading or even dangerous implications, as I discovered personally back in 2019, when our young group of researchers wanted to do an innovative new study to explore the extent of our global forests. We mapped the scale of the global forest system for the first time, showing that our Earth is home to just over 3 trillion trees. It was a staggering new scale of our understanding. We were immediately criticized for missing the trees in the Vatican City, so we have updated the number, but it's now up to date and everyone's very happy with it. But these models don't only help us to see where trees exist now, they also show where they would naturally exist. And these models helped us to realize that we've almost halved the scale of this incredible global forest system. But those models also reveal the land of opportunity. Outside of the urban and agricultural areas that we use extensively, there's about 0.9 billion hectares of land that is degraded because of past human use. And these are not intensively managed or used by people. And so we thought, great, this is an opportunity for recovery. And these lands, if they could be revitalized to their full health, would be able to support about 1 trillion new trees, which would in their healthy, diverse, complex ecosystems, be able to capture about 200 billion tons of carbon. That's about a third of the carbon we need to draw down in the fight against climate change, which was very exciting, but also unbelievably overwhelming. When it suddenly hit the news, it was chaos. It was front page news in every country in the world. Suddenly it gave rise to the launch of the United Nations Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, the decade that we're in now. It also gave rise to WWF's Trillion Tree campaign and then another Trillion Tree campaign from the World Economic Forum, and suddenly momentum seemed to be growing. There was a feedback loop spiraling out of control. And when the President of the United States starts planting trees on the White House lawn, you start to wonder if maybe it's gone a little bit too far, because it seems a little bit too good to be true. And unfortunately, that's exactly what it was. There was huge misconceptions around what this means. To many people, they were seen as an opportunity to plant vast rows of carbon-capturing trees, massive monocultures that would grow at the expense of everything else, the classic utilitarian approach that we've had that's led to the degradation that got us into this state. And this isn't only dangerous for climate change, it's obviously devastating for biodiversity. And it gave rise to a really dangerous period of academic controversy that undermined confidence in the environmental movement. For me personally, it was a particularly dark time. We were criticized by the scientists I respect most in this world, saying our numbers were too high, our numbers were too low. I was called an armchair ecologist for sitting behind global models and making inferences about the rest of the world, and there were more creative insults along the way. And then soon it gave rise to the headlines that rather than focusing on the incredible potential of nature to help us, they were focusing on the risks of restoration done wrong. And now, obviously, every single person in this room is abundantly aware that this is completely correct. Of course, the wrong tree in the wrong place will do much more harm than good. But it's worth noting that that's also the case for everything that has ever existed. You stick a toothbrush in the wrong place, I'm sure you'll do more harm than good, so I'm told. Of course, we can't be engineering our way out of this situation by banging trees all over the place. This is not about an engineering human challenge, because the power of nature is inherently in its complexity. Those feedback loops only start building when you have every species depending on other species to survive. This is the power of nature. And that's why healthy, complex ecosystems will store way more than 50% of the carbon that monocultures of the equivalent species would. And they will store that carbon for vastly longer times because they're much more resilient, as we're all aware. So when we're talking about global restoration, we're not talking about banging trees in the ground. It's about protecting what we possibly can and revitalizing where there are opportunities to do so. And those opportunities aren't just about farming carbon. They are about reconnecting nature's feedback loops, the broken links in the chain that would otherwise prevent it from spiraling up and having incredible recovery. One of the most common chains in that loop are the microbes. Often a handful of healthy microbes into a degraded soil is enough to spark ecological recovery. This is being done now by several organizations like Funga and Oath, where they're driving restoration across hundreds of thousands of hectares. Similarly, animals, these are the vectors of the spores and seeds and nutrients. They are the life of our landscapes, and when they are allowed to move across landscapes, suddenly those landscapes can spark back into recovery. But by far the most important component of these ecosystems and these loops is us, the ecosystem engineers that have lived in association with these ecosystems for eternity. But unfortunately, right now, this is the biggest breakage in the feedback loop. The single biggest driver of degradation, unfortunately, is the inequality that we see, particularly in rural areas. We have a massively skewed economy, with several of us with massive environmental footprints, and then billions of people trapped in an economy that gives no non-extractive alternatives. If you are forced to degrade the natural capital around you just so that you can meet your daily needs, of course that is going to deplete the ecosystems around you, whether you wanted to or not, and that is going to only drive, it's going to reinforce that poverty, continuing that feedback loop that has been spiraling for the last century or so across our entire planet. This is the single critical feedback loop that needs to be reversed if we're going to have a chance of getting our way out of this. But the thing about feedback loops is that they're unbelievably powerful. And once rather than pushing back against them, if we can start to lean into them, they can actually use some of that momentum to steer in different directions. And of course, in this case, there are two places where we have the potential for interventions. A low-hanging fruit, I would argue, is on the right-hand side, where we can turn in the instances where we have the opportunity to turn ecological degradation into recovery, that in a particularly focused in the ways that revitalize livelihoods, that is when you can start this feedback loop to spiral in the different direction, because that only incentivizes more ecological recovery. And that was actually the original theory, the basis for the creation of Restor. This online international network of scientists came together to create this online network that allows anyone anywhere to draw around an area and get free ecological data about the species and the biodiversity and the carbon and the water in those locations. So if you go onto Restor now, you'll see the massive footprint of agriculture. But as you zoom into certain areas, you'll see farms that look like this, like the one in the video at the beginning. This is a farm that looks exactly like a forest because that's exactly what it is. These coffee trees are planted underneath the canopy in Desta's farm, and that means the forest traps water and nutrients, so those trees grow without the need for fertilizers and irrigation. And as a result, in this particular location, his trees are more productive than those in the nearby farms, which is an obvious equation. It makes sense then, once that feedback loop is spiraling, that all the farmers in the nearby landscapes would want to do the same thing by allowing trees to recover on their farms to be more profitable. So this is the challenge of global restoration. But on Restor, Desta gains free information about the species that grow there, the carbon, the water, but most importantly, what he needs is visibility. To funders, to donors, but most importantly, to us, to his customers, who can now see at a glance the incredible footprint of the coffee they're drinking with every single cup they drink. And they can see, using the seed biocomplexity metric, exactly the health of the ecosystems that they're contributing to drinking from, with their purchase. And it's obviously not just Desta that's using this for the same reason. We've got ecotourism projects across Costa Rica, agroforestry projects across the sub-Saharan across Ethiopia, and we've got cooperatives forming all over the world. And by bringing visibility to themselves, they're able to find access to better finance. And this is the critical component in these feedback loops. Across hundreds of thousands of bottom-up, local community-led initiatives, they are now getting more and more access to finance through the recovery of ecological restoration. And the astonishing thing is that this now spreads across 160 million hectares of land, where we can all now see and engage with any single project that we'd be interested to. You can buy their products, go on their ecotourism holidays, donate, volunteer, whatever way you'd like to engage, it's now available to the masses. And obviously for us as scientists, this is an incredibly exciting moment, because for the first time in history, we are now able to track the state of global ecological restoration. And it blows my mind that I'm able to show this. We never anticipated this when we initiated the Restor platform. But across that 160 million hectares of land, there are many projects that are struggling. There are many projects that are failing. But on average, there is a slight and gradual increase in ecological recovery across 160 million hectares. This is the spark. This is the signs of the potential for ecological recovery. And what we're expecting to find is that the ones that are going highest are the ones where they've found that feedback loop between livelihoods and ecological revival. And before I leave you, I'm going to just mention that there is, of course, an even bigger potential in this equation. Of course, if we can bring back nature that revives livelihoods, we are on the way. But actually, there's a bigger potential for intervention that is starting to be realized at the higher edge, higher levels of decision making. This is where we can alleviate the economic drivers of degradation. When people are not forced to degrade the landscapes around them, they can take a moment to find the regenerative solutions that are often better for themselves in the long term. And once again, that feedback loop can start spiraling. When you don't have to degrade the natural capital around you, so often people will find those solutions that bring back the nature that we all so depend on. And this brings me to my favorite part of the Restor process. This is the governments that are using Restor to manage their national interventions. And arguably the most famous of those stories is Costa Rica. I think many of us here are probably familiar with Costa Rica's Payment for Ecosystem Service program. This incredible initiative, about 30 years ago, they had huge levels of deforestation. Up to 20% of their forest, 25% of their forests had been left. And they didn't allow that to continue. Instead, by leveraging a fossil fuel tax, they distributed wealth to rural farmers to compensate them for allowing nature to recover. What that's done over the last 30 years is mind-blowing. There's been incredible increases in carbon storage and vegetation cover, but we've never until now been able to see the implications for the ecological integrity of the system. And it's only since they've become visible on the Restor platform that we've been able to send experts out, scientists, to each of these locations to record the soundscapes of ecological revival. And it's giving insights into the potential for national scale recovery. So what you're hearing now is the sound of a natural forest, untouched, one of the 25% that was there and has been there all along. You can hear the high and low frequency sounds of birds and bees and insects. But obviously around 30 years ago, most of the country would have sounded more like this. You don't have to be a scientist to recognize the static of a degraded pasture or degraded landscape. Of course, there are some birds and insects, but the frequency variation is completely depleted. But after 30 years of this incredible intervention, just distributing wealth to alleviate the drivers of degradation, what we hear is that the average soundscape in Costa Rica across these thousands of sites is now like this. What we're hearing is not just the sounds of birds and bees and insects. In the background, you can hear the sounds of howler monkeys. You don't get large-bodied organisms like that unless there's all the nutrients and food and resources that are necessary to support them. Simply by distributing a tiny fraction of their wealth, they've been able to recover this spectacular soundscape across hundreds of thousands of hectares. And it's unbelievable evidence that nature recovery truly is possible at a massive scale. The blue line is 86% of the way towards being the green line, and we're actually publishing this in about 2 weeks' time in the journal Global Change Biology, which we're very excited about, because I think it's the first ever actual data to prove the potential of national scale recovery. But what was also exciting is we also correlated it with sounds of music. The 100,000 most frequently downloaded songs sound statistically closer to this than they do to this. Now, that might sound very wishy-washy and woo-woo, but we've managed to force it into the academic literature because it's actually baked into our evolutionary history. There's no doubt that we've evolved in the soundscapes of ecosystems that provide all the food and nutrients that we need to survive. So it's no surprise that there's very few musical artists out there that have tapped into the sound of static to create their songs. And it absolutely makes sense. But the most incredible thing about this story is that it all happened at a time of economic growth for Costa Rica. 14 times more growth than the money that they put into the story. Now, it's hard to find mechanism for that, but what is clear is that this is evidence that nature can be the economic choice at a national scale. When nature gets baked into the cultural identity of communities, you cannot stop it from reviving at large scales. This was made possible because of Prince William's Earthshot Prize, and we're now encouraging governments to do the same thing, because this isn't an environmental challenge, it's a societal one. If we can find and connect and distribute the wealth of our planet towards those local land stewards across our planet, they are the ones who have the solutions to find the sustainable and the regenerative options that we all need to live on a resilient planet. So please, we welcome you all to join the movement. And if you'd be interested to learn some of the theories underpinning this, my book will be coming out at the end in June this year. So please get in touch, and we'd love any of your feedback. Thank you so much.
Hello. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Tom, for that incredible whirlwind tour of the science behind nature, Restor as a platform, the music charts, and also your book at the end, which we're all really looking forward to. And I just want to take this opportunity to thank GreenUp for hosting us today. I cannot see anything in the audience. I think we've got a great audience here to help really understand a bit more, use this platform to share a bit more about Restor, but also the networks that we're working with and showcase the organizations that are on Restor, which Tom just talked about there. And I'm really proud and pleased to introduce our panelists this morning, which are going to help us delve into a bit more detail into something that we are seeing as a consistent theme coming across all of those projects which Tom was talking about. And that is, how do they turn the data that they have and the visibility and the transparency they have using Restor into finance to fuel their efforts? It's the biggest need that they all have. And it's something we really want to dig into in this next phase of Restor's development. So without further ado, if I could invite our panelists. We have Valerie Ramokilogeni, from the CEO of the Fourfold Foundation, a Swiss philanthropy that envisages a healthy and equitable world that respects all forms of life. She oversees a portfolio of philanthropic and impact investing partnerships focused on the economic models for sustainability, food systems transformation, and biodiversity, which is very relevant to what Tom has just presented, of course. She's previously led family offices heading community relations and philanthropy for social agri-businesses and managed multi-country educational collaborations in both Asia and Europe. Welcome to the panel, Valerie. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
I'd also like to welcome Jill Huntley, the Managing Director of Accenture's Corporate Citizenship program, setting the direction for corporate citizenship across Accenture's business globally. This includes Accenture's social impact, environmental impact, sustainability, and non-financial reporting. Jill also chairs the Corporate Citizenship Council and serves as president for Accenture's Global Giving Foundation. Welcome and thank you. We've been working with Accenture over the last year or so. I'm really excited to delve into more detail on that partnership. And finally, I'd like to welcome Ignace Beguin-Bellecoq. I hope I've not murdered that pronunciation of your name. Ignace is the Executive Director of Mangrove Breakthrough, a really exciting organization that's looking to channel $4 billion worth of finance into 15 million hectares of mangroves by 2030. His expertise is in building global coalitions that can unite businesses, governments, and other stakeholders to drive impact and action. Ignace has also worked with the Ocean Stewardship Council, the Ocean and Coastal Zones Program for the UN High-Level Champions, and in addition to that, he's also established the food systems portfolio under the UN Global Compact. So all very relevant experiences to the community that we're working with, and I think the most exciting thing is that you all represent networks of organizations that are working on this problem that we're talking about, and I think, thank you very much for changing the slides, and I think you've all got a unique perspective on the systemic challenges that these networks of organizations face. So perhaps I can start off with you, Valerie, and go straight into the heart of the problem. Tom talked about, the smallholders and getting finance into those smallholders. We know the huge potential that they have. Restoring just 10% of degraded agricultural lands could restore 44 million tons of annual food production and meet nutritional requirements for 154 million people globally. Yet traditional finance typically views them with caution. And I'd like to ask you first about how we kind of address the risk that is associated with these investments and move from sort of perceived risk and start to build systems of trust so we can start to channel finance into these networks of smallholders.
Thank you for the very relevant question. I think many of us here in the audience, many of us are here in Davos and in forums that discuss biodiversity. We don't need to overstate the reality that smallholder farmers and many smallholder producers are deemed as very high risk in terms of traditional finance. But maybe first I'd like to check our privilege at the door. The truth is that, trust is a two-way street, and funders can also be deemed as very high risk, especially in this climate. Many policymakers change their minds, many governments shift priorities, many funders get scared out of funding what they had previously committed to publicly. So I think when we think about who are really high risk, I think that is actually on both sides, and it's not just on the side of these smallholders. And I think there's also something to be said about not imagining that these smallholders are just blindly willing to take the risk with us and trust us if we are not willing to commit and invest in building partnerships with them. I think it's almost us assuming that surely because they need the money to finance their operations, the restoration work, they're just willing to take it from whoever. There's also a lot of exploitation and greenwashing that happens that I think many conservation groups, many smallholders have also come to realize. So very quickly, I think I want to say in terms of risk, it's actually a two-way street of building trust and credibility, and it's not just the onus of the smallholders. And I think for us to be able to do that as funders, what do we really care about? We want to be able to demonstrate to our principals as responsible stewards of their wealth that the money that we're allocating to what we said we would do is really going to those communities, and that we have credible, verifiable proof
that is really being implemented with as limited reputational risk to us and as high as impact as possible. This is our logic as funders. The logic of the community is that you are not just here to build, I don't know, a processing plant for us one day, but you're not, you're just going to pull it out halfway through the construction, and you're not going to support us when bad weather happens. So it's actually an agreement on both sides to be willing to invest the time, the resources, and also the commitment to stay the course. I think that's the first thing we imagine in terms of building trust. And the second one is the power of strong networks. I think there is very limited capacity, even for the most sophisticated philanthropic foundations, to go and find every single farm in every single part of the world. I wish we had that kind of leverage and the kind of resource, but we don't. So we need to be able to trust, in a way, very important and credible intermediaries such as Restor to be able to give us the data. That's one thing. We need as well from the side of the farmers to know that it's very hard for them to trust a Swiss entity that's really far away from them. They actually trust local leaders and local organizations. So it's about also helping them strengthen their local movements and their local leadership and governance, and finding an alliance within these structures of multi-level governance to work together. And the last note, if I may, Tom, say about this, because this week in Davos has also seen a cascade of information around innovations around AI to be able to help us actually do much more sophisticated as well mapping of territories really with the granularity. What I would say as a funder is that we shouldn't really also use the complexity of data as a proxy for trust. I think we also have to realize that how much capacity do we have to actually also absorb all that data ourselves, or really using that to make the relevant decisions that we're doing as funders. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Valerie. Yeah, I think that point around, well, networks, when we first started Restor, it started as a data platform. How do we democratize access to the data that is locked up within academic literature? But what we quickly realized through the prototyping session was that actually they wanted to be connected. They wanted to find people that are locally, exactly as you say. That was actually a hidden value, and trying to unlock that and formalize that as we move forward could be so powerful. Ignace, if I can just move to you next and talk a bit about the metrics that Valerie touched on, that last point. You're obviously trying to unlock billions in capital for mangrove ecosystems. And global capital, as we all know, loves simplified spreadsheets, simplified metrics. And how are you thinking about building good frameworks for monitoring that, don't overcomplicate it, but again, don't ignore the complexities that exist on the ground?
Through Restor.
Correct answer.
No, but I don't know if the mic works yet. No, but it's true. So the mangrove breakthrough is, just to explain a little bit how we arrived to that level of engagement with Restor and the need for our partners for this detailed level of data and the transparency that Restor is bringing. We convene a group of over 40 governments at the ministerial level, covering about 60% of the world's mangrove. Last week, Indonesia formally joined the initiative. 25% of mangrove globally. We've convened NGO through the Global Mangrove Alliance, as well as global financial institutions, insurance, asset managers, and project developers, with the objective, as Tom said, to restore and protect 15 million of hectares by 2030. But from the start, we put it finance mobilization to the core. And we have an objective of creating the conditions for mobilizing $4 billion. And really what is at the core of the mangrove breakthrough is to shift how does government and financial institutions are valuing mangrove as a key asset to build resilient economies and communities. So we work on, many different aspects around training financial institutions, in Southeast Asia, in Latin America. We work with the governments a lot on NDCs last year. We developed, financial investment strategy with Indonesia and Mexico, for instance. We develop specific KPIs and financial, models or instruments that can apply the value of mangrove into risk mitigation and assessment from financial institutions. What is very important for us is, first of all, for financial institutions to understand, and government, that without mangrove, their communities and economies are much more at risk. And in this journey, and we've designed credit lines, mangrove transition bond, and we've engaged in many conversations in Philippines, Indonesia, Brazil, Colombia, etc. And there is an appetite, right? I think financial institutions, not yet so much publicly anymore, but still really understand their dependencies of nature. And mangrove is a critical, I think, also kind of a blueprint on how you can connect the value of nature to an institution like a commercial bank, an asset manager, or governments, because it's bringing powerful on mitigation, but it's also about your food security, it's about your adaptation and resilience, it's about the water quality. And at that level of conversation, we quickly hit the wall where we were not able to go to a granularity of identifying project and pipeline, investable, working with the HSBC in Mexico, other institution in the Philippines, other institution in Indonesia. And this is where the partnership with Restor is really critical, is that we are able, through the broad convening power of the mangrove breakthrough, to provide a global map of where are mangrove project, mangrove-related investments available now. We will be able to track progress over time. We will bring transparency, access to data. And this is what financial institutions need for them to, we have 250 projects at least that will join the platform Restor in the coming weeks. And when we will go in countries this year to work with asset managers and financial institutions, Restor will be a critical asset to give them the tools to understand that their portfolio will be less at risk if they are able to price and value mangrove in any investment they are doing, in coastal agriculture, in fisheries, in aquaculture, new ports, new roads on the coast. So really, Restor is a fundamental pillar for shifting this financial system that Mangrove Breakthrough is trying.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And yeah, we launched our first call for projects with Mangrove Breakthrough in December last year, and it's just amazing to see the geospatial map of degraded mangroves, and we're now seeing it being populated with little projects popping up, and it's really exciting to see that movement start. Perhaps, Jill, if I can move to you next, talking about our partnership with Accenture Corporate Citizenship Team, which has been fantastic, initially it started as trying to think about the restoration workforce. There is an economy that is growing, that is set to double by 2030, and you guys actually identified, there is a lack of workforce data. We surveyed Restor's community in Latin America to really get a better understanding of workforce. And one of the big things that came out of that was actually with regards to some of the funders that we were talking to, and their sort of communication to us that their biggest predictor of success when it comes to restoration and conservation is actually the people behind the project, the leadership behind the organization and the infrastructure. Yet we don't really have standardized ways of evaluating that quickly. There's a lot of due diligence associated with it, and I'd be interested to get your perspective, Jill, working across many different industries, of how you see ways that we can sort of build those processes to better evaluate, the people aspects of restoration without sort of overburdening local communities.
Thanks, Tom. And perhaps just before I answer that question, just to sort of acknowledge that I realize I'm in a room full of ecological and climate experts, and that is definitely not where I come from. And as Tom said, we've been working with Restor really around the human aspects and figuring out how to integrate that aspect effectively into the Restor platform. So I'm looking forward to learning a lot about the other side of the equation, but my background is really in looking at skilling and talent, and Accenture has spent more than a decade working on those kinds of programs. So I guess the great thing about that research is that we're at the point of not asking whether, if we should be incorporating the human aspects of this, but really how. And I can't tell you how many conversations I find myself in the context of Accenture's sort of work with the tech industry and with our clients who are looking at tech. I can't tell you how many conversations there are that start with a reminder that the people have to be at the center of the tech. So it's fantastic to be in a conversation where we're really talking about how to make the integration of the people side of things work. And so I think the first thing to say is that we need to treat human capability as a critical part of the infrastructure. It's not a bolt-on extra that it's not an afterthought. It needs to be a constant part of the investment infrastructure and so on. And that starts with translating it into some clear metrics. And Valerie, you mentioned that we have to think carefully about which metrics we want and what data we want, because it doesn't necessarily need to be a lot. It needs to be clear and focused. It needs to be linked to outcomes, and it needs to be consistent, because what we need is some standardization and a common language that can be used across all these projects and programs across many countries, and of course across partners and funders and investors. So a small or focused and consistent set of metrics that acknowledges the human factors as critical infrastructure. Second thing I would say is that we can use the technology to create digital credentials. So again, Valerie, you referred to trust and the need to build trust, and the credentials. You can do that via the technology. You can capture the trust signals in the data and use that as a way of validating and accrediting the activities and the projects. And the last thing I would say is just creating stronger partnerships across all of these different players in the space who are focused on the people aspects, retaining agency in the communities, and being able to surface these investable projects and programs.
Thank you so much. And like you say, there are many other organizations in this space talking about the same stuff. And a lot of it, I think, is about partnerships, as you say, bringing those, getting consistency across the different partnerships so we're on the same page. And then sort of on that theme, Valerie, maybe I can ask you, like, data really is the key to unlocking finance, or it feels like it is, particularly when we speak to a lot of community projects. We with Accenture, we did some workshopping with Brazilian communities, and they were getting their funding pulled because they had no data, it's just not culturally how they work. And so just how do we flip the dynamic so that monitoring and data actually empowers these communities rather than being seen as a tax on what they're doing? Like, have you seen good examples of that happening, or do you have ideas about how that could be improved?
Well, again, I think this goes back to having a very respectful, clear, consistent kind of partnership. And I think this is where we're trying to avoid being extractive, exploitative, and rather really using data as kind of this entry point to engage deeper with the community. We need the data, no doubt, because we need more sophisticated financing to come in. But nonetheless, I think I'm going to adopt what was from the speech of Mark Carney this week. He said it has to be principled and at the same time pragmatic. And I think this is the kind of approach we need to have with data, with these communities, because I think we have to meet them where they're at, while at the same time helping to build their capacity, IMM monitoring capacities, to be able to be in this open highway of nature finance. So I think this is where philanthropies can come in. We've invested quite a lot in technical assistance work that really is not necessarily just going to investing in a project, but investing in the people, in organizational skills, in leadership, to be able to navigate this new world where we will have to exchange on biodiversity credits, carbon credits, all forms of nature credits, and somebody in a team wherever in the world should be able to navigate or help them navigate that complexity.
Fantastic. And I should also say a massive thank you to you and Forfo Foundation for supporting the development of the Seed Index. As Tom mentioned on there, I don't know if anyone isn't aware, it's a way of sort of biodiversity, of course, is inherently incredibly complex. And so the scientists at the Crowther Lab were able to come up with a way to compress all of that complexity into a single 0-to-1 measure, which we think is going to take a big step towards getting better trust in a standardized measure. Jill, if I can come to you on this aspect of capacity constraints. The survey also noted that we did together that 69% of restoration organizations are relying in some form on volunteers, 80% cite that finance is their biggest bottleneck. So in your view, how do we move from a model that's less informal and reliant on volunteerism to a sort of professional, investable restoration workforce that's delivering long-term ecological value and jobs?
I guess first of all, just to say thank goodness for volunteers, right? Because that is what makes a lot of it work. But that doesn't mean that it can't be professionalized and again standardized and structured in the way that human capability and capacity can be brought to bear. And so we've been working with Restor to do that, to codify the job pathways, the skill profiles, and roles of people who are working in this space, with a view to, in effect, professionalising the space. And this is something that we've done in other areas of the sort of rising green jobs space. In the US, we have worked with a number of organisations to open up pathways to jobs for young people in some of the new clean tech areas, so EV charging, solar panel installation, HVAC systems and so on. There's a real demand for talent and jobs in that space, and a real shortage of skills and credentials and accreditation. And so, we see the potential in the ecology restoration space to do the same thing and to create these structures and frameworks which will allow people to understand the pathways ahead of them. It'll allow investors to see the professionalization and the investability of those teams and those programs. And I think it's not as common in this space perhaps as it is in others, but there are plenty of transferable lessons and frameworks that we can use. And I'd say the other thing is to really be capturing, using data and these systems and the platforms like Restor to capture the labour market signals and data that will allow for quick response in these human capital frameworks. So, how do you quickly respond to a change in the need for skills or opportunities in particular types of jobs versus others? How do you localise that into the regions and into the communities? So there's potential there too.
Fantastic. And Ignace, maybe I can, talking about that kind of social aspects of it, like of course, mangroves are like carbon superstars. I think they store 5 times more carbon per hectare than a tropical forest. But I think you've often argued that actually the biggest value is the resilience they bring. And I wondered if you could maybe share some examples where you've seen this work well in kind of building resilience, not only ecologically but also socially.
Sure. I mean, there are hundreds of examples, but that's, first of all, for us, this so-called narrative is really critical, right? To shift the way on how capital markets and governments are valuing mangrove ecosystems. We need to really move from just the value of the trees into what these trees are bringing in terms of security for my communities, in terms of food security, right? There is a lot of work going on into the value of mangrove and other coastal ecosystems to bring more resilience, seafood and aquatic food value chain, which ultimately make coastal communities much more resilient and healthy. It's also about, obviously, adaptation, right? We know for coastal agriculture that if mangrove are cut, for instance, in Indonesia to grow palm oil or coffee, we know this is potentially, good for the first few years in terms of crops, but in the 5 to 6 years, the salinity of the soil is growing, and this is really exactly like Tom Crozer was saying, going back into the poverty loop. And there have been some solutions. Yesterday we were with the team at with René and Jonas from Blue U, exactly, who have some amazing shrimp farm which are restoring mangrove, and they have proven that these shrimps are much more, providing much more healthy and good revenues for the producers, because there is much more lower cost. You don't need, entrance, you don't need fertilizers, you don't need to fish the shrimp, or much less. They are higher quality shrimps, so you can sell them with a better premium while recovering and protecting ecosystems. So I think what I've seen in the journey, and now where I'm very excited with working with Restor, that we are going into a level of sophistication, into valuing nature, into exactly what example I've given of our coastal agriculture, for aquaculture. We are talking to railroads, ports, infrastructure developers, because nature, and in this case mangrove, are really a natural infrastructure. And if we can really embed that fully in any decision making, this will be a shift. And this sophistication is really critical. And Restor is allowing us, through the mapping, through the identification of projects, through the tracking and monitoring impact, what the financial institutions are needing. And here in Davos, in every conversation, we brought in the partnership with Restor that really gave, again, another level of maturity and sophistication. So we really hope that in the coming years, institution will really size the power of mangrove, and overall, obviously, the value of nature in maintaining our economic systems.
That's a fantastic note to finish on. I know we're short on time, so thank you so much, Ignace. A great example of an organization. It shows that the opportunities are there, the businesses are forming, the catalytic capital is ready to kind of support those businesses. But of course, we're not done yet, and we have to measure the social aspects and ensure it's delivering green jobs for local people. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to the next session. So for this next session, we have a round of case studies we're going to share from the Restor network. And first of all, I would like to introduce, I don't need to look at my pad, I've got them on the screen. So we have, I'll introduce the three of them all at once, and I'll let you each come up, one after the other. So we've got Thomas Gass from Alliance Suffosec. It's an incredible NGO based in Switzerland. Welcome, Thomas. That's coordinating and reducing costs for NGOs by sharing infrastructure that already exists. We have Rebecca Berlinger, the co-founder of the Rocket Foundation, showing how they are using Restor to support more projects. And also we have Halvar Bremnes from Givaudan. Thomas, I'll let you kick off first with your presentation. I have the clicker here if you work your way through, and then once you've finished, we'll have the next.
Thank you very much.
Coming up.
Thanks a lot, Tom. So another Thomas. Thank you very much. Hello everyone, and thank you very much for having me here on the panel this afternoon. I work with the Swiss NGO Alliance for Sustainable Food Systems and Empowered Communities. My background is monitoring and evaluation. I represent the Alliance today. And the Alliance actually consists of, started in 2020, joining resources, joining efforts to tackle hunger worldwide. And they started off, with the objective to strengthen local food systems. They grew within the last 5 years to a network of up to 300 partner organizations in Africa, Latin America, and Asia. And just to shortly, briefly present the organizations, the members in the Alliance, it's Swiss Aid. They are actually experts in promoting indigenous seeds and crops. There is Fast in Action. They consider the food and nutrition a basic human right. There is Vétérinaires Sans Frontières. They support pastoralist communities in sustainable livestock management. Then we have Vivamos in the Alliance, mainly working in Latin America on nutrition and healthy nutrition and food for children and women. Then Aqualimenta and Scott Foundation, two smaller Swiss NGOs in the field of rural water supply. And what they share, or the unique thing about this alliance really is the complementarity of the members and of the 300 partners worldwide, whilst at the same time they share a common goal, which is improving food security, restoring, maintaining, protecting ecosystems in their program area. And they started off, as I said, with trying to improve food security during the time of pandemic and the global food crisis between 2020 and 2023. And if you look at the context, the map, this FAO map shows where hunger and food security are most prevalent worldwide, measured through an indicator used by FAO that the Alliance then took on and uses in its program as well, all contributing to the Sustainable Development Goal number 2, which is zero hunger. Now, smallholder families and households, they are at the very core of the Alliance program, because they are at the same time, they are at the center of agri-food, of resilient agri-food systems, whilst they're also most vulnerable to extreme weather events, to climate change, to degraded soils and water. So what we do is we monitor closely every year the livelihoods and food security of smallholder families. We carry out a survey, a household survey among 10,000 families every year, and we monitored in the last 5 years that through the pandemic and the global food crisis, the Alliance interventions contributed to a decreased food insecurity and to the dissemination and uptake of agroecological practices. Now, whilst we have our monitoring tool to track change at household level, we were lacking a tool and a platform and a methodology to monitor at ecosystem and landscape level. And that's how we found Restor. That's what led us into a partnership with Restor very recently. Restor is the perfect match for the Alliance to not only visualize the projects and measure certain indicators in the ecosystems of the smallholders, but also to aggregate what the Alliance, the quite complex system of the Alliance is doing. We are early adopters of Restor Insights that allows creating portfolios of projects, aggregating data, and we're very excited to now launch Restor during the upcoming second phase. We're actually having onboarding sessions next week with Maxime and Estefania and colleagues of your team, Tom. So very excited, and Restor allows us then to kind of come to a holistic impact monitoring, combining household level and landscape level data. Yeah, thank you very much. That's the case of Sufosec. Thanks.
Do I have a clicker as well? So I have the clicker microphone notes dilemma, but I'll make it work. So my name's Rebecca Berlinger. I run a Swiss philanthropic foundation that's really focused on impact. We support a portfolio of projects around the world, but what we're really focused on is community-led ecosystem restoration projects. And the kind of projects that we look for are the projects that look at environmental challenges, social challenges, and economic challenges together. Because we believe when you look at these three core pillars, that's when you can really lead to transformative change. When you consider all these things together, that's how you really lead to sustainable impact. So I just want to talk about one of the projects that we're supporting, and I'm then going to use that to kind of explain how we're using the Restor platform. So we're working with a project in India, an incredibly degraded landscape. They have severe water shortages, there's been mass deforestation, and the soil is totally degraded. What that means is that there's basically no farming. No farming means no food. It also means no livelihoods. The ecological degradation leads to social breakdown. Now, whilst that's a really sad story, on the positive side, when you start addressing that ecological degradation, you can also totally transform the social systems there. So you can lead to food security, livelihoods, and really build resilience in the communities that depend on that land. So this is the kind of landscape that we're looking at. It's incredibly dry and very little grows there. What we're doing here is really simple. Oh, and it doesn't work. I wanted to show you a beautiful, beautiful image of what we're doing. But basically, we're collecting water using kind of natural water retention structures that hold the water. So the monsoon rain comes, and instead of being washed away, it's held. This provides a water source for the communities. It enables agriculture. It enables reforestation. It enables ecosystem restoration. And it totally changes the lives of the communities living there. We have this beautiful drone footage which shows what we're doing and shows the impact. And it's really, really powerful. But it still doesn't answer the questions. Now I can do nothing. Hang on a minute. I go back. Right. These are the questions that we get from donors. And we see this from both sides, because we go out and find projects, and then we go and fundraise for them. So we kind of do the due diligence, and then we are due diligenced. The questions we get: why here? Why am I going to fund this project on the other side of the world, God knows where, and. Does it really work? It sounds super simple. If it's so simple, it's kind of too good to be true. And will the impact really last? These questions are really hard to answer, and they're hard to answer when they're community-led projects who don't have data, who don't have people kind of collecting everything that's needed. And this means that funding doesn't get to these projects, and these projects have absolutely unbelievable potential. This is when Restor comes in. So before, when I was talking about projects, I was saying, we're doing a project in Rajasthan, in the Baran region, and people, it really doesn't hit home with people. What hits home is when you can zoom in on a map and you can show them where you're talking about. You can draw a line around the work that you're doing and show them the communities, the landscape, and. They can go and look at this on their own, and suddenly it becomes much more real. If you see at the bottom, this is a screenshot from Restor, there are these time kind of data stamps. You can look at satellite images over time. They can go and do this independently. So this means when I take a piece of work that we've done, I can show them before, I can show them afterwards, and I can show them into the future. It's really hard for you to see this on the screen, but you can really see the difference that these interventions make. And this answers the does it really work question way better than any slide deck can. Twinned with that, Restor gives you scientific data. This is independent scientific data over time that shows, for example, carbon, evapotranspiration, ground coverage, and. This is stuff that projects just can't access. And it's a total game changer when talking with funders. So this is our project. So we've mapped it out on Restor. We've then mapped individual elements where we're actually doing work. So this is kind of the short-term and the long-term impact. This is one of the, I can't show you the beautiful footage that I do have, but this is basically one of the water structures that we built. We have some drone footage, so we're really lucky. But what's going to be really, really powerful is when I can show them time-stamped satellite images today, next year, the year after, the year after. This is how you bring funders on a journey. This is how you make them a part of it and make them really understand what it is that you're doing. So these are some of the landscapes that we're working on. We're mapping them all out in Restor. We've got photos, but that is not the same as having scientific data. So when you twin that scientific data with the photos, with the indices that you were talking about, kind of from on the ground, this is really, really powerful. This gives funders the confidence that they need. It gives them the data that they need, and. The other thing quickly to mention is metrics. Restor is now adding another feature whereby communities on the ground can input metrics into the system. These are some of the metrics that we look at. metrics for community-led projects are something that's really difficult. They don't know what data they should be collecting. They don't know how to report it, and. Restor is giving them a framework. It's telling them what to start looking at. It's telling them what to put into there. And the funders on the other side then have access to all this data in one place. When you put all these things together, it's seriously powerful. So in summary, anyone can go and put a project onto Restor. You can map out the area that you're working, and suddenly the data is available. The data is available going back, and the data will be available going forward. And it's really, for funders, bringing them closer to projects, letting them see what is really happening on the ground, and then this scientific kind of independent data level. This is amazing. And as Tom kind of talked about earlier, there's so many of these projects all over the world that are really, really fundable. And when you start giving them access to this stuff, let's hope that we can get the funding going to them. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. That is fantastic. Really powerful examples of how Rebecca is helping to skill up projects in the value chain and bring more transparency and visibility to their efforts. Now, I'd like to invite Bremnes up onto the stage, the head of sustainability for Givaudan. Now, you're working at the other end of the supply chain, a really powerful mission-driven organization that is also thinking about transparency, visibility, and importantly, traceability, understanding where our products come from.
Well, thank you for having me today. So good afternoon. So I'm going to talk about a few things, but most importantly, showing what private sector is doing. We are not, generating carbon credits for markets and stuff. We are doing actions out there because we are, we have boots on the ground and we source a lot of materials. So what is Givaudan? Givaudan is a public company, a business-to-business company, headquartered in Switzerland, 7 billion turnover, 17,000 employees. But all in all, we are mission-driven, purpose-driven. And in our industry that creates, flavors and fragrance, beautiful perfumes for our customers that are B2C, the big brands, flavor applications, in most cases, we are very big in a small world. For example, in the world of patchouli, that is a very known ingredient for fine fragrance, we are big. But today, I'm going to talk about an example where we are tiny in a gigantic world. And I'm going to talk about palm oil. So I heard you mention palm oil before, heavily criticized because it's under the radar. But palm oil, you can see the palm fruit, it's a superfruit, is something used extensively everywhere. In the beauty and applications, for example, in food. And to give you an idea, everyone in the world will consume or use about 7 kilograms of palm oil every year. So just calculate the number of people on the earth and you time it by 7. It gives you the sheer amount of this oil. If you have like a more local comparison, in Switzerland we tend to eat 8 kilograms of chocolate per year, per capita. So it's not gigantic, but there are not so many Swiss people. So you can see that palm oil is a big thing. And why it's important? Because it's a vegetable oil that has fantastic properties. And it's like olive oil and walnut oil and all kinds of things. There are many types of derivatives you can create with them. It looks like that. It's like there's a seed, the kernel, and then there's the pulp. So it's kind of a mushy type of fruit. These fruits are being crushed in mills to extract the oil, and then you get all this full suite of ingredients from it. Why do we use it? So we in the industry use it for applications like soaps. The foaming agent, a soap bar is made of mostly palm oil. Huh? You know what we call glycerin? It's palm oil. Just let this sink in. We tend to not think about it. But we also use it to replace, some other fatty acids. In a biscuit, the mouthfeel. It's very important to get fatty acids in there. So it's a power fruit. It's a really impressive type of oil. But now, how does this connect with monitoring and even satellites? You can see on this slide. Like everything, if you assume things are well done, I think we are in a bad place. In life, you need to have some method. When you source 11,000 raw materials, you need a system, you need an approach to ensure that what is taking place at the start of our product is done well. And done well is inclusive of all its aspects, environment, social, communities, etc. So what is happening? So 10 years ago, even if we were very, very, very small in a gigantic world in palm oil, we decided to partner. Because partnership is a new leadership, huh? That's the thing, there's one thing to take away from Davos is this tagline. We teamed up with a fantastic organization called the Earthworm, the Earthworm Foundation, doing landscape projects in situ, in Indonesia, in Malaysia, where we source most of our palm oil. Why was that important? Because in the same geographies, you have companies like tire companies that source rubber, some others source timber. So imagine by mutualizing all of these companies and interests, etc., you work together through an organization. And this is what we did. And this work led to the first part of this case study, traceability. Everything starts with traceability. So over 10 years, we have worked, and we now have 80% traceability of the palm oil we buy down to the mill, the mill that crushed the fruits. 60% to plantations. And then you can say, yeah, but they are not such a big numbers. I put these very tiny footnotes here. We use and source from 1,734 mills. So when you think about traceability exercise, you can imagine the number of plantations, smallholders, communities around. So it's a big, big deal. And great news, we have been able to have landscape projects with a lot of positive impact for the environment, to combat deforestation, and for social and community positive impact. But it's not good enough. Because when traceability is a mean to an end, it's not the end result. So we had to do something else. And we use technology today, through these partnerships, using satellite imagery for one very important reason. Traceability of the palm oil supply chain gives us where the mills are. In the business of palm oil extracts, you cannot be really economically profitable if your plantation is so distant from the mill. Because you transport the fruit, it gets damaged, etc. So if you take each mill and you plot a 50-kilometer radius around this mill, I can guarantee you, and that's the method we have chosen, with this coalition, that no truck can travel more than 100 kilometers in these geographies because it's rocky and bumpy. For those who have been to Malaysia or Indonesia, yeah, it's adventure. So if you think 100 kilometers is the maximum distance that a truck can travel, you take a 50 kilometers radius around every single of these 1,734 mills, and it gives you a geography, an area. And then you look what happens beyond. Because if you see changes beyond, it means there is land use change. There is something happening. There are new mills being set in places maybe close to primary forest. But can you also monitor to see where there are positive changes? I heard of a lot of positive restoration activities. So it's not only more of the bad things, you can have a lot of more of the good things. And in this process, what happens is we initiate grievance mechanisms, monitoring and trigger points, and we ensure that people on the ground, and not people sitting in Switzerland, go check what's going on in this radius. Because when we have mapped all the plantations and the mills, if there is no land use change nor encroaching into primary forest, it means that there is no deforestation. It means that you can engage with certification, with RSPO. You can have, better impacts. And some of them are here. Economic, social, and environmental value. You preserve, we restore, we ensure things are done well. Grievance cases, the world is not honky-dory. There's a lot of bad things happening out there. So there are two types of companies. Companies that do not go into these areas and the ones that stays there and combat the problems. Givaudan is part of the latter. We are there because the world is better with us on the ground here. The grievance case is very important because in everything you do, it's not just about carbon footprint and social, etc. It's about working practices and a lot of things like that, water stewardship. This work and all these proof points we accumulate in this process gives us an opportunity to reduce scope 3, both for corporate inventory, but also for product carbon footprint. So in the room, if you're interested about this, I can talk for an hour, but I don't have time for that. So what happens is like when we can demonstrate proof points, we can remove, for example, the land use change perimeter in the emission factor because you have a proof point that you are not encroaching in primary forest and so on and so on. And it goes the other way around. If you restore and reforest, you can also capture this following the GHG protocol, the flag guidance for the ones that are very engaged into scope 3. I can see there are a few people that are nodding and understand the complexity of all this work. This helps us progress, the commitments for no deforestation, no peat, no exploitation, the European deforestation regulation. I'm the EUDR compliance officer for Givaudan, so you can imagine I have skin in the game in this process. And satellite monitoring, GPS coordinates, makes or breaks this journey in EUDR. And of course, deforestation and conversion-free supply chains engagement that we have made in Givaudan. It's not easy, but that's why we're doing it. But how does all of this traceability monitoring connect with finance? You look at the even the invite, how does it connect? For us, we are very pragmatic. For us, we don't have like funds that injects millions or billions into carbon credits where we don't operate. We only work in our supply chain. And for us, the traceability monitoring helps us ensure that we work with the right suppliers, that we work and solidify the relationships. And this is how a business ensures the capital is going in the right direction. It doesn't mean it's perfect, but at least this is real. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's fantastic. Bremner's really powerful example there of how just understanding where your business operates, you can have a huge impact. And many of the organizations or companies that we talk to often don't even know where they're operating. And so really, really great to understand how you can go into more depth on that and have a real impact. And as you say, the movement, the restoration movement cannot be philanthropically funded forever. We need to understand how we can start to integrate it into value chains that already exist. There are already millions of people out there that are working with nature because their lives and livelihoods depend on it. And as Tom, one of my favorite quotes of Tom's is that no one is greenwashing their own back garden. These are local communities that live there that are operating in these supply chains. Of course, they're not going to greenwash because they value those ecosystem services. Their businesses depend on it. And I've just put this up here just to show of all, whether it is a corporate supply chain, or it is the government of Costa Rica and their Payment for Ecosystem Services program, or even the projects that Rebecca and Thomas are supporting around the world to get onto that finance journey. We're all working towards this bigger goal. There is now 258,000 projects on Restor, over 196 countries. As Tom showed, we're able, with independent science, to show the gradual improvement in the health of those ecosystems since the date of intervention was registered on Restor, which is just so powerful to see at that scale, 168 million hectares. And we've now got 66 million hectares being reported to the Global Biodiversity Framework. So local communities can now show how they are contributing to the goals and targets that have been set by their national governments, which is just really powerfully connecting the bottom-up movement to the global goals that we have. And that's really, really fantastic to see. But we know that they are critically underfunded, and 86% of the projects, it's why we're all here today, and many of you have come to this session, I'm sure. It's how we can start to connect that community of nature stewards to different financing mechanisms. And I think one thing I've taken from WEF this week is seeing just there are so many different financial instruments, financial platforms emerging that have solved this problem for different parts, different geographies, different parts of the supply chain. And that is really, I know this is a very complex diagram with a lot of logos, but it was really just to demonstrate the number of organizations that we are working with, and it's just a fraction. But to give you a few examples, we've managed to figure out ways to share projects with the G20 and the Global Land Initiative. We had a grant-making program with them last year to connect great stewards of nature to about 100,000 in financing. We've worked with companies on measuring nature positive in their supply chain and the pilot process. How can you use all of the remote sensing information to understand whether the state of nature in your supply chain, and also what projects and NGOs are working on restoring and protecting those landscapes that you're working with. And then finally, I also wanted to mention another great example. I think he's in the audience, but Adrian Ward from Accounting for Nature is working on how can they monitor projects that are put on the balance sheet according to the standards that they've developed. They're using Restor's technology to make sure those projects can be recognized on company balance sheets. So that movement is growing, and this audience, I'm sure, can help us get there. And so we'd love to hear from you if you're able to sort of collaborate and help us build this and connect this bottom-up movement. Finally, I think, we can turn projects from invisible to visible, build trust at scale, and really capture the momentum we need to make nature the economic choice so it can thrive for us all. I'll leave you with that. We've got 2 QR codes to support our mission. Restor is a nonprofit. We're now fundraising to build that operating system that I talked about. And I don't know whether this goes to Tom's book again, or that's our homepage. But yeah, please come and speak to us afterwards. It's been a pleasure. Thank you to all of the guests who've contributed to the session today. Much appreciated. And I'll let you go back. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Restor team and your speakers for this very inspiring session. I invite you all to join the foyer and continue the discussion there. Have all a very nice afternoon, and thank you very much.
Okay, welcome everyone to the Climate Hub Davos, to this Thursday afternoon session. It's good to see you all. So this space is provided by GreenUp, and GreenUp is an NGO that has as its mission to inspire and to connect people that lead to concrete actions for the planet. And in that spirit, and also thinking about the theme this year in Davos around the spirit of dialogue, we really want to take it one step further. So as you listen to this session today, please reflect on what action you want to take in your daily life, in your workplace, in the communities in which you operate and live and exchange. What is your action that you want to take back home and have a positive impact on the climate and nature? And another important information before we start is, of course, the safety measures. So we have 3 exits here, or 3 exit ways. One is the way in which you came in. The second is on this side of the stage, and then also in the back of the theater here you have a third option in case of an emergency, which will not happen. Voila. So, and with this, and without any further ado, I'd like to welcome Stefanie Pondini, Head of Policy and Advocacy at the BioVision Foundation, for your session. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Does it work? Yes, now it works. Thank you so much that you're here today, that you're interested in the topic from grants to growth. We are expecting more people to join. Please don't mind if people are still coming later on. So our goal of today's session is to learn from each other what works, what doesn't, and what needs to change. And by the end of this session, we would like to answer one question. And the question is, how can we practically support agroecological enterprises to scale and to improve their impact ecologically and socially, with the right finance, with the right support, and the right conditions? So we will get back to this question at the end. I want to shortly introduce the host organization, BioVision Foundation. We are a non-profit organization based in Zurich, Switzerland. We have around 60 employees, and we work in Switzerland, we work in Africa, focus is East Africa, and we work on an international level, mainly with our policy and advocacy work. And we strongly believe that agroecology is the key approach to transform our food systems. And we do that with 5 main levers to make sure agroecology can be scaled and promoted. The first one is we work with very strong local organizations, mainly in East Africa, to develop agroecological production systems. The second lever is that we spread information, knowledge, and disseminate it, mainly with farmer organizations, but also we disseminate information and knowledge to policymakers, to research organizations, academia, and so forth. The third lever, and that's also why we are here today with this topic, is to promote agroecological enterprises and markets. We strengthen civil society engagement and organizations in Switzerland, but also beyond, be that consumer organizations, but also civil society groups. And last but not least is we promote and support political conditions that favor agroecology. We do that mainly in Switzerland and in East Africa. Kenya and Tanzania and Uganda are our focus countries. So how does this session today look like? We will have a short exercise, an activation exercise after my intro. And then we will have 2 key inputs from BioVision, from Piera Weibel and Fabio Leipert, on what are agroecological enterprises, because I'm sure not everyone in this room know what that means. And we will present to you the first agroecology accelerator that we established. After that, we will move to a very exciting panel discussion, and this will be then closed with some closing remark by an honorable guest that we have here today. And the wrap-up will be with you again, and we will do some voting exercise. So you don't have to be worried. We will do some exercise at the end of the session again. So I know people are tired. People attended many sessions. We have a lot of competing sessions again. So let's get a bit activated. Let's kind of move a bit. So what we do now is, I'm going to read a series of statements, and you can always answer it with yes or no. When you answer it with yes, you need to stand up and then sit down again. I know we have these movable chairs, but I'm sure it still works. So, yeah, just if it's yes, stand up. If it's no, you can re-seat, still keep seating. And then stand up again so that we move a bit. Is it clear? Let's do a test. Stand up if you found Davos warmer than expected. Okay, you got it, huh? So, stand up, so sit down again. Stand up if you work in finance. Okay, you can look around a bit and also see who's in the room. Sit down. Stand up if you work with farmers or producer organizations. Oh, that's interesting. Look around if you want. Sit down. Stand up if you are from an NGO or a foundation. Good. Stand up if you traveled more than 10 hours to come to Davos. Okay, we will take care of you. Stand up if you traveled across at least one border to get to Davos. Okay, good to have you here. Thank you. Stand up if you have invested in an SME in food system. Okay, interesting. Stand up if you are on your second or third coffee today. Yes. Okay. Or tea, maybe tea, huh? Stand up if you have founded a social enterprise and found the process challenging. Who has founded a social enterprise and found the process challenging? Okay. Stand up if you are here the first time at the GreenUp Climate Hub at Davos. Okay. Stand up if you are attending official sessions at the WEF. And now it gets a bit technical. Stand up if you think capital is ready for social enterprises, but the pipeline isn't. Mm-hmm. Stand up if you're here because you want practical solutions and not just talking. Good to know. And welcome the ones who joined. You can always stand up if it's yes, keep seated if it's no. Stand up if you felt the tension between impact goals and financial returns. Yeah, look around, yeah. Stand up if you're attending this event mainly out of curiosity. Mm-hmm. Good, sit down. Stand up if you don't know what agroecological enterprises are. Come on. You don't know what agroecological enterprises are. Please, come on. Stand up if you are not really sure what these type of businesses are. Because otherwise Pierre will have an easy job, you know. And stand up if you're here today because you want to learn more about agroecology. Great. Thank you so much. That was fun. And I would like now to introduce our first speaker here on stage. This is Dr. Piera Weibel. She is the head of international partnership at BioVision Foundation. And she, for the ones who didn't know what agroecological enterprises are, she will explain it to you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Steffi. I will keep it short then, because everybody knows already. But just like the last days I've been here, I think I've never heard the word agroecology. So I think it's still kind of necessary maybe just to set the scene a bit and get everybody in the subject that we are talking about today. So agroecology is on one hand a science. Steffi showed that we are funding a lot of science projects as well in agroecology to prove that the systems are working. It's a practice from farm to fork, so really a holistic approach, but it's also a movement to foster a transition of our food systems. And I think I don't need to explain the audience here that our food systems are broken, but that's the aim of agroecology overall, to really move up the system change level up to really a level where we have a food system which is equitable and environmentally sustainable. Agroecology is based on 13 principles. I'm not getting into details here, but it's about resilience, about social equity, and last but not least, about resource minimization or optimization. Then linked to that, what are agroecological enterprises? Of course, that's enterprises that are, on one hand, somehow active in the agri-food value chain. That's one of the requirements. And they need to have a commercial aspect. So it's not about foundations or like NGOs or social organizations active on the ground. It's really commercial entities. And they need to embody the principles of agroecology. It's there are a lot of, like, the definition of agroecological enterprises is quite broad, based on a lot of organizations that have developed these definitions. And 6 of the 13 principles need to be touched by an agroecological enterprise, otherwise it's not counted as one. BioVision has developed a tool called BACT, to check if an enterprise is in line with agroecological practices, or how much it is in line, or if it counts as an agroecological enterprise. So that can be used quite easily to see where an enterprise is. Maybe what is also important to say that it's mostly based on local food systems. Of course, export crops could be part of the things grown on the farm, or that are part of the food system, but the focus is really on creating food systems which are locally viable and are based on local food sovereignty and food security. That's maybe a bit of difference to other concepts that you've heard during the last days. Then there are also, there are also some red lines defined. If an enterprise touches one of these lines, it's not counted as agroecological enterprise. Things like monoculture, or really systems focused really on an export or on a cash crop only, these are not agroecological enterprises. Companies that hamper or destroy local seed systems would not be counted as agroecological. Or, for example, also systems, or you can also say and businesses that foster or that focus only on the productivity, on these outcomes of a farming system, and forget about the social and environmental outcomes. So those outcomes really also need to be focused on. There are some other red lines, but I picked out the ones I personally think distinguishes agroecological enterprises mostly from other types of social or sustainable SMEs. Then what does BioVision do in this area? We actually have a portfolio that tackles somehow or touches upon agroecological enterprises. The newest one is the flexible funding formats that we launched this year. They are present at the moment in all of the countries, or our focus countries we are working in. That's Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Zimbabwe, Malawi, and Ethiopia. That's really very easy, small amounts to entrepreneurs or to people that we see in the projects that we are supporting that have an idea that could develop potentially into a business. They get very easy access to first funding just to get their ideas starting. Very non-complicated, not with a lot of reports or monitoring and whatever we usually have in our projects. So the goal is really to focus on learning, to get the people going, and to give them the space and opportunity to think further in what they are thinking to develop. Then we are heavily funding Rutical. That's a startup studio based in, at the moment, Uganda, but they are launching it Tanzania as well this year, and they have they usually work with soon-to-be entrepreneurs that really have already a kind of somehow viable business idea. They work in cohorts, they train them, they give them the tools necessary to develop viable business models, and then they get some form of start or start funding to get the businesses going. We have a third element, but I wait for that a little bit, just to give you an example of what one of the, at the moment, quite successful enterprises is that is funded through or went through a cohort and the funding process of Rutical. It's Eden Seeds, based in Uganda. In Uganda, 85% of the farmers, they don't have access to affordable and productive or good high-quality seeds. That's why they had the idea to organize farmer groups. They train the farmer groups to grow or to produce seeds, local indigenous seeds, so nothing imported from elsewhere, how it's usually happening in a lot of countries. Then Eden Seeds collects these seeds from the farmers. They check the quality, they code them, they ensure that the storage is done right, and then they resell it to local shops, which then again can sell it to the farmers. And in only in the first 18 months, they already made a 24K USD in sales, and could reach 1,500 farmers with that. They have quite big plans to expand over the next years, and we of course hope to see them be to get more successful, so that ideally they could get in our third kind of pillar that we have, that we work on, agroecological enterprises. Nature, I'm not going to say a lot about this because that will be the topic of the next speakers, but that's then really for more mature enterprises that can go to more scale and on higher investments as well. And of course, what is needed, these companies are usually, or these businesses are working in environments which are not necessarily always very favorable to agroecology. That's why we also need the enabling policy environment. And that's what Steffi also already mentioned. We are working quite a lot on advocacy and policy enhancement to improve the ecosystem that these businesses need to flourish in. And with that, I give the mic back to Steffi. You have.
Yes, but thank you so much, Piera. Thank you so much. So, Piera mentioned Nature, the accelerator and fund. That's the first agroecological accelerator that we established together with Shona. And this is Joachim Evechu, the co-founder and CEO of Shona. He couldn't come to Davos, unfortunately, but we really wanted to kind of get his opinion, his perspective into this event, and that's why we are going to show you a short video. He's answering some questions, and then my colleague Fabio will dive into deeper into nature, so what it really is. So let's hope this is going to work.
Hey everyone, my name is Joachim Evechu, and I lead a team at Shona, one of the key implementing partners of the Nature Accelerator Fund that is supporting the growth of agroecology enterprises in East Africa. Agroecology enterprises are pivotal in food systems transformation because they support farmers that are practicing agroecology, providing them with access to the organic inputs, support services, and output markets they need, promoting the practice of agroecology. Agroecology promotes the production of healthy and nutritious food while regenerating soil fertility, improving biodiversity, and strengthening the livelihoods of farmers and communities. Complementing all the incredible work that has been done so far to support farmers to transition to and practice agroecology and positively transform our food system, agroecology enterprises provide the economic engine that is required to grow and sustain this transformation. Because farmers are able to access the organic inputs they need and earn an income from their agroecological produce, incentivizing their continued practice of agroecology, and consumers are able to access healthy and nutritious agroecologically produced food continually through the power of markets. Agroecology enterprises are agribusinesses, but they're different because, firstly, they are committed to the 13 principles of agroecology. And usually we select enterprises that are practicing at least 6 of the 13 principles of agroecology. They also do not cross any of the agroecology red lines. They are connected to their customers and beneficiaries, who are mostly farmers, either by selling to them or sourcing from them. Agroecology enterprises are expanding in East Africa. They continue to face some significant challenges, some that we're trying to solve through the Nature Accelerator Fund. Some of these include the access to the right mix of financing to help them grow as AEs and be able to transition to agroecology themselves, but also help farmers transition to agroecology and operate as viable businesses. We're currently investing in these enterprises through the Nature Fund, providing flexible capital tailored to their needs for both working capital and the acquisition of assets to operate as an AE. We continue to see the need for more instruments, though, that need to be blended smartly to help these enterprises to be able to grow. The other challenge they face is access to the right business development support to grow. Like many businesses in East Africa, agroecology enterprises too struggle to get the right support to grow, and they are more complex as well. Through the Nature Accelerator, we're providing this support, beginning with identifying them, to helping them design an agroecology business plan, to helping them strengthen their business operations, to helping them certify their products to access new markets, and so much more. More business development support tailored to the needs of these enterprises is needed across all stages to encourage and support their growth. The other challenge they face is competition with non-agroecologically produced products and the lack of differentiation in the market. While aware of some of the dangers of some of the food currently produced with chemical pesticides and fertilizers, and the evidence of the preference for healthy and nutritious food, customers are not yet fully aware of the existence of an alternative, which is agroecologically produced products and the existence of agroecological enterprises. A lot needs to continue to be done to tilt the favor and demand for agroecologically produced products by consumers, driving the production of these products and keeping the price of these products competitive and not premium, knocking out a large section of the market. And lastly, there's still a lot more, but my last is on government policy. We need a favorable government policy that not only promotes the practice of agroecology, but also heavily regulates current practices of producing food using dangerous chemical inputs. When policy, consumers and the market, capital and business development support align, agroecological enterprises will thrive and agroecology will become the norm. Thank you.
And now we will hear more about nature by my colleague Fabio Leipert. Please, Fabio, join me on the stage and tell the audience a bit more what this vehicle is about to strengthen these type of businesses.
Thanks, Steffi. And before we dive a little bit into the inner workings of nature, let's recap a bit what Joachim said. So what holds agroecological enterprises back? And we know we've done our studies, feasibility studies. They are around. They are a bit immature, but there's a lot of ideas, people with good ideas, startups, but they hit the ceiling after a few years. And so they don't get the finance needed. They are perceived as too risky, too complex, too slow, not really scalable. That's one main obstacle. There's also a mismatch with the support services offered financially, but also in terms of technical assistance. And then there's Joachim said it, the enabling environment is lacking or is suboptimal and geared towards conventional agriculture. So knowing these challenges, we made the effort and did extensive feasibility studies, scoping studies with the movements, with other financial providers, with technical assistance providers, etc. in 21, 22, 23. And then we launched, and now let's see if I push the right button. What we've seen, Nature, an accelerator and fund. And so it's there for 3 years now. We have worked with 60 enterprises, agroecological enterprises so far, and it's meant to stay. So it's designed as a revolving fund linked to an accelerator that really helps the businesses to get into the stage of getting a loan from the fund. And the feasibility study has really shown that for agroecological enterprises, that linking of an accelerator and a capital entity, a fund, is something that could make a difference, because often that linkage is lacking. The ticket sizes they would be able to achieve are bigger than what they can really absorb or what makes sense at their stage. So that has informed that design of Nature. Focus is Kenya, Uganda, and I would say important is also to realize that all the upfront investments and the pilot is grant-based, right? It's grant-funded by BioVision and our back donors, namely SDC and IKEA Foundation. So that has been the seed funding for getting this started, getting this element, this important element of an accelerator and fund going to bridge these enterprises to become investable for other actors. So what is Nature? It contains of 3 C's, basically. First one, capacity, technical assistance, which equals the accelerator part, right? So what we offer through Nature is selecting enterprises. We heard which ones. Importantly is also to mention they need to be somehow regionally owned. So one co-founder, CEO, needs to be from the region. 30,000 revenue generating, growth oriented, in line with agroecology. And then we select 30 for a pre-boot camp and 20 for a boot camp, residential boot camp of a week, where they get all the tailored technical assistance they might need. So commercially viable business model, strengthening financial acumen, investment readiness, supply chain development management, navigating market systems. So all these classical business development service elements, but we link them explicitly with agroecological elements and supporting them to optimize, to clarify, to work on their business model, also from an agroecological perspective. And after bootcamp, very tailored mentorship and coaching, as well as helping to differentiate the market further, find new markets, etc. And after all of this, what we've also seen as one of the main hurdles, many of these entrepreneurs, many of them women, are pretty alone at the moment in their field. They don't have a peer network, they don't have colleagues, they're pretty, as businesses, still immature. So we start to create an ecosystem, a network of enterprises, of peers who can help each other out. And having by now 63 agroecological enterprises in these 2 countries, we see quite an energy starting also from that perspective. Then second element is the capital element, second C, equaling the fund, right? That's really where the best of these enterprises can apply for a loan. A loan with a ticket size in the missing middle of 10 to 15,000 US dollar in local currency, and that's really where the market doesn't offer loans, because either it's microfinance, which is smaller, or it's bigger, And we really intentionally want to fit that gap. It's debt or revenue share loans, so two modalities for working capital or assets. And markets rates are sub-market, concessional, but still quite substantial for what we know. But that's the reality. And the repayment rates and conditions are pretty flexible, tailored to the realities of these enterprises. Remember, they are quite diverse. They come from different sectors. I haven't shown the slide before, but 50% are aggregators, processors, 20% input providers. There are also some platforms in that portfolio. So it's a very complex, diversified set of enterprises, but that can also work together. And yeah, so conditions are pretty context-specific, enterprise-specific. On the bottom, you see the investors in the fund, which is separately fed by separate donors. And at the moment, the volume is at 1.1 million, with the intention to grow, of course. 400,000 have been already approved as loans. Some paid back, 15 loans so far. The goal is really to deploy all that capital in the course of this year. Remember, it's 3 years old. It takes time to get this going, but it's really meant to stay and grow. And lastly, third element, the C, I talked about this already, the connections, right? The connections between peers to new markets, to new expertise, be it in BD, business development service provision, technical assistance, be it in agroecology, and especially linking the two, which is what is one element which is really unique in this. And then potential partners and peers. And as we've seen before, this whole thing also only works if the regulatory environment, policy environment becomes a bit more favorable as well. That's why this whole vehicle, its creation, is embedded in BioVision's policy work, policy program, so we can also share the lessons, we can talk about it, we can others inspire to replicate or to invest in it, or, and that's where also the follow-up panel will go to, link to nature and our enterprises, follow-on capital, working with bigger actors who can then absorb the pipeline. So coming to the conclusions, after these 3+ years working on this, yeah, capital is really key. It doesn't work without, but it's insufficient at this stage where these enterprises are. So we need a more systemic approach. We need to integrate TA, enabling environment policy work, and linking the accelerator and the fund, capital and capacity, is really a success factor. It also helps the fund to get to know the personalities, the enterprises really well during the boot camp, during the accelerator phase, helping the financial analysts to do a proper due diligence, because in the end, the fund also has some risks to manage and cannot just take up enterprises and give loans out of goodwill. But that means blended financing of the whole vehicle. We are financed by grants, and others directly invest into the fund. And yeah, flexible design, co-creation. You've seen Joachim, he's CEO of Shona, really amazing implementing partner. BioVision, I have one seat in the steering committee. Then we have an investment committee, which is external experts of the finance world, who then say yes or no to investments, basically. Integrating entrepreneurship into agroecology, quite a new field, 5-6 years that we work on this with our partners, with the movements. It's really an emerging field. It shows there's potential, there's impact. They can grow if they get the right support. One of the main things is really giving that bridge from grants to growth, from grants to loans, out of this grantpreneurship trap, let's say, where you really have a different mindset. And as an entrepreneur, it's just, it's something, how to say, not all are grantpreneurs, but there's the risk of many of these enterprises coming out of philanthropy, not having a fully thought through business case in their back. So we and our partners work on this with them. Lastly, yeah, patience, sensitivity. It takes time. This maturation of AEs, this whole type of capital is meant to be patient. And we also need to take care to manage that balancing act. Steffi asked it in the beginning, between profitability, increasing profitability, and keeping the social, ecological impact goals. And yeah, networks are key. That's why we're here. We also want to share what we're doing and talk to colleagues, to related organizations and bigger organizations who could absorb these enterprises, really about this larger network and about creating this ecosystem of support to make agricultural enterprises more successful and more impactful. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Fabio, you're also on the panel, so you can stay and just take a seat. Because now, there's not, genau. So we are moving now to our exciting panel discussion. So I would like to invite the panelists to join us on stage. So we have here Tanja Havemann, co-founder and CEO from Mondial. Give her applause. Come on, we need a bit of activation, right? We need to keep going. We have Patrick Elmer. He is the founder and CEO of iGravity. Hello, Patrick. Thanks for being here. Oh, du musst nicht über, ich würde. We have Fabio Leipert, co-head of the Policy and Advocacy Department at BioVision. Ich brauche keins. And last but not least, we have Stefan Kappeler. He is partner and COO of Elea. Thanks for joining us on stage. Great. So I will have the first kickoff question that I ask to all of the panelists as a kind of introduction or to get started. And I also kindly invite you to say a few words about you and your organization that you're working in. And then we will just have a flow of, I hope a bit an interactive discussion. But the first question, please, everyone answers it, and then we see how we go. So maybe I start with you, Tanja. Please say a few words about yourself and your organization. And then the question is, in your experience, what is the single most important bridge that helps agricultural enterprises or similar type of businesses move from being these grant-supported pilots to really scalable investment-ready businesses? So from grants to growth, that's the title of this event. So what's the bridge?
Great. Well, thank you very much, and really interesting panel. So my name is Tanja Havemann. I'm the co-founder and director of Mondial. We work primarily in sub-Saharan Africa, but also in Central America and Indonesia, working through value chains to reach smallholder farmers and have positive impacts on nature, specifically looking at climate and biodiversity. So we created actually a fund that uses a value chain approach to get additional working capital financing into supply chains using an innovative de-risking model. And we are really excited to be expanding that soon with the Green Climate Fund. And in addition, we're working on other structures, including actually something very similar to what you're doing in Indonesia with a local partner. What we've seen over the years, and one thing that is very obvious when you're financing, is just the ability to have stable, predictable cash flows and revenues that you can use to actually finance off. And a lot of that is actually also based on customer relationships, both relationships with those that are buying the products as well as those that are supplying the products. And we use those kind of relationships also to be able to enable financing. What we see in the agricultural sector, and I've worked in the agricultural sector for many years on the financing side, is that actually most of the financing that goes into agriculture doesn't come from the formal financial markets, it comes from within the value chain. So either in terms of advances or prepayments or different types of intermediate funding solutions. And that's not just for emerging markets. That actually also happens in Europe and in the US. So we see that the links between the different entities in the supply chain are really critical. And underpinning that is obviously also trust. So I think, therefore, also being able to connect different partners that can be trusted counterparties to each other, come with technical assistance, is really critical. So we've been fortunate also in our work to have connected businesses to companies that have become long-term offtake partners for those entities, which has enabled them to raise financing both from us as well as from other impact investors. So we see that this sort of trust and being able to have stable, predictable cash flows is really central, be they larger organizations or smaller organizations.
Thank you so much, Tanya. Patrick, can I move over to you?
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Patrick. I'm the CEO and founder of iGravity. We are an impact investment management and advisory firm specialized on supporting SMEs in emerging markets with private debt and technical assistance. We work with both philanthropic partners and more commercial investors, really bringing them together in different impact investment strategies. And in my view, thinking about the bridge from grants to grow, I think for me the main lever is the mindset of the entrepreneur. So shifting from a project mindset towards a business entrepreneur mindset, really focused on the customers and their willingness to actually pay a price for a certain product and service. And obviously they need access to finance, and especially patient finance from investors that understand their business model and that they're generating both commercial but especially also social environmental returns. And they need also obviously a lot of hands-on support to succeed.
Thank you so much. Stefan, do you agree, or what do you think? I mean, who are you? And then what do you think is the most important bridge to go from grant to growth?
Thanks, Steffi, and hello, everybody. My name is Stefan. I'm here and representing ELEA. ELEA is a philanthropic impact investor. We were founded in 2006, so celebrating our 20th anniversary this year, with the goal to fight absolute poverty with entrepreneurial means. Now, you might ask yourself, why am I sitting on this panel if it's about agroecological enterprises? And I think this goes very much hand in hand with fighting absolute poverty, because most of the people in emerging economies are smallholder farmers, around 70% of them, and they often live as subsistence farming and are very closely connected, obviously, to their soils and dependent on the yields that they generate from their soils. We identify or we screen on a yearly basis around 1,000 ventures globally, Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, India, and Southeast Asia, and invest in about 5 to 10 with ticket sizes of $100,000 to $500,000, typically in the seed, pre-Series A, and Series A stage, and then work together. And I like that very much, what Fabio, what you shared before from the nature, but also Rutical example, that money is one part of the equation, but know-how is equally important. I mean, even the best football clubs in Europe, they don't have just good players. They also have good managers at the side who coach the team. And I think every entrepreneur out there needs money in order to grow. That's the blood in the engine, obviously, of an enterprise. But they also need advice and coaching and monitoring to grow their ventures. And I think this is one of the limiting factors. I mean, when you sent me the question initially, Steffi, I wrote up similar to what Tanya said. I mean, after all, when you're an investor and you want to attract capital, unit economics have to add up. And you have to show that you can generate the profit, maybe not immediately and maybe not like a fintech where you have a hockey stick in the end. But at one point, you need to prove that there is economic sustainability. And one challenge that I see with agroecological, or that we see also in our day-to-day business, is that there are limiting factors to that, namely knowledge and capital. And the knowledge thing is particularly for smallholder farmers, and it's one of the 13 principles, if I read correctly, that defines agroecological enterprises. It's this knowledge dissemination and the working with smallholder farmers and sharing experiences and best practices with them. The capital in that form, I see more capital to bridge time, many soils are actually depleted after many years of mismanagement. And you can't just transition from one day to the other and expect to get higher yields. I think in your paper, studies have shown that you generate higher yields with agroecological practices, but this doesn't happen just overnight. And so how do you get there over time? Because farmers, they need an income now. They don't have the capital to sustain like 3 to 5 years until they have come over this valley of drought, so to say, until they have higher yields again. And I think that's a very important thing that investors have to be aware of. And when you asked the question initially, is it more the pipeline or is it more the capital that is the restraining factor? I think it's both. It depends. Sometimes there is enough capital out there, as we saw leading up to COVID-19, where we had so much capital in the market. But then in certain sectors and in certain spaces, it's definitely also the pipeline of good entrepreneurs. And that's why the work that Nature and the Ruticle are doing is amazingly important.
Thank you so much. Fabio, do you want to finish this first round with your bridge?
I mean, I had a fair share of speaking time already, so you know about Nature. That is definitely one of our bridges, as well as Ruticle. But yeah, for me, it shows who's here. It's about several bridges and helping the whole continuum of pipeline building at farmer level, then entrepreneur supporting. And in the beginning, these enterprises just need good coaching, good support. We might bring in also this agroecology angle a bit more to entrepreneurship, but then it's really linking it to capital. And maybe at the moment in Uganda, Kenya, we saw the need to really also bridge financially this missing middle ticket size of 10 to 50,000, which is really not available. But then it's building bridges to other organizations such as, ELEA for equity investments. Also with Bali, that iGravity is creating other entities. And then in the end, maybe Mondial and bigger funds can come in. So it's linking these pipelines and continuing to build that pipeline. Because ideas are around, solutions are there. So we really need somehow to keep this going.
Thank you so much. You talk about investing. So, Patrick, if an agroecological business or similar business would approach you tomorrow seeking capital, what are the 1 to 2 conditions that need to be in place for you that you would say yes?
I mean, as I mentioned earlier, I think really it's the evidence of customers willing to pay, you know. So the product and services, there is a market and there is somebody willing to pay, and the price they're paying is higher than the cost of the production. Mm-hmm. And then next to that, obviously, they need to have a plan, like a realistic, credible plan on how to develop, grow, and scale, which is often, very closely related to the quality of the team. So it's not only about one founder, but it's usually a team you want to see of people. You don't want to have a key person risk. You want to see some signs of a governance where there are other people involved, and you don't have only one counterparty. And you want to see that the business is putting in place systems and procedures according to which they operate.
Tanya, do you see it similarly or differently? What do you think? What needs to be there that you can confidentially say, yes, we will invest in you?
I mean, I can only agree with what Patrick said. So obviously having good governance, track record of good practices, solid and stable customers and business partners. Maybe just to throw a wrench into the discussions also, because we like to talk a lot about climate finance, which we're also excited about. And I think the reality is in many of the markets that you're working in and that we're working in, I mean, we're working in some places like Benin, northern Nigeria. The reality is that there are not so many willing customers that are willing to pay extra for, good practices. And so I think we also need to think, creatively about other ways that there can be a stable revenue stream. So I think, climate finance is one way, but we're also exploring opportunities for localized payments for ecosystem services approaches, which could be an additional predictable revenue stream that could also complement the more traditional type of funding. So I think just the quality of the business partners, the length of those relationships, and as Patrick said, the governance and the track record and operations.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Do you want to compliment Stefan and Fabio?
Maybe just one word. The founders matter, the personality of the founders and the team. That's also something I really learned from Shona, who has track record in business development support. And so the accelerator linked to the fund really helps to understand these enterprises and their workings and the teams better, because you are in a residential boot camp for a week. And some of these enterprises don't have a huge track record. I mean, bookkeeping is the same conditions. Nature Fund has the same conditions. The numbers must fit. There must be revenue, etc. But yeah, the psychological element and the personality of these people is, according to them, really essential, I guess.
I agree with that. And so when we look at the venture in the due diligence, I think the team is the most important aspect to it. Obviously, the business model has to fit, and we have to see a path to profitability at one point. But the team is a make or break situation, and because you can work with a B idea when you have an A team, but you can't work with an A idea if you have only a B team. And I think that is really, we had to learn that as well the hard way. But it depends so much on these entrepreneurs, because you can't just let the CEO go and find a new one, because they are so intrinsically motivated for their cause, and they're backing this venture. And so if it's an investment, it's not only an investment in the venture, it's also an investment in the people behind it. And I think beyond the team, it's the ecosystem around it and the partners. Many entrepreneurs, and it's interesting. We haven't done a study, and I wouldn't dare to actually say there are typology across geographies. But I think you figure sometimes out that some entrepreneurs really fear boards. So when we as an investor come in, we invest typically 80% of our investments are equity or equity-like investments, and we always want to have a seat in the board. And they see this as a very dangerous thing if suddenly an external partner comes in. And I agree. I mean, it's very important, because it's like getting married. And you have someone who has a stake in your organization, who sits in the same boat, but is also very powerful, because marriage can also be a very powerful and nice thing. And it typically should be a very nice thing. But that you have the right people in boards, the right investors on board, because it always needs different ideas and also more capital typically than what is initially was anticipated. And so if you bring the right people around, then the likelihood for success is typically higher than when you try to get through it by yourself.
Tanya, you saw and you worked with a lot of enterprises. What do you think is mainly the primary bottleneck of these kind of type of businesses that we talk today? Is it more on the entrepreneur side? Is it the financial side? Or is it maybe even the ecosystem that is not in favor of what these type of businesses need? What do you think? Where is the main bottleneck? Or is it everywhere?
I mean, I think it's everywhere. We work in places where people are not literate, where there is no infrastructure. So those are just huge practical bottlenecks. I think, one, as mentioned before, I think one thing is just on the cash flows. Not only do they have access to customers that are going to pay them on time, whatever on time means, how are they going to pay them? Also their suppliers, are they going to be delivering on a regular basis at the right quality, at the right time? So I think all those kind of things fit together. So there's like everything together all at once.
Does make it more easier, right? So even more complex. Do you agree, or do you see? You said, Stefan, you screened many enterprises or ventures so far. Do you always see a bit of tendency to one of these, entrepreneur side, financials, or ecosystem, or do you agree with Tanya? The challenge is everywhere equally.
Equal is a strong word. I think there are challenges everywhere. That I definitely agree, and I think it depends on timing, geography, maybe sectors as well, where you have one a little bit more on this side, one a little bit more on that side. As I said, what we noticed and what we also see data from, when you particularly look at Africa, I mean, there was simply too much capital available in around 21, 22, like as a positive backlash, so to say, from COVID, when the funding firstly declined and then suddenly peaked, only then to decline again towards 23 and 24-ish. But at that time, funding was not the issue for many companies, right? But this has changed. Now funding has become way more challenging with interest rates going up, with also general climate globally changing in terms of investments in emerging markets. Priorities have shifted a little bit. Certain topics suddenly are not en vogue anymore. And these things you feel immediately, right, in these markets where we operate in. And again, the poorest of the poor suffer the most.
Thank you so much. Yeah. You please?
No, I was going to say that I think, we also, like you did mention policy before, we have seen that as being huge impacts, not only in terms of access to capital, like, I think in one place in Uganda, there was a tax suddenly imposed on mobile payments, which then disrupted the whole payment system. And then you have, in Ghana with cocoa boards, supposed to be able to provide inputs, not providing inputs, in providing inputs late. So then in Nigeria, even airlines couldn't get their money out of Nigeria for over a year. It was stuck there. So these are just, issues that you have to find ways to structure around and deal with, but they can be dealt with.
I think beyond agroecology, there is a fundamental problem with access to finance for SMEs, the missing middle SMEs in emerging markets who are not able to access the financing they need, or if so, at conditions which are unbearable. In Uganda, for example, where we work, local banks lend at 20+% and ask 150, 200% collateral. So most businesses can not even deal with that. And then I think, most businesses need longer-term patient capital, but the lending is short-term because it's the best way to manage the risks in that environment. So it's really a difficult one to
tricky
solve.
situation. Fabio, you want to compliment?
Yes, something that Tanya has mentioned before. I mean, one of the structural flaws is that all the positive externalities created are not rewarded, and the negative ones are not punished. So the whole system is allocating its resources not ideally, and definitely not in favor of agroecological enterprises, regenerative enterprises. So I see also a chance in finding new ways of creating additional revenue flows for these enterprises, for clean water they provide, for biodiversity they generate, for carbon sequestration. We know these systems are really tricky to monitor and to quantify. But for me, this must be one of the ways out to adjust a bit the rules of the game. And the other side would be to punish the polluters, which is a very political thing. But yeah, compensating for the positive externalities would be a great way forward. Interested to hear more later.
Yeah, you made a link to a next question, actually, so I had to jump a bit, but it's a good hook now. So agroecological enterprises and similar type of businesses, they generate a lot of ecological and social values that the market doesn't reward yet, or doesn't reward at the moment, right? We know that. And what do you think, what are the best ways to make sure that these values, these impacts can be measured, but without too much of a burden for the SMEs? Because we know monitoring evaluation, it's really costly, it's very intense for the enterprises, but at the same time it's needed. So how do we balance that? What are your experiences? How can we make sure impact is measured, but still manageable by the businesses? Tanya, you are looking at me, you want to answer?
Sure. So we, the funds that we work with are impact funds, but we like to be practical about the KPIs that we look at. So although there are some regulatory requirements around looking at specific KPIs, We want to make sure that the KPIs that we track are also relevant to the credit decisions that are being made and to the farmers. So we try to make it as easy as possible in terms of developing very simple tools, which actually many of them are, the business that we work with are very excited to have, because it helps them also actually attract customers and build customer loyalty. We also think in general that there is, and I have also been on the advisory board of SBTI, and I've worked with Vera, VCS. We work with another client managing a substantial portfolio of insets and offsets. And I have to say, I think we've gotten a little bit too crazy on the MRV costs. And there are some very practical things that we know and that we can track at the farm level, and then combine those with sort of landscape level, geospatial or drone-based surveys to see what the trends are. And that's something that we've been working on also together with the Stockholm Environment Institute to try to develop also something that's going to be open and available to everyone to be able to kind of shortlist and pick relevant indicators across climate change mitigation, adaptation, biodiversity, and watershed health. So we look forward to kind of sort of sharing more about that this year.
Sounds very exciting.
Yeah, we work with different types of investors. Some are seeking financial returns with impact, and others are really trying to maximize impact with some returns. And one of the things we do is called impact-linked finance, where we actually work closely with the Swiss Development Agency, where we provide financial incentives to enterprises for outcomes they actually generate. And the way we do that is either by lending to these businesses, and where the interest rate is linked to impact KPIs. So the more impact they achieve over time, the less is their cost of finance. Or by using impact incentive payments, where basically we enter into a service agreement with the businesses, where we actually provide a monetary value to the outcomes they generate, and that triggers payment over multiple years. And so impact becomes almost an additional revenue line for these businesses.
Very interesting. We have heard, I'm sure the last couple of days everywhere, the word blended finance is the solution. Blended finance is very important. What do you think? When is blended finance really catalytic, really a solution that needs to be there? And when there is a risk that it can really distort markets? And how to deal with blended finance in a very smart way? So what are your experiences? When does it make sense, and how to best deal with it?
To go first. So we are fortunate enough to actually work with the U.S. Development Finance Corporation, who still, despite what is happening today, actually remains a solid and reliable partner. So they have provided a partial guarantee to a financing structure that we have, which they've actually made money on. So that guarantee really helps actually to reduce the cost, the kind of perceived risk of an innovative financing instrument. I think there is one part around blended finance, which is around when you're coming up with new financing structures. People, like investors, have not seen them before, so you need to have some years where you're testing them out. So I think there's that kind of perceived risk element. And then there's kind of very practical transaction level risk. OECD would not call it blended finance, but our innovation is that we use the supply chain actors and the customers to de-risk those transactions, and that's proven very successful. And I think the third thing is, I do think we have to recognize that in many of the systems that we're looking at, the kind of impact outcomes that we want will need to effectively have a subsidy forever until we reconfigure our economic systems. So I think I get a little bit concerned if we're looking at, relying on donor aid to just, pay, because we've seen that that's not necessarily reliable. Unfortunately, the changes in the perceived quality of carbon credits, has also been a concern. We've seen businesses in Tanzania, for example, be stranded because they were relying on payments for RED, which I think are maybe no longer going to come. So with this thing I hinted at, we're also looking at new models where we can generate really many decades worth of PES payments, which can also be used at the very, very micro level, because I think we get subsidies here in Europe. there are subsidies in the US, and if we want to actually have these practices be taken up, there will be a requirement to have very, very long-term patient subsidized capital delivered the closest to the ground that we can get it.
Fabio, I'm sure you want to...
Tanya said it. I mean, yeah, I feel like us being a grant giver, philanthropic organizations, we can use these to build readiness, to link to other capital. I think it's great that there's a push in that direction, and many philanthropic organizations are opening up in that direction, realizing also the pool of money that is rather shrinking than growing. But we also need to be realistic that, Tanya said it's not going to dissolve. We're going to need these grant-based de-risking elements in the whole thing. Otherwise, I feel, speaking for AEs now, for instance, they will not get to the level of being uptaken by other actors, by other types of finance. So yeah, for me, not coming from the field, more from the agroecology, development cooperation, biology, agroecology, this is the way forward, somehow finding blended finance models to support entrepreneurship and the type of production we need to support.
Mm-hmm. Patrick?
If I can just add, I think for me it's clearly something that needs to be temporary. In an ideal world, I mean, the local financial institutions, international investors would supply the capital that companies need, And if that's not happening, it's because obviously the risk perception is somehow not making them comfortable to do so. But I think at the end of the day, we need to work towards making ourselves almost redundant over time. It cannot be that there keeps being grant and philanthropic and blending. I think there needs to be a graduation, right?
Can I just say, just distinguish on the two things that I said. So I agree that the things that can become commercially viable should become commercially viable. But we have to recognize that there will be many things that stay too small, too local, too impact first focus, which we need if we want to have a better world, which will require some sort of subsidy forever. And I think we should just recognize that because, we're not doing anything different here. So as long as we have the economic systems that we have, oh God, I sound like a hippie or whatever, but that's the reality. I mean, people in Europe also bank on having the agricultural subsidies and the caps and whatever. So I completely agree that we should have, and that's how we have a fully commercially viable financing structure. We work with commercial things, but we also have to recognize that, many of the things that we want to do also will require that subsidy forever. It needs to be regular and predictable and all those kind of things, also for the cash flow reasons for them. So
you're absolutely right. If I can just add one thing, I also think not everyone needs to have an enterprise. There are also hybrid models or NGO. I mean, depending on the impact and the model, one legal structure makes more sense.
Mm-hmm.
I think from our view, it's a challenge to identify which ones are going to become a hybrid model or stay grant-based models or are becoming financially viable, because you mentioned this term grantpreneurs, exactly. And I mean, it's kind of comfortable to rely on grants. Sorry to say it straight away like this, right? And but how do we figure out which ones are the entrepreneurs who really have the ambition themselves and also then the skills and etc. and the model behind it to make that step, because it's a fundamentally different thinking. Mm-hmm. If you have received grants over a certain period of time, or if you have to earn your costs and get to profitability through looking at the unit economics and cost savings, etc. I mean, we had an example very early on in Cameroon, in the cocoa industry, where an NGO wanted to become a social enterprise. And I never doubted their intention that they wanted to become a profitable enterprise. But the mindset of the whole team was always that, well, there was always money, and so, okay, if we paid a little bit more for the cocoa, it didn't really matter, right? And so we had one example where people went to the field with a bunch of money to actually buy harvest, and they came back and only bought like 80% of what was agreed. And in earlier days, that didn't really matter because somewhere some grant funding would have come in and would have covered it. But suddenly, when you need to rely and you have a target and you have numbers that need to add up, that doesn't work. But that's why I said I don't blame anybody, but I think this is really a challenge to bridge this step.
I just also add one more thing that maybe makes it a little bit complicated, but it's also interesting to think about, what is really a subsidy? Because, like, for example, we're seeing in quite a few of the value chains that we're working in, the reason that the financing works is because there's some, international buyer that has a specific affinity for that cocoa or whatever and is willing to pay above, the fixed market price for that. So is that a subsidy? I don't know. And similarly, payments for ecosystem services like, watershed health or climate, are these things, are not necessarily priced in properly to our economic systems, but can be set up as a small, micro outcomes-based payment. But, I'm not sure, so it's just an interesting philosophical question. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Fabio, you wanted to say something before?
Yeah, maybe a very hands-on example about distorting the markets. When we set up Nature, the least problem we thought we would have is like competition through grants. And we had like 2 companies that went through the full due diligence process, would have get a loan, really strong companies, and they retracted in the last minute because they got offered a grant. So, and that happens, I guess, everywhere. So I'm fully with you. The trick is to see where it makes sense and where it's needed, instead of subsidizing enterprises and investors that would do it anyways without blending in public capital or grants.
I made before this rather told this rather sobering experience, but I also want to share a positive notion there. And I think since I'm working now for 15 years, or I'm 15 years with Elea, and what we've seen over this time was also an incredible increase in entrepreneurs who really want to get a profitable business with a social and ecological impact up and running. And that's really encouraging to see. And I think if I look back 15 years ago, it was really difficult to see these ventures, and I think you probably would agree. And today, I mean, if you look at East Africa, but even we have lots of investments now suddenly in Nigeria as well. And so these, as long as there is a kind of a stability in these markets where entrepreneurs can operate and investors can actually go to and deploy capital, we've seen a tremendous uptake of entrepreneurs, and I think you see that as well in your programs where they apply, and then you have this competition between grant providers and investors. But I think that's really an encouraging signal for society. Right?
Thanks for this positive thing. In this really dark time, it's good to also have some positive examples.
I just wanted to add, I was on a panel a few months ago where the main question was whether you would prefer to launch and start your business with a grant or with equity capital. And was a very difficult question to answer, because obviously the grant gives you much more flexibility, but the equity investor puts you much more on a disciplined path.
Mm-hmm. And what did you say?
Me personally, having done it as well, I really value the equity journey, finding investors who believe in what you do and support you, but also give you that discipline you need, to generate the cash flows from the beginning.
I think when you put yourself into the shoes of an entrepreneur, I mean, our realization is you need always more money than you initially anticipate. I think that's a reality. You always overestimate revenue and you always underestimate costs. And ideally, you would have obviously the right mindset. We spoke about the team, but you would have in the beginning enough capital not to worry about how do I pay my team next month. Because many of the entrepreneurs that we come across, they're fantastic personalities. And if they have the freedom and if they have investors that back them and give them the freedom, so act as the secure base, they actually can really think long term and can set up processes, etc. And for that, grants can be an advantage if the people have the right mindset behind it. But if you have enough capital at the outset, and many founders are young, typically not from wealthy families, so they don't bring in a lot of their own money. But if there is enough money and you just know from the beginning you might have cash for the next 12, ideally 24 months, then you really have time to think things through and do things properly. And those who struggle from the outset, basically like in a wheel, and what do I do next month, and where do I get another salary payment from, then you're almost doomed to fail.
I would want to cover a bit a different topic. We heard it from Piera. Agroecological enterprises serve primarily local markets, so agroecology really wants to make sure local communities benefit from their services, from jobs, from income being generated. So what do you think, what is the difference between enterprises serving primarily local markets and those who export mainly, and what are the challenges, especially for the local businesses, also when it comes to financing?
I'm happy to go first again.
Thanks, Tanya.
Obviously, there's pros and cons to both. I mean, we've seen, local business. Unfortunately, we could not fund them, but the local businesses that are selling for local markets that are extremely, professional, especially in East Africa. I have to say, there's a very high standard, I think, of many SMEs. But obviously, you have a challenge that you are working in a market where you may have very, very volatile currency or, political situations, which may also influence sort of movement of goods or people or workers. So I think that just adds a lot more kind of complexity on one hand. But then, if you have the exporters, I mean, sometimes they have some of those same problems, sometimes because they're a little bit more substantial or they're bringing foreign currency into the country, they get maybe a little bit more space, but then, they have to deal with other things like, European organic laws all of a sudden changing, or like logistics routes happen, like, impacting their ability to get product to clients. So, but like, obviously they have the advantage of, for example, arbitraging between the cost of borrowing money in UBS versus in, EcoBank in Nigeria.
Patrick?
Yeah, we manage a fund called Balim, with two foundations as anchor investors, which has as an objective to improve livelihoods of people in rural areas in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa. And we actually face this dilemma, because there is strong focus on food security, so more these local food value chains. But we also see that the risks are much higher. So we're actually discussing, what kind of allocation between the export-oriented, which are less risky because they generate hard currency, because they have recognized buyers, they have a track record working with them. You can set up tripartite agreement, and how much to allocate to the food security. So there is this bit of this tension between the the impact food security and the financial stability. I don't think it's black and white, I think it's more about calibrating and as we build the relationship, I mean, I think you need to start small, but especially with the domestic value chain SMEs, you start small and you can grow with them as they show you they're able to pay you back on time.
Stefan, what are your enterprises focusing mainly on, export or local markets? And why are you choosing those?
We have both in our portfolio. We have very successful local enterprise, for example, East Africa Foods, operating in Tanzania and now expanding into Kenya. Very fascinating entrepreneurs, a couple who founded it, buy from local farmers, aggregate the food, bring it to the urban centers and supply both the HoReCa markets but also the informal markets. Hugely successful, really impressive. I think from an investor's point of view, the smaller you are, the more difficult it is to export, obviously. It doesn't mean that you can't export, but you need to go through local aggregators. And there you really have, as always, you have good guys and bad guys out there. And if you, but as a small company, you have almost no chance to tap into the global market. We looked now, or we have invested now in a cocoa business, in organic cocoa business in Nigeria. They work together with about 10,000 smallholder farmers, an impressive amount in terms of impact. But when you speak, and there's no blame, I understand where this comes from, but when you speak to the large chocolate manufacturers here in Switzerland, I mean, they say, like, you need to produce 5 times more before we even start talking to you, right? At the same time, I have also to say that some of these large, most of these large chocolate manufacturers also run under their CSR activities some local aggregators where they help the smaller ones to come there, but it's a very long and process. But that's why I think you need kind of catalytic patient capital to get them there, because a commercial investor would not invest. And it just takes time until you have the quality right, until you have the amount right. And when you work with 10,000 smallholder farmers, and you need to guarantee quality across the board, because it really matters, right? And if you can't sell a container, that's a heavy loss. And I think there it just needs time to get there. But there I'm very confident that the progress is the right one.
Fabio, at Nature, what is the goal? Is the goal that all of the enterprises also, provide for the export market, or it's not even a goal and we say no, local markets are equally?
I mean, as BioVision and our allies and the movements, I mean, the goal is to create regional value generation and jobs and fight poverty. So from that perspective, it's not a defined pathway. So in Nature, 50 out of 60 are producing for the local markets, some a bit mixed, but the focus is on local markets. Those who export are really also successful ones. And I'm really glad to hear from your perspectives that you see it equally. It's not, one is not better than the other. But when I listen to the discussions, for instance, in the last boot camp, there is this conception or this expectations from many of these entrepreneurs, organic certified export markets, that's where the money is. And I've witnessed really fascinating discussions in this cohort between exporters and non-exporters, or some who have even gone away from exporting or their plans, doing the full calculation, costs for external third-party certification, changing rules, etc., versus serving a local mass market and finding a way to differentiate your product in the market, which is a challenge, right? If you produce agroecologically healthy food, how do you show that to the customer, and how do you avoid that? Other give the same label, so participatory guarantee schemes is a big topic. We have a grant component in the accelerator that helps enterprises exactly doing that, certification, PGS, light certifications. We work on that also in the policy space, because it's also a regulatory question. So if you manage to differentiate your market, your product, then yeah, both is working.
Yeah.
We have time for,
of course.
Because I think what you also mentioned before, the advantage of export-oriented businesses is that they bring in hard currency. Mm-hmm. And most of the investors, they invest in dollars. And we had this example in Nigeria, where we invested at the time when the Naira was 400 to the dollar. And 2 years later, it was 1,600 to the dollar. And that means even if you grow locally, if you only produce locally, how can you ever satisfy the return expectations of a commercial investor? It's impossible. I mean, 4 times growth in agriculture with smallholder farmers, I mean, forget it. The margins are so small. We're not a fintech or a biotech company, right? And I think hard currency has to be earned, or you have to have local currency loans, as you mentioned it, or patient investors who say, okay, we can also forgo or defer loans. And that's why I think many strive for export, because that gives security, and that attracts on the other hand, then also, again, commercial investors. Mm.
So we actually need to wrap up this panel discussion, but I have one last question to all of you, and you didn't know about this question. So I will start with you, Tanya, again, because you were so kind, always answering first. So if you go back to your 20-year-old self, just starting out in the food system impact finance, what's the one thing you wished you understood earlier?
At that point, I mean, I still thought I was going to become a scientist running around, like, you know, doing soil analysis in the tropical rainforests. I never thought I was going to be having a business and working in finance. So I think even having told that I would be here today would be, you know, I don't think I would have believed it. So I think just we are, and I've said this a few times in different things, I mean, I think we are just so incredibly fortunate to be here in, you know, here in Europe, here in Davos, with the opportunity to meet, you know, so many wonderful connections and people doing all sorts of really cool things. And, you know, I don't think we should feel guilty about that. I think we should look at that as a privilege. And I think that we should be confident that, you know, we can actually do something positive despite all the crazy nonsense that is happening in the world, because, you know, the vibes that I'm getting, the people that I'm sure that you're meeting also in these places, like, you know, there's no way yet that anyone is giving up on trying to, you know, fight for a better world. And yeah, so I think just be confident and, you know, take the privilege with the sense that this is an opportunity.
Wow. Patrick.
Yeah, I was probably still dreaming about a soccer career in my 20s. Never really gave up on that. But I think as you get older, you learn about the complexity of things, you know? I mean, there is probably a sense of idealism in all of us trying to make it a better world and help as many as possible. But as you get older, you depend on others, especially when you raise money with investors. You know, you would like to distribute it across hundreds of companies you see, but then you realize it doesn't work, you know, because there is somebody knocking at your door the next day. So you're only going to be able to help 5 or 6 or 10. So there is a sense of frustration not being able to really fully bring the change along that you were hoping to.
Stefan.
I'm a glaciologist and cartographer by training. So in my 20s, I spent time in the mountains looking at glaciers and who disappeared in the past 20 years now. But with a focus on what I do today, I think what I learned over these 15 years is it's amazing what we human beings are able to do, both positive and negative, obviously, but that when you identify the right individuals and you work with them and you bring together the right individuals, the power that unleashes is really great and gives me goosebumps, even if I say this. And I think this is really something where, yeah, a community also here at the WEF and knowing that there are great people across the globe that I worked with or that I traveled to. And this was really something that should give us all hope and should be inspirational.
Now I have goosebumps, thanks. Fabio, it's not so easy to be the last after all these inspirational statements.
Yeah, so I was I'm a biologist as well. I was catching birds in the valley. So and then realized without tackling food, we're not going to help conservation, biodiversity conservation, without tackling land use and agriculture. So I went there, and then policy team, right? And I wouldn't have questioned that now in 25, the whole system of multilateralism, all the collaboration structures we have would be questioned and maybe shaking a bit. And I'm getting back to what you said. So working now on this angle, 2 things, financing the agroecological transformation, that is still the core of what moves me, and finding new allies, other sources of finance, and not relying on purely these policy mechanisms and these great climate conferences where we worked a lot, etc., but finding other allies and other constellations and building on that collaborative spirit that has really risen again here in this today, feeling, okay, it's not as bad as you might think when you read news and you're a bit further away. So I wouldn't have changed my job choice, but maybe we would have gone a bit earlier into this direction instead of relying only on public funding and grants, I guess. So I'm happy where we are, and I'm really thankful you came here and we have this discussion.
Thanks. Yes. So big applause to this amazing panel. Yeah, you can disappear from the light. I would like now to invite our honorable guest, Christian Frutiger. He is the Vice Director General and Head of Thematic Cooperation at SDC, Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation. Please, a warm welcome to Christian Frutiger. And we asked Herr Frutiger to talk a bit or share the perspective also a bit from a public donor side, and also maybe making connections what you've heard today in this session. So the stage is yours. Thanks for being here.
Thanks. Can I sit down?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Well, look, thanks a lot. It's been an inspiring afternoon. Of course, the last session, having to have the final word at the last session at 5:30 after a week at the World Economic Forum, particularly a week full of interesting developments, to say it kindly, is maybe is a bit difficult. I have to admit. So. The other thing is, I heard there is an apéro right afterwards. So I see a little bit of fatigue already in the room. But nevertheless, and I think I'll start with this last statement. From grants to growth, going earlier into a different type of development cooperation, a development cooperation that invests, that enables, that catalyzes. Not that he didn't do anything of that before, but it's simply the mindset is different, and also the skill sets are different of all actors in that system. So development cooperation as a catalyst for systemic change. Yes, we have less money, and yes, we will probably have even less in the future. So, which means that incremental sort of, gradual changes won't do the trick anymore. So we will have to take a few fundamental leaps. Now, this is not going to happen from one day to the other. It actually takes time. It takes time to build the systems, but really moving from a logic of grants increasingly into a logic of catalytic change, and using donor money to mobilize private funding, to also make better use of the existing multilateral financial system, which first of all works at a sovereign level, so it's very difficult to do sub-sovereign local, which takes very little risk. It's also because all of us designed the system to take very little risk. Multilateral development banks, IFIs, could be much more aggressive in leveraging their balance sheets, and we would actually be able to channel more funding. And of course, a private sector, be that global or local, that is also just not used to working with the likes of us, and where also, grants have actually covered a lot of the hidden costs. If you look at the disappearance of USAID covered a lot of the hidden costs of global value chains. So these costs now become apparent, which is actually, despite all the bad news, it's actually good news for us, because all of a sudden you will see big international private sector actors start investing much more in their value chain, simply because the production quality goes down, social and environmental issues in the chain actually become apparent and start affecting their business model. So there are opportunities in there, and it's now time to use them resolutely. It doesn't have to be perfect. This is 80-20. Perfect is the total enemy of good, so it doesn't have to be perfect. These are difficult environments. Also, difficult environments mean that, yes, maybe the challenges are higher, but the returns over time are also promising. We talked about blended finance today. Blended finance is, of course, in its various form, an interesting avenue to look at with de-risking. We do a lot of that first loss. Increasingly, we look at currency loss because this is where, and we heard, this is where everything gets burned. It's impossible to have growth and profitability to compensate for this type of currency loss. Impact-linked finance is an interesting one. We've heard a number of examples also in how to move from grants to growth. Nature, another one is at Selly Africa. You actually also start getting the numbers, right? Selly Africa has a leverage ratio of 1 to 10, already mobilized 400 million of private capital across East Africa, 6 countries. So we start seeing the leverage. And then, yes, I'm a big fan of agroecology, so absolutely. I think it's one of the answers. It's not the only one. Of course, what is important is what happens after. And what we increasingly need to look at in the food system is, what is adequate nutrition. So we've tried to invest into nutrition funds. They don't exist. There is one or two. One of them is the N3F, so the nutritious foods financing facility, which we do together with Gain. It's an open-ended fund. It's at 40 million right now. Also looking at SMEs, financing SMEs that actually provide nutritious foods for local markets. And here we come to your question on local versus global. A lot of this is for local markets. Agroecology for global value chains, yes, why not? They're interesting premiums, but we've seen all the challenges. But agroecology for local value chains is actually very interesting. But for that, you need processing capability. So you need this famous missing middle between production, transportation, processing, and then distribution and marketing. So we have to work on the entire system. Now, scale remains a challenge. We need patient capital. We need structured finance. We need capacity building. It's not the end of TA. TA will continue to be necessary. We need stronger market linkages, and we need courage. So it's, I think, time again for all of us. There are moments where you say it cannot really get worse, so you might as well be courageous. So this is one of these moments where, let's take some risk. Let's be courageous, and then let's also talk about it. We are a very confidential community, which is not very good at communication. I can tell you, and I've seen this again and again, and it's just, you just walk up and down the promenade. Marketing works. Marketing works for not so great stuff. Marketing works for things which are medium great. And marketing works really well for great things. So agroecology is actually great. It's just a term which is difficult to explain. So, but let's think about how we can actually do this better. And it doesn't have always to be grants. And yes, they can be phased out. And I give you one example. Patrick will recognize it. In Kenya, an agricultural input company through the Impact-Linked Finance Fund, 4,000 shops. They used to sell only synthetic fertilizers or fossil fuel-based fertilizers imported from abroad, like everybody does. So in 3 years, we've actually managed to change their portfolio. They're now selling 50% of organic, locally produced fertilizer. It's much cheaper, so it costs like half the price to the farmers, and the company actually makes higher margins. So the premium, which is not huge, they're using it for marketing purposes to the farmers and to a broader public. So they basically reinvest the premium for marketing. In other words, it can be done. So let's be courageous. Let's take some risk. If there is a moment to really move forward, it is now. Looking back, yes, that is the past. The future is what it is, and we actually know what it will look like. So let's use the opportunities we have, and let's gain some traction, and then let's work on the scale as fast as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Mr. Frutiger. Wow, that was really inspiring.
I'm sorry for staying seated. I think I'm...
It's fine.
I've also walked so far the whole week. So
we will do some
thanks a lot.
exercises again. So don't worry. So we began today with one question. How can we practically support agroecological enterprises to scale and to improve their impact, their social and ecological impact? I think today we didn't hear one single solution or a simple solution, but we heard words, we heard trust, changing mindsets, we heard courage, we heard let's just get it done. So we heard, or I felt, it's a shared responsibility, it's shared learning, and I think it's a real momentum that we can build on it. So I invite all of us, maybe outside with some drinks and snacks, keep the conversation flowing, start new collaborations, and just, as Mr. Frutiger said, let's get things done, because it's possible. So we will do some short final exercise. Oh. We don't stand up. Oh, it's bright. But we lean, so right and left. Let's get a bit close to your neighbors. So I read statements, and it's always left or right. So you can answer with leaning left or leaning right. So the first is, where should the next big push go? Left, local markets first. Right, export markets first. So, now I need to, a lot of left leaning. What's most missing? Left, coordinated business support, or right, better policy frameworks? Okay, here we have some mixed answers. And what helps agroecological enterprises more in the next 2 to 3 years? Left, more flexible grants. Right, earlier access to repayable capital. So, capital, a lot leaning right. And impact measurement today is mostly left, a relevant task, right, a barrier to growth for SMEs. Okay, here we are not really aligned in the room. This is an interesting one. In 5 years, agroecological enterprises will be mainly financed by left, specialized impact funds, right, mainstream financial actors. Oh, here we are aligned, huh? Great. Right now, financing agroecology feels like a bridge under construction, that's left. And right, a bridge everyone agrees we need, but no one wants to pay for it. People are like, I'm not sure. Great. And now, it's not leaning. Stand up if you learned something new today about agroecological enterprises. Woo! I think we can give a big applause. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you very much to the speakers. And here are some links if you're interested. And yeah, the ones who still have some energy, maybe we can have some talks outside. So thank you so much. Oh. Oh, group picture. So the speakers, please come here. We need to take a group picture.
Good evening, everyone. I'm so excited, beside the fact that I don't see any one of you anymore with the light, but I'm so excited to be here with you all today. My name is Michaela Reimann, and I'm the president of GreenUp, and this session is very important to me. A few months even ago, Renat and I talked about creating a session about narratives. And since then, it was only a little seed at that time. And since then, it evolved massively. You wouldn't recognize it anymore. But its DNA remained the same. So the core question is, how should and can we create and tell stories in order to move people to act? And yesterday, someone said to me, what you're doing here is so important, and it shouldn't stay in the climate niche. And then I said, yeah, well, that's why we are live streaming it. And that's why GreenUp started the Climate Hub, in order to bring together people from very different areas and with very different perspectives to share their ideas, to connect with each other, and to write the stories of the future. But honestly, I'm also asking myself, how can we increase that impact? How can we reach people that have not been part of the conversation so far? And how can we reach more brains and hearts and hands of leaders and implementers as well? So this is exactly what this session today is about. And in a minute, I'm going to hand over to our brilliant moderator, Cami. But before that, let me just do a short housekeeping. And it's very difficult with that light, I have to admit. But so in case of an emergency, please stay calm, leave all your stuff on your chair, and just walk out either the way you came in. So we have one emergency exit on the left, we have one emergency exit on the right, and then we also have an emergency exit behind that wall. And with that, I hand over to Cami, and I'm very much looking forward to a session that is inspiring many, many actions. And I would love to hear many voices today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michaela, and good evening, everyone. Welcome to this session on reframing climate narratives. My name is Camille. I'm a super connector in biodiversity, nature tech, and climate, and I'm here supporting the Climate Hub and GreenUp team for this week in Davos. Now, we've all gathered here to talk about how we talk about climate. I think there's many of us in this room who have witnessed firsthand how our approach to speaking on this topic thus far has not led to the scale of action that we were hoping for. But why is that? Where have we fallen short? And where can we take inspiration from the businesses, the industries, the people who are moving the needle and taking those action steps? Essentially, the stories we have been telling are not enough to move people to act. I think we can all agree. Climate action has often been framed as a sacrifice, a cost, a loss, urgency, and yet it's not an isolated goal at all. It's about protecting the foundations of life, social cohesion, economic stability, and essentially the conditions for future generations. So tonight is going to be set up in two parts. I know a lot of you are still flowing into the room. Don't get too comfortable. We are going to make this very interactive. Just fair warning. I'll tell you more about that in a bit. But it'll be in two sessions. The first part will be focusing on what has gone wrong in the way that we speak about climate. Where have we failed? We'll have an honest conversation about that. And the second part, to not stay in the doom and gloom for too long, we'll have very inspiring conversations with those people who are speaking about climate differently, who are moving the needle and taking action. So to kick off our discussion in a very provocative manner, I will invite our dear first speaker, Renat.
Good evening, also from my side. My name is Renat. I've spent about 2 decades in climate. And over the past 20 years, we have invented the iPhone. We have had the financial crisis. We have invented AI. We have invented Twitter and Facebook and everything. But on climate, we seem to be stuck in the same conversations as we had 20 years ago. So I got together with a few friends, Marco, Christoph, Christian, and we started reflecting, why is that? Why is it that we keep discussing the same issues for the past 20 years? And in light of the urgency, how can we stop that? How can we start acting and stop having the same conversations? We researched and we found that there is a surprising amount of paradoxes inherent in climate action. And we decided to write a book about it, The Carbon Paradox, which is now also available in German, Das Klimaparadox. We have a few books outside for those of you who are interested. But we found out something else. And today is a bit of an experiment. It's the first time I show this in public, and perhaps I'm completely wrong, and that's exactly what we're trying to find out. Let me start with this very short experiment. Can you see this? Perhaps we can dim the light a little bit. In 2024, we lost 3 billion tons of polar ice, while thousands of species got extinct. And we lost 8 million hectares of forest. That's twice the size of Switzerland. This forest loss led to 3 gigatons of carbon emissions. And to reach net zero, an average Swiss will have to reduce his emissions by a factor of 12. How do you feel? Happy? What? Heavy. Any comment? How do you feel about what I just... Depressed? Overwhelmed? Too much? Fucked? Motivated? Good? Indifferent? So it's interesting. We had a lot of comments ranging from fucked to overwhelmed. We had one motivated. And I think that's a little bit the problem. And if we could dim the light a little bit, I found research which is 90 years old. It's done by Anna Freud, the daughter of Sigmund Freud. She published a book in 1936, The Ego and the Mechanisms of Defense. And let me show you this, and then let's have a debate on what that is. So oh, wait, can I go back? Yeah, this. So, Anna Freud had a theory that when human beings are presented with a threat, there is a way the brain reacts, which is wired perhaps from the Stone Age when the bear was outside of the cave. And she described those in so-called defense mechanisms. And let's look at a few of them. The first defense mechanism she has is repression. So when presented with a threat, you block painful memories and thoughts. You just block them. You don't want to let them close. This picture it's a bit hard to see. Perhaps we have to dim again a bit. LA fires. And these kind of pictures, we have all seen them, but we don't want to see them. We don't want this to be reality. So we repress those thoughts. The second defense mechanism, denial. If the bear is too big in front of the cave, we simply say there is no bear. It can't be true. And the same happens in climate. I don't believe in global warming. It's not happening. It cannot possibly happen because it's too big of a threat. The third defense mechanism, projection. You have inconvenient feelings. You feel ashamed. You feel scared. You attribute it to somebody else. Psychological defense mechanism. We see this in climate too. Oh, what can I do? The Chinese are wrong. The rich people, the oil industry. We are in climate, we tend, if instead of acting ourselves, to point at somebody else who should do. The government should do. Car drivers should. Rich people, everybody. That's the fourth defense mechanism she describes. Displacement. Instead of tackling the real problem, you redirect to something that is more handleable. That's the example she uses is if your boss has been angry with you, you come home and you kick your dog, right? That's a problem you can handle. So your anger goes out of the dog because the boss, you can't kick the boss, right? So that's the displacement that she describes. We have that too in climate. The problem is overarching, yet we seem to be stuck with shadow discussion. We had a huge amount of discussion about greenwashing. Of course, greenwashing is important. It's an important topic, but it's a little bit of a shadow boxing. Or we are very, very busy with the big debate about plastic straws, because that's a problem we can handle. It's not as massive as stopping the oil industry and changing the energy system. The fifth defense mechanism, rationalization. Justifying your wrong behavior with false explanations. It's another psychological thing we do. That happens too. We take an airplane, go shopping in New York and say, you know, aviation is just 2% of global emissions. That's not a big problem. Or one that we Swiss are really good. Oh, Switzerland is just responsible for 0.1% of global emissions. There's not much we can do anyway, so that it doesn't really matter. So these false justifications are another defense mechanism. Number 6, the second last, distancing. We accept the problem, but we distance ourselves. We push it away. We accept it, but we push it away. And that happens in climate as well. Climate change, yes, it's but not right now. In 2050, perhaps, or 2100, and perhaps we have a good solution by then. And even if it doesn't really affect me and my family, it affects other people. So we're really good at pushing the problem away. Last but not least, regression. Another defense mechanism is that we return, and she writes it that way, to childlike behavior. We get scared, we just go like this guy. We're overwhelmed by all these threats, by the fires and the oil and the no more water. And so instead of acting, we just turn inward, we try to focus on ourselves, and we're paralyzed. So these are 7 defense mechanisms which I find quite interesting, and I am looking forward to the discussion. But it looks like my conclusion with this is, it appears like climate anxiety does not seem to ignite climate action. It does not seem to work. We have tried, it doesn't seem to work. We need different narratives. We have to talk differently. The old story apparently doesn't work, and Anna Freud has told us why. So, how can we overcome that? Let's discuss this, and with this I would like to give back to Camille to introduce our first panel. Thank you.
I mean, you can stay. Thank you so much, Renata, and I'll invite the rest of our first panel to please join us on stage. I will actually. We don't need this. Beautiful. So, to our audience first, you will notice that there are 2 empty chairs up here. That is by design. As I said, don't get too comfortable. We are trying to have an open and honest conversation about where climate has gone, where it has not gone, and where we can do better. And in that conversation, we hope you join us throughout this conversation. So we will not make space for Q&A. If you have a question, if you have a reflection, something from your own work that you wish to contribute to this panel, consider it an open space. There is a microphone right by the stairs that you can grab on your way up. The only rule we will have, there are only 2 chairs, and we do want to keep the conversation flowing and to hear as many voices as possible. We'll ask that if you see a third person standing and waiting, please leave your space to that next person. So with that, I will maybe ask for those of you who have just joined us on stage, if you can give us a short introduction of who you are and what brings you, what is the one triggering climate narrative you want to bring to this panel today?
Ladies first, you look at me, Camille. So my name is Martina Fuchs. I'm from this beautiful country of Switzerland originally, but a global citizen. Currently, I'm based in Dubai, Zurich, and London. I'm a journalist, and I think this is why I'm here to talk about the climate narrative as well and how we can push the storytelling further. I work for the Chinese state television, CGTN, so quite powerful, as you can imagine. But I'm also a consultant for a Swiss bank and for IMD Business School, and the co-founder of the Frequency School, where we bring sound therapy, education, well-being, and mental health around the world. And I'm also a DJ, so after the session, please join the party.
Yeah, I'm Marco Hirsbrunner. I'm already in the climate field for over 20 years. I'm a co-founder of Schafstall together with Renat, and now co-founder of Terra Impact Ventures and Terra Dialogue, who's inviting. And Renat and I and Steve Zwick in the US, we have co-authored the book that you've seen before, The Carbon Paradox. So we were really asking ourselves what is basically obstructing climate action. And we've actually written a novel. It's not a very boring book. It's really engaging. And the one thing that I want to get across is really that we have to overcome our ideological bridge, our ideological traps.
Myself, I'm Andrea. I'm not a DJ, unfortunately, but I'm a climate entrepreneur. I founded Illuminum, that is on 1/3 of the mobile phone of Davos this week, because we curated this guide on all the happenings in town. In other words, we deliver sustainability insights to 700,000 people. So I'm very happy to discuss with you how we can communicate it, how we can literally bring more people on board of this agenda. And on the side, I'm also professor of green technologies at HEC Paris.
Amazing. Thank you all so much for that. Maybe to start with bouncing back on the triggering topics that we're here to discuss, Marco, you mentioned the ideological trap. You put that in there. Do you want to expand a little bit? What is that one? Or
entrepreneurs who want to fix capitalism and who want to basically change the monetary incentives towards the good. On the other hand, you have degrowth activists who think, okay, capitalism is unfixable, and we really we have to take really drastic action, and we need to basically deconstruct capitalism fully. And the problem that happens is that we've seen in the past that activists are obstructing those who actually want to improve the system, when actually both things should actually just happen in parallel, and one shouldn't obstruct the other, right? So that has led to, famously in Switzerland, 51.6% no votes against the climate law, because not only the political right was against it, which is to be expected, but also the radical left was against it, because for the political right it was too much, the law, and for the left it was too little. And so instead of going in the pragmatic middle way, which usually is something that we Swiss are pretty good at, being neutral, we screwed it. The law didn't come through.
I see you nodding, Martina. Do you want to react to that?
Yeah,
as well?
absolutely. So I'm totally in agreement with you, Marco. Collaboration over competition, right? And here at the WEF, the theme this week is in the spirit of dialogue. So we just need to find common grounds. It doesn't help that you have a massive anti and massive pro camp. So from a journalistic perspective, it's not always easy, of course, because we have such a transformation and sometimes disruption in the media industry, especially since social media and COVID and so on, where the social media influencers, they get paid by partnerships, they are about followers and so on. So it's not really about impact first, but more about who has the biggest followers. Whereas in the traditional media industry, the headlines need to be sexy. Everything is AI generated nowadays. And of course, those are not really the climate stories that matter always. So we definitely need to change the storytelling storytelling and the narrative in the media industry. And what I care deeply about is covering underreported stories. So I spent quite a lot of time in countries like Djibouti or Yemen or, Eritrea, where you have so many, on the ground, important topics to cover, but they don't get likes, they don't get comments. It's like the algorithm is totally working against them. So if we can change this, with more, a space in the media industry, with more investments also for that kind of stories and more interest. I feel like people are just so numb nowadays, just focused on one silo or one kind of topic where you can filter, on the news outlets, websites and apps. That would be, something I dream about.
You mentioned a lot about stories, communication. I feel like I immediately want to maybe ask you for a story. Is there something that, either one that like brought you in or that really resonated with you on the positives, or a story that you saw fail?
This is challenging, but Marco and Martin already said it all. And no, maybe I just take two taglines from what he said. This conversation is purely a free flow, so I want to double down on you, Marco, and then double down on you, Martina. The first thing that Marco said is that we are truly polarizing. And this is the game of the traditional media, right? They want us to be polarized. And we need to escape this dichotomy. On one side, oh, look at these green hippies. On the other side, these are the heartless capitalists. They hate you, right? You're in Davos. You're exactly in between. And we exist. And doing green stuff today can be an amazing opportunity. An opportunity to make money for those capitalists. An opportunity to save the planet for all of us. So let's escape the dichotomy. Second, Martina, you were going to say about something that now, especially with AI, the news needs to be hot. This is true. And I say to us in the room, too often we are a bit boring. So sustainability cannot be boring. Cannot be another news, record temperature. Next summer, record temperature. Next summer again, record temperature. There is something better happening. You guys are inventing the coolest things on this planet. There are technologies that are changing how we live. And this has happened because sustainability is driving this change. So maybe I don't have a story, but I'm happy I double down on my two friends.
Amazing.
Just a short one to add. Our co-author, Steve Zwick, is an American journalist, and he once told us his newspaper he's working for gave him the instruction that if you write on Africa, it has to be crisis, corruption, or conflict. Otherwise, the story won't roll. Bang.
Bang.
Yeah.
Speaking of a story, I remember you telling me, Renato, I'll let you tell it, but to what extent is climate, like the word climate, potentially also the thing that's been demonized in our conversations? Is that kind of the new finger we're pointing?
I think that's an interesting one. It's one that I personally got far too late. Because I've been in climate for 2 decades. So for me, climate is a word I love. It's a word where I see business cases, I see opportunity. And it didn't occur to me for many, many years that the majority of the population has a completely different wired brain. If they hear climate, they hear floods and problems and costs and restrictions, and you can no longer fly and no more meat and all the. So I didn't understand that for some reason. That I would be keen to hear views, perhaps also from the audience, how that could happen and how we can turn it around. Why is the word climate such a negative word? Why is that? I remember Joe Biden, when he was inaugurated, he said, when I hear climate, I hear jobs. And I found it really powerful. But why did we lose that? And should we change the name? Perhaps no longer talk about the climate? Or is it possible to reposition the word? I don't know.
Maybe climate opportunity. I mean, COVID, of course, was horrible, but there is always an opportunity in every crisis, right? It's like a yin and yang. And if we can look at climate as an opportunity for impact and then making money, I think that could be something. So it's really, the buzzword that we create and that goes viral afterwards. So I think it's within our vocabulary as well, yeah.
I want to maybe take a pause because I feel like some of you might want to speak on any of that. If anybody wants to join us on stage, please feel free to do so.
We can have two.
Yes.
We have 2 seats.
Okay, I'm gonna try
We're
and
up to
get this
2 seats.
fishbowl roll.
Run!
Comment on this point about the word climate specifically, and maybe be a bit vulnerable here as well today. I work in sustainability, so I hope this is not going to be recorded and get back to my contacts, but let me go. I remember when the kind of nature agenda first got brought into the arena, and I'm ashamed that I had a bit of a negative reaction to it. My reaction came from working in the climate space for a long time, and I was immediately like, no, we have to fix climate first, let's solve that, and then we'll get to the regeneration and the nature, and we're going to overwhelm people, and we've already got such a big problem. And really, in the last months, and really triggered at Davos as well this week, I've realized that there's power in the word nature, because people can, I think, connect to it in a way that they struggle with a lot of what you presented so clearly on the problems of climate. And nature is something most people care about, most people can see tangibly. And if we reframe things about nature, we help with the climate crisis as well, but I think it's more accessible that way. So that's just the thought I wanted to share.
Thank you, Belinda.
And I'll open the seat
we
up
have a
in
new
case anyone
voice.
else wants
You
to
can
come.
stay. You can stay as long as nobody comes. But we invite people to
Tell us what you would. Do you want to tell us your name and what brought you on
Sure, no,
stage?
it's not a secret. My name is Lars Bjorn. I'm CEO of an energy group in Denmark. I get a little depressed hearing you, to be honest. This idea of making kind of a celebration of discussing new words, and that this is not, you sound almost like it's not serious, just what you're signaling to me. I've been I'm a climate fighter from a corporate perspective. One of my businesses, I have several, but one of them is district heating, supplying heat for a high number of houses. And historically, this is tied up on burning wood, which is actually one of the oldest technologies the world has. It is also the fastest growing technology right now, which we forget. Everybody's talking about nuclear. And nuclear, yes, it's big, but wood burning is just going all over the place. Denmark is an embarrassment to me in that way, because we're importing wood from America, from Canada, from Brazil even, Estonia, and so on. And if we were to supply ourselves with that wood, we should take out 75% of the Danish countryside, the whole country, just to supply ourselves. Or if Europe did like we do, we would need to make all of Germany burn wood. Just to give you some impression of what the sizes are and how difficult this is. For me, it's not more difficult than I can take this fight in not only in media, but I can make decisions. So I've told my suppliers we're going to stop this. I have contracts that's lasting until 2038, and it's depressing. It's a contract, I can't get out of it. But at least I can stop my own contract that I've taken over. That's one thing, but I can also start a debate, and I can show that there are real technological alternatives. It's very easy to make heat based on electricity.
I think you point to like a really interesting point in hearing you, what you just said now. I think it's really important to think in the context of climate, which obviously is a very serious, critical, and global issue. The difficult thing is like, what are the personal roles that we can take on? And you've just spoken to like within my role and my circle of influence and power that I hold as a person, these are the set of decisions that I've made. And I think that's exactly the kind of stories that we want to hear to inspire, okay, what are the small steps? What are the action points? What are the ways in which I can be inspired by people like you who have taken those first steps within what you can do? And for some people, it might just be within my family circle. I'm going to choose to shop at a different place, right? So there are, thank you for pointing out also the difficulty of it all. And yeah,
you said that these positive stories, they're not sounding very serious. I have to say it's a very positive story that you just shared with us, and it's still very serious. Thank you.
Yeah, but can I just add, because I think everybody's in here is just to stay in my field, is a heat consumer. So it's very specific, and if you get focused on what is real life to people, what is actionable, and not just all these general climate protests that are about everything and nothing, but you make it very precise, that would be helpful.
Maybe I want to take even more seriously Lars, and I love that you come in and say, guys, don't be the stupid optimist and be there and say everything is good. Let's just change the terminology and we'll be fine. But I feel we're doing two mistakes now. The first mistake is that we risk dividing ourselves. We are already few. We need to fight this battle together. And the second mistake is that we too often forget that we need the people outside, those outside of this room. Those are the ones that we need to convince. And to reach them, we can be, of course, strong in our examples. Actually, we need to be strong in our example. But we need to speak their language. And if they don't feel the urgency yet, we need to reach them with the positivity that we can bring to them. Let me add 30 seconds. I always quote the story of my mom, because my mom is tangible. I'm actually coming from Tuscany, and she often didn't understand what I was doing. Probably she doesn't understand